Hey guys. This is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter was reforged to destroy Voldemort. Here is short summary. Battered by loss and consumed by guilt, Harry is taken under Snape's reluctant wing. Trained in magic, strategy, and survival, he's no longer the boy who lived, he's the weapon Voldemort never saw coming. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. As the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry began to stir a little. His three friends had watched him sleep the entire length of the trip. It seemed Harry was exhausted and didn't even want to eat during the train ride. "Harry, we're here," Hermione said as she gave him a little shake on the shoulder. Harry's eyes flew open and he pushed further back in his seat. "Sorry, Harry. I didn't mean to scare you." We're here," Hermione said as she watched him with concern. "Oh, thanks," Harry mumbled with embarrassment. They all grabbed their things and headed for the horseless carriage. Harry forgot his tie on the seat and went back to get it after telling his friends to save him a seat on the carriage. As Harry slung the tie around his neck, he stepped down from the train and ran smack into Malfoy and Crabbe. "Don't you dare touch me, you freak," Malfoy snarled. He had no idea, but he had called Harry a word that struck Harry to the core of his being. All his life he had been called freak, and the word had become very powerful. "Oh, I didn't mean to do that," Harry stammered out. Malfoy could sense that Harry was not the same confident person he had been last year, just by the way Harry stepped back and looked down at his feet instead of making a sharp comeback. "What's wrong with you, Potter? You need me to call your uncle to keep you in line." Malfoy laughed along with all the other Slytherins watching. Harry's face burned with embarrassment as he tried to walk around the group of boys. "Where you going, Potter?" Malfoy said as he pushed Harry back against the train. Harry pushed down the panic building inside him and tried once again to walk around the Slytherins. Crabbe grabbed him by the back of his cloak and pulled him back. "Afraid you'll get beaten up again, Potter?" Crabbe taunted him, still not letting go of the cloak. Harry grabbed his wand from his pants pocket and twisted around to face Crabbe. He pointed his wand in Crabbe's flabby face. "Back off, Crabbe, before you end up regretting it," Harry said in a low growl. Crabbe would have backed off after seeing the look of anger in Harry's eyes, but he didn't want to seem scared in front of his friends. He pushed Harry back against the train with his open hand and brought his own wand up into Harry's face. Harry and Crabbe were just about to hex each other when Professor McGonagall ran up to them. "Okay, gentlemen, wands down before you start the new school year in detention. I'm surprised at you both. Mr. Crabbe, you may go." She watched as Crabbe walked away with his friends clapping him on the back. "Mr. Potter, are you hurt?" Harry shook his head no. McGonagall looked at the tired boy's pale face and sunken eyes rimmed with black circles. She could see that quite a few other students had stopped to watch her and didn't want to embarrass Harry any more than he already seemed to be. "All right, everyone, let's get on the carriages and get to dinner." Move along, she said after giving Harry another look of sympathy. "Oh, Merlin, is this what I have to put up with all year long? I hate it when people look at me like that." Snape waited at the teacher's table as the students began to file into the Great Hall. He watched carefully for the raven-haired boy. Professor McGonagall came and sat next to him. "Severus the First, think you should know that some of the Slytherins have already picked out Mr. Potter as a target and were taunting him about his recent situation with his family. I had the unfortunate duty of having to stop them from hexing each other." "Is Harry okay?" Snape quickly asked. "Oh, I got there before anything happened, but I saw Harry close up and he looks rather worse for wear. I believe his family is responsible for that though." "What are you talking about?" Snape spotted Weasley first as he stood on one side of Harry and Granger flanked his other side. Harry was looking down at his shoes as he walked, so Snape couldn't get a good look at his face. The boy did look paler and thinner though, and that was instant cause for concern. He watched as the boy sat down and several students began to point at him. Snape couldn't tell what they were saying, but could tell from Harry's reaction that he didn't like the extra attention. Harry could hear his name being said and could feel everyone staring at him. Hermione tried to take his attention away from that and started talking about her summer in France. Harry tried to concentrate on what she was saying, but his stomach was once again not cooperating. He knew the moment he smelled food he would want to vomit. His head started to spin and he held onto the table with a white-knuckle grip. Snape watched as the boy clutched the table and closed his eyes. Snape stood up and wanted to help the boy but had to hold himself back and let events unfold before him. He reluctantly sat back down. Harry couldn't stand the whispers and pointing any longer. He slowly stood up as his head continued to spin and told his friends he would be right back. He made his way to the doors of the Great Hall and out to the main lobby. He had forgotten that all the first years were out there waiting to come in for the sorting ceremony. Oh Merlin. It's Harry Potter. No way. Are you really Harry Potter? It's Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Ooh Harry, could I take a picture of you? Hagrid stepped towards him and wrapped a big arm around his shoulder. This, my new friends, is none other than Harry Potter. He's our local hero. He is. Hagrid gave Harry a big pat on the back, making Harry wince with pain. Harry wished he could apparate away from the looks of awe the younger students were giving him. Hi. Hagrid, I need to go to my room for something, so I'll see you all later, Harry stammered out as he began to step back towards the staircase. Harry began the long climb up the many stairs to Gryffindor Tower. He had only made it up one flight of stairs before he had to turn and sit down on the top step. He dropped his head into his hands and waited for the spinning to stop. He looked up as he heard footsteps coming up the stairs. Harry, are you coming back? Ginny asked with concern. No, I just don't feel like eating right now, Harry said in a quiet voice. Do you want to go up to Gryffindor Tower and sit by the fire for a bit? Ginny asked with concern. I don't want you to miss the feast. Why don't you go back and I'll see you later? Ginny was not about to leave Harry by himself, looking like he did. It's okay. I don't want to eat anyway and sitting by the fire sounds kinda nice. Harry stood up and slowly made his way up the many staircases to the tower. By the time he was up there he could barely stand and his stomach was protesting in an awful way. Ginny watched as he walked unsteadily over to the sofa in front of the fire. Harry sunk down next to her and dropped his head back against the sofa. Ginny slid closer to him and began talking about the happenings at the burrow over the summer. Harry was feeling relaxed by her soft voice and soon fell asleep. The next morning Harry was sitting at breakfast with his friends and reading over his new schedule. He hadn't seen it yet because his uncle had made arrangements with Sir Stanton to stop any owls from coming to Privet Doctor. Much to his dismay he discovered that he had double potions first thing this morning. He didn't know how he felt about Snape anymore. He was really confused about his whole relationship with him. He did know that he didn't want to have to sit in his classroom for 3 hours though. Harry, you haven't eaten anything yet and I know you don't want to be late for your first class, Hermione admonished. Harry grabbed a piece of toast and took a few bites until Hermione stopped looking at him. Then he set the bread back down on the table. His stomach was so sore lately that he couldn't think about eating more than a few bites at a time. He knew he should go see Madame Pomfrey but didn't want her to see all the cuts and bruises on his back. Snape was in his office collecting all the items he would need for the first class. He knew Harry would be there and he could finally get a good look at the boy. He still wasn't sure what the reaction would be from the Gryffindor when he saw him today. Snape took a deep breath and swept into the classroom with his usual scowl plastered on his face. He looked around and spotted Harry sitting at the back of the room looking down at his hands. Today we will be working on the invisibility potion, Snape said as he watched Harry's head shoot up and stare at him. It took everything Snape had to remain calm after seeing the boy's face for the first time since he returned from the Dursleys. He was shocked at the dark circles and pale skin, not to mention the weight loss as well. It is usually illegal for students to attempt this potion, but I have received special clearance for you to make it. Suffice it to say, there will not be any mistakes made. He said the last in very clipped tones while he looked at Longbottom. He was still amazed the idiot boy had scored well enough on his owls to make it into advanced potions. He looked back over at Harry and the teen quickly looked away. What pained Snape most to see was the look in the boy's eyes. Those eyes had reflected all the pain he must have gone through at the hands of his uncle. Maybe other people couldn't see it because they hadn't looked into Vernon's memories, but he saw it clear as day. In your books you will find a simple potion for making warts disappear. We will add several new ingredients to this and it will become the invisibility potion. Open your books to page 286. Snape began walking through the rows of tables and stopped before Harry's. Where is your book, Mr. Potter? Snape stepped closer and watched the boy run a finger along the inside of his frayed shirt collar. I don't have my books yet, sir, Harry quietly answered, not making eye contact with the professor. Well, I have an extra book you could borrow for today. Do you have plans to get your supplies anytime soon? Harry shook his head. A few Slytherins at the next table snickered and Harry looked at his hands once more. He had totally forgotten about getting his supplies until he was on the train. Not that the Dursleys would have taken him anyway. See me in my office after your last class and we will take care of that. Snape turned on his heel and glared at the students who had snickered at Harry. Malfoy grabbed a handful of scalefish eggs and threw them at Harry. Harry flicked his wand just in time and cast a repelling shield. The fish eggs hit the shield and bounced back, hitting Malfoy in the face. Snape whipped around just in time to see the Slytherin covered in fish eggs and Harry looking guilty. He quickly assessed the scene before him and turned back around, ignoring the incident completely. He knew Harry could take care of himself against Malfoy and he didn't want to come across as impartial to either boy. Malfoy grabbed his wand and Harry clutched his tighter. Both boys hissed out spells at the same time. Malfoy was hit and immediately covered in bogies. Harry had been hit with a body-blasting spell in the ribs and flew sideways, smacking his head into the table next to him. Harry scrambled up just as Snape came storming back to their tables. What just occurred, Mr. Potter? Snape glared from one boy to the next. Nothing, sir. I just slipped off my chair, Harry said as he rubbed the stinging spot on his side. Snape looked at Malfoy covered in fish eggs and goo and back at Harry. He saw a cut above Harry's eye bleeding down the boy's face and said, Potter, get over to the infirmary. Harry panicked at the thought of Poppy finding out about his cuts and bruises and pushed his fingers against the cut to stop the blood flow. Sir, can't you just fix it? I don't want to miss out on this potion. Fine, but if this childish behavior does not cease you will both be hand washing the cauldrons all month long. Do I make myself clear? Harry nodded and quietly said, yes, sir. Malfoy gave the professor a smirk and rolled his eyes. Snape came back a moment later with a cloth and healing balm. He roughly grabbed Harry's hair and tilted the boy's head back and wiped away the blood. Harry's eyes darted up, looking straight into the professor's eyes. Snape froze. He didn't mean for it to happen, but suddenly he found himself probing Harry's thoughts and saw a flash of Dursley coming at Harry with a knife. He suddenly stepped back, releasing the boy, and watched as Harry grabbed hold of the table for balance. Harry knew something just took place between himself and the professor but wasn't certain as to what it was. Snape composed himself and pushed down his anger at Dursley so Harry wouldn't think he was angry at him instead. He stepped towards the boy once again but couldn't shake the thought of Dursley and the knife. Harry looked at the professor with confusion and a bit of fear and mumbled out, "It's okay, Professor, I can do the rest." Harry stuck his finger in the healing balm and wiped it over the cut. The cut stopped bleeding and slowly began to heal. He capped the healing balm and handed it back to the professor. Snape took it and said, "I'll see you after classes, Mr. Potter." He quickly turned and strode away so Harry wouldn't see his hands shaking. Harry didn't know what to think. He felt nervous knowing that he would be spending so much time with the professor and would have to hide all that had happened to him since he last saw him. But he actually looked forward to being with the professor again. Whenever he was with Snape, he didn't feel like he was so alone in the world. The professor actually watched out for him and made him feel like he had a parent, even if it was just temporary, it would still feel nice. The rest of the day went all right. Several students wanted him to autograph the recent article in which Teen Magazine, and unless Ron or Hermione were there to tell them no, then Harry just gave it to them. He hated it and felt really stupid doing it but didn't know how to tell them no. Every once in a while he would hear people whisper about what he went through this summer. That picture of him in the hospital after Snape saved him had been published, so there wasn't any chance of him denying what happened to him, not that he would admit to it either. His teachers all gave him that look of pity he hated, and he tried to sit in the back for all his classes. The teacher he hated seeing more than any other was McGonagall. She always gave him the look, and it really started getting on Harry's nerves. It made him feel more self-conscious and guilty over what had happened to him this past summer. After his last class, Ron and Hermione walked him down to Snape's office in the dungeons. They were asking Harry about his stay at Snape Manor over the summer. They were surprised to hear about how Snape decorated Harry's room for him in Gryffindor colors. Hermione began to feel a little less uncomfortable about Harry going into town alone with the professor. Maybe Snape really did care for Harry, as Mrs. Weasley assured her he had this past summer. "Well, Harry, it sounds like Professor Snape has really changed," Hermione said with encouragement. "Yeah, and he actually bought you all that stuff. He doesn't sound like the same greasy git from last year, although he certainly looks like the same greasy git," Ron said with a laugh. "Ronnie's not the same, and you know something. Neither am I. I didn't ask for all this to happen. It just did." Harry didn't know how he was feeling about Professor Snape anymore, but he didn't want to hear his best friend trash him after all Snape had done this past summer. Ron's face turned slightly red and he said, "It's okay, Harry, I didn't mean anything by it." "Well then don't say it anymore," Harry said with anger. During the summer he had really looked forward to the adoption taking place, and just because Snape changed his mind didn't mean that Harry lost all his feelings for the teacher. When they reached Professor Snape's office door, Ron and Hermione said goodbye and began to leave. Snape's door opened and they all looked up at the professor. "Thank you for escorting Mr. Potter," Snape said sincerely with a quick look at Harry. The last thing he wanted was for Harry to be walking around the dungeons by himself. Snape knew the Slytherins better than anyone and didn't trust them, especially after what Minerva told him yesterday. Ron and Hermione just stared at the professor, very surprised that he had actually thanked them. Hermione snapped out of it first and said, "You're welcome. Harry is very special to us and we don't want him to be hurt in any way." Hermione said it very pointedly as she looked the professor in the eye. The look was not lost on Snape. He knew exactly what the girl was saying to him. She really meant that comment for him and was telling him that Harry's friends would be watching him. Bravo. He would have to figure out a way to award Gryffindor 10 points for bravery. Snape led Harry into his office and closed the door. Harry kept his back to the professor and stood next to the desk. Snape came and stood next to him, not sure what to say. "So how was the train ride?" Snape asked, watching as the young Gryffindor continued to look down. "Okay, I guess. I heard there was an incident with Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Crabbe. Do you wish to discuss that?" Harry shook his head. The last thing he wanted to do was talk about that. "Harry, I want to hear what happened from you," Snape said in a firm tone. "I guess I bumped into Malfoy and he just started saying stuff and Crabbe joined along as usual. It would be to your advantage to ignore them in the future and not succumb to their inanity." "Well, that sounds brilliant, but it hardly works when you're being forced to stay." "Forced?" Harry shrugged. "It doesn't matter. It matters to me, Mr. Potter. I think you've been through enough without having to deal with idiotic people who use force to get their way. I'll speak to them when we get back." "No. I mean please don't. I can take care of it myself and Malfoy and Crabbe will just tell everyone what you did. So please don't." "Okay, sir." Snape placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry stiffened and his heart raced. "Calm down, Potter. I'm not going to hurt you again." "I know," Harry whispered. Do you really know that and believe it?" Snape wanted to make sure Harry wasn't frightened of him. Yes, sir. I guess I do," Harry said, still a little unsure. "Don't worry, Harry. I'll make sure you actually believe that someday. Now let's get some shopping done, shall we?" You don't have to do this. I can ask Hagrid to take me this weekend," Harry said quietly, still looking down and standing stiffly. "No. I told you once before that you are now my responsibility and I will provide you with your necessities. Suffice it to say I still remain your legal guardian, at least in the wizarding world that is." "But, I thought you didn't, want me anymore," Harry said quietly. Snape grabbed the boy's shoulders and spun him around so they were facing each other. Harry tried to pull away and had a look of utter terror in his eyes. Snape quickly took a few steps back, letting go of the boy's shoulders. Oh Merlin, I have got to take this slow. The boy has been damaged worse than the last time. Snape sat down and looked up at Harry until the boy finally looked into the professor's eyes. I won't hurt you. You must trust that I will not hurt you. I know I did in the past, but I was under a terrible curse inflicted by my aunt. The curse is gone now, and I will make a promise to you that I will not hurt you ever again, Severus said as he placed a hand on his heart while he looked into Harry's eyes. Harry wanted to believe him more than anything else in this world, but he had heard those words come out of the professor's mouth before and then been hurt again. Harry stepped back away from the professor and made his way to the door. I'm sorry, Professor. I've heard that from you before and it isn't true. I know you want it to be true, but it isn't. The truth of the matter is that Uncle Vernon said there was something evil inside me since the day I was born. At first I didn't believe him, but then I thought of everything and it all started to make sense. So don't worry, it's not your fault or anything, it's just that, I don't want the adoption anymore either. Harry said all this with such conviction that it took the professor a moment to realize the boy truly believed it. His heart sank. The professor stood up and took a few steps towards Harry. He stopped when he saw the boy step back too. What do I say? How do I fix this? Your uncle is a terrible excuse for a parent, and you shouldn't believe a word that comes out of his foul mouth. As far as there being something evil inside you, that is the most horrendous thing I can imagine telling a child. It is not true, Mr. Potter. Snape said a little too vehemently as Harry grabbed for the doorknob. You can think whatever you want, sir, but Uncle Vernon is the only person ever to be truthful with me. He may be terrible as you say, but he is trying to teach me to be better, Harry said as he turned the knob and walked out into the hallway. Snape went after him. Potter, come back here now. Harry immediately stopped and turned back to face the professor. You cannot walk away from here with those lies plaguing your mind. I won't stand for it. Snape was so angry at the mental abuse the child had been put through. How could a person who did nothing but sacrifice himself have those thoughts running through his mind? Harry continued to stand in front of the professor. Back at home he would have to be excused before walking away from his uncle, so he didn't even try to leave. He felt like he might vomit at any moment and was hoping it wouldn't happen in the dungeons with nothing but Slytherins watching now. Snape watched as the boy looked down at his shoes again. Look at me when I am addressing you, Mr. Potter. You must stop looking down all the time. Harry looked up into the professor's angry glare. Oh no, it's happening again, just like Uncle Vernon said it would. A handful of the Slytherins stopped to watch. Snape didn't notice as he was watching the boy so intently. I do not know how we are going to undo the damage that has been done to you, but I will not stand for you to have those thoughts. Your uncle is no better than Voldemort, and you have no business listening to his advice, Snape said as he tried to control his voice. Harry looked around at the Slytherins watching, now completely humiliated. Professor, could I please be excused? Snape suddenly realized they were not alone and berated himself for saying anything in front of others. Yes, you may go, Harry. Harry heard snickers from the bystanders as he ran up the stairs. He headed to his dorm and flung himself into the washroom just in time before he lost the little food that was in him. He sat on the bathroom floor with his face in his hands as a few tears escaped his eyes. It had hurt so much to say that he didn't want to be adopted any longer. He knew that everyone he got close to would eventually get hurt or die. The curse that Vespa gave Snape was just the beginning of bad things to come for the professor if he continued with the adoption. Harry knew that Voldemort was angry at Snape, and the Ministry didn't seem too happy with him either. The last thing he wanted to do was to put the professor into more danger. After a fitful rough night, Harry woke up to the guys yelling and cheering about something. Harry opened the curtain on his bed and looked out at all his friends surrounding something on the table. What's going on? He asked Ron. Harry, get over here quick. Look. The card says your name on it. Ron yelled enthusiastically. Harry jumped out of bed and headed over to the table. Laying on top was a brand new Firebolt 5000. He quickly grabbed for the card and read it to himself. Dear Mr. Potter, please be ready to leave at noon today. We will be going to Diagon Alley for your much-needed supplies. Snape. Do not worry about missed classes, I have already spoken with your teachers. Harry had a lump in his throat and he was feeling overwhelmed. He had thought after last night's conversation that Snape would give up this whole adoption idea and just forget about last summer. He was so torn between doing the right thing and ending this adoption or doing something that would change his own life for the better, at the cost of hurting someone else. He went to his trunk to get his clothes and discovered all the new clothes Snape had bought him over the summer laying inside. All of his old clothes were gone and there was another note from Snape. Harry, I purchased more pajamas for you. Please do not give them to the house elves. Severus. Harry laughed at that and got dressed in his handmade uniform that was now a few sizes too big. Ron took one look at him and whistled. Is that Harry Potter or Draco Malfoy in those fine clothes? Ron teased. Shut it, Ron, Harry smiled. Another gift from the professor? Ron asked a little too caustically. Yeah, I guess he got tired of seeing me in hand-me-downs, Harry said, but seeing the look of pain on Ron's face made him wish he hadn't said that. Ron always wore hand-me-downs and had hardly ever got something that hadn't once been worn by one of his brothers. Oops. Harry made his way down to the Great Hall for breakfast but didn't touch a thing when he got there. His stomach was once again acting up. Unbeknownst to him, Professor Snape was watching him as he pretended to eat. He didn't know how he made it through his morning classes because his stomach was doing somersaults and his head was spinning the entire time. Whatever flu bug this was, he hoped it would end soon. Every time he thought of Severus he would feel a slight panic arise. How was he ever going to hide his injuries from the man? At 12 o'clock, Harry, Ron, Hermione and Neville were sitting on the grass in front of the castle talking about Professor Flitwick's assignment. Suddenly a dark shadow was cast across the group. So Mr. Potter, are you ready for a day in Diagon Alley? Snape said as he watched the expressions on the group of teens before him. Longbottom had a look of terror while Granger looked up approvingly. Professor? Harry asked as he gathered his cloak and tie off the grass and stood up. Yes, Mr. Potter. I just wanted to thank you for the firebolt. You didn't have to get me that, and I know it was all my fault that I broke the last one and I really don't deserve a new one. It costs way too much and after what I did I don't think I should have it, Harry said in a rush with true sincerity. Mr. Potter, I will decide how I spend my money and I will decide what gifts you are worthy of. Do not question my judgment on such matters. The nerve of the boy. Yes, sir, but it's just that I don't think I should take it unless I earn it, Harry said as he tried to ignore Ron's gasp. The boy did have a point. It wouldn't do to throw gifts at the boy and overindulge him for no reason. Maybe he could make this situation work to his advantage in helping Harry face the issue of abuse. Well, if you truly feel that way, then you may come down to my labs after supper and help refill the school stocks this week. I will try to come up with a few more chores for you to do. I could do a lot more than that. I could clean the lab for you. At the Dursleys I had to clean the house from top to bottom, so I have a lot of experience with that, Harry said as he tried to think up a few more chores. Mr. Potter, you are not a house elf and you need not prove your self-worth to me. You will do as I say and help with restocking supplies and accept the broom as it was intended. Now, do I make myself clear? Snape said, hoping to be done with this subject and get on their way. Yes, sir, but I'm really good at. Snape suddenly cut him off as he said harshly, Mr. Potter, one more word on this subject and you will be doing detention for the next month. Snape was losing his patience with the overeager boy. Harry quickly stepped back and flushed with shame. Yes, sir. Sorry, came a small voice. Damn it. Snape was mad at himself for jumping on the boy like that and in front of his friends no less. Merlin, the boy was just trying to be helpful. Snape would somehow have to make it up to him. Granger looked ready to rip his head off and Weasley had a look of disgust written across his face. You have nothing to be sorry about, Potter. He tried to think of something to make it up to the boy. How would you like to see the Chudley Cannons play this weekend? I could procure tickets in the box seats, Snape offered as he hoped this would make the boy feel better. Harry looked over at Ron and saw his jaw drop. He was once again feeling overwhelmed at the thought of Snape doing something so nice for him. That's brilliant. I know I shouldn't ask this, but is it okay to invite someone else? Harry just couldn't go to that game without Ron. Snape looked over at Weasley and he never thought he would see the day that he would voluntarily be spending an entire day with Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. What is this world coming to? Fine, fine, bring your friend along, Snape said with a sneer at the group of Gryffindor. This was not going as planned and he thought he better get the boy and leave before he had a date to take the whole group to ice cream. Thanks, Professor, Harry said with the first real smile Snape had seen in months. Okay. Now that makes it worthwhile, thought Snape. All right, enough already. Let's attend to the matter at hand and be on our way, Snape said as he turned and begun walking to the apparition point in Hogsmeade. Harry and Ron gave each other high fives and Harry ran to catch up with the professor. Man, he's got it made, Ron said with awe. He could have anything he wants and Snape will buy it for him. First the clothes and bedroom, then the firebolt and now the Chudley cannons. Oh, Ronald, don't be so jealous, he would give anything to have what you have, Hermione wisely stated. Hogsmeade was packed with people busy shopping. Harry didn't go unnoticed and quite a few people wanted to take his picture or asked for his autograph. Fortunately, Snape was quick to give them his ready sneer mixed with a little death glare and they soon stopped following them. Harry asked if they could stop at Gringotts but Severus wouldn't hear of it. He insisted that if Harry wanted anything he would be the one to pay. Harry was amazed at how much they got done in a short amount of time. They had all his books and quills and parchment, when Harry suddenly stopped in front of the magical toy store called Tinker's Toys. What do you suppose that does, Professor? Harry asked as he pointed to a skateboard without wheels, hovering in the air. It was red with yellow and black stripes across it. Shall we go in and find out? Snape said and he saw Harry's face light up. I've never been in a toy store before. When Dudley got to go I used to have to wait in the car. Harry quickly shut his mouth as he saw the look of anger flit across the professor's face. Snape went up to the clerk and inquired about the board in the window. Oh, that's a wizard racing board. It's the latest and greatest toy we have. You just stand on it and it hovers in the air. You can make it go faster by leaning forward and it spins around too. If you're good enough you can even do loops in the air, but it takes a while to get to that level, the pimply-faced clerk said excitedly as he lifted the board out of the window with care. It's rather pricey but well worth the investment. They went out to the back alley and the clerk put the board on the ground. He tentatively stood on the board and it began to rise off the ground. He leaned forward and the board went slowly forward. The clerk began to lean left and right and the board followed his every movement as it hovered in the air. A handful of people stopped to watch and clapped when he made a few spins. The clerk gathered up his nerve and leaned way forward as he pushed down on his back foot, causing the board to begin a loop in the air. Halfway up the loop the clerk lost his nerve and the board crashed to ground with the clerk tumbling off and landing on his head. Luckily Snape flicked his wand just in time to stop the clerk's head from hitting the ground with full impact. The clerk scrambled up and thanked the professor for his assistance. Can I try it? Harry asked rather tentatively as he looked from the clerk to his professor. The clerk said to go ahead and Snape nodded his approval as well. Harry jumped onto the board and it hovered a few feet off the ground. He leaned forward and the board followed his moves. It didn't take Harry long to get comfortable on the thing and pretty soon he was doing spins and flips and even a double loop. The crowd had grown and began to cheer Harry's every move. Harry didn't even hear the crowd as he was having so much fun. It was kinda like riding a broom but standing up. After a few more flips and dives Harry landed and stepped off the board with ease. The crowd cheered and Harry finally noticed all the people gathered around. His face reddened and he stood closer to Snape. He looked down at his shoes, as was his usual stance these days. Snape was mildly proud of the boy and placed a hand on his shoulder to show his approval. Harry unconsciously leaned against Snape as his stomach began to react to all the spinning and loops. What is wrong, Harry? Snape asked as he felt the weight of the boy against him. Nothing, sir. No way was Harry going to complain. He had learned his lesson at the hands of Vernon about telling anyone he felt ill. It was well drilled into his head these past weeks that under no circumstance was he to complain about anything that bothered him. Snape looked down at the boy and thought maybe he just needed some food and a little rest from shopping after his ride on the wizard board. How did you like the board, Mr. Potter? Snape asked as he watched the boy suddenly realize he was leaning on him and step away. It was brilliant and as much fun as riding a broom. Harry said and tried not to sound too tired. You know I had wanted to have a birthday party for you, but with the circumstances that happened it regretfully never came about. It would please me greatly to purchase that board for you. But you just got me the broom and that was too much already. Harry said with discomfort. The broom was just replacing Lupin's gift. This would be a gift from me. One that you would not have to earn, but a true birthday gift. Snape watched Harry's face as he saw the boy wrestle with the idea of allowing himself another gift. It was beyond his wildest dreams to be given so much and in such a short time. Harry looked up into the professor's face and saw how determined he was to do this. The last thing Harry wanted was to have another scene like the one at Hogwarts. Harry picked up the board and rubbed his hand lovingly over it. His mates would go crazy over this thing. Snape took that to mean yes and quickly paid for the board and escorted a very happy Harry to the Leaky Cauldron for lunch. Harry placed the board in a chair next to him and kept rubbing his hand over it whenever he thought Snape wasn't watching. He thought of this past summer and he suddenly realized something. He looked up and saw Snape watching him. Are you okay, Mr. Potter? Snape asked with concern. Yes, sir. It's just that I've been thinking, and everything good that has happened to me this summer is because of you, the Gryffindor said barely above a whisper. Snape seemed uncomfortable and ordered another cup of tea, without responding to him. Severus was actually quite emotional over the gratitude the boy showed. The feeling was very foreign to him and made him uncomfortable. When they were finished with the meal that Harry barely touched, they used the fireplace in the Leaky Cauldron to flow into Hogsmeade. Just before they entered Hogwarts, Snape said, Harry, I hope you didn't mean what you said yesterday about the adoption. I'm not exactly sure what is going through that head of yours, but I can speculate that it has something to do with that abominable uncle of yours. Harry shifted the board from his shoulder and held it in front of him. He didn't exactly know how to answer. You don't have to answer right now, but please do contemplate carefully. They walked side by side with Snape carrying all the bags of Harry's school supplies. When they reached the castle, Snape hung the bags on Harry's arms and they departed to their respective rooms with a nod and a quiet, thank you, from Harry. Harry was glad that all the Gryffindors were at supper when he returned from his shopping trip with Professor Snape. He went into the dorm and hid his board under the bed. After Ron's reaction to the broom and clothes, Harry didn't want to make him even angrier. Harry went back down to the common room and started his homework. He worked for a good hour before his friends showed up. So how was your day with Professor Snape, Harry? Hermione asked with a smile. Oh, you know, it was good. We had lunch at the Leaky Cauldron and Tom made a great soup for us. Well, it was kinda the truth. Tom had made a great soup, but Harry didn't really eat it. We had a really good time at the toy store and I got to try out a new hoverboard. It was brilliant, Harry said with a smile. Hermione was happy for Harry and gave him a little one-armed hug. So did Snape buy you anything else? Ron asked with a little edge to his voice. Just my school stuff and something at the toy store. It's no big deal though, Harry lied. Are you sure he didn't buy you another Firebolt 5000, just in case you break your new one or it gets a scratch on it or something? Ron said sarcastically. Do you got a problem with something, Ron? I mean, you've been writing me about Snape buying me stuff and I'm getting sick of it. If you have something you want to say, then just say it. Ron looked a little angry and said, it just seems like he buys you a lot of stuff and I don't know, maybe he's trying to buy your respect or something. He doesn't need to buy my respect, Ron. He's been really good to me and I actually feel wanted when I'm around him. Not like I'm leeching onto someone else's family or unwanted like at the Dursleys. Can't you just understand that? That was the first time Harry had mentioned the Dursleys since school started. Ron said irritably, no Harry, I can't. I mean, he's tortured you for 5 years and then all of a sudden he's like this super dad buying you cool stuff and taking you out of school for fun trips. I don't know, it just doesn't seem right. Do you really think he wants to be your dad now? Dunno, but he makes me feel important or something. Like I'm not such a bother to have around. You know. Just be careful, Harry, Ron said. I still don't trust the guy. Ronald, I'm surprised at you. Can't you just be happy for Harry and let him be happy he has someone other than the Dursleys? Hermione said crossly. Harry suddenly didn't feel so good and stood up and gathered his books. Well, I think I'll turn in. Harry wanted to get out of there before all the Gryffindors came back and started asking questions about his day with Snape. He said good night to Hermione and ignored Ron. All night he tossed and turned due to the terrible pain in his stomach. He thought about telling Severus but remembered the condition of his back and thought he might feel better in the morning anyways. Harry was on his way down to potions when he was suddenly struck with severe stomach pains. He stopped walking and leaned against the stone wall trying to catch his breath. Malfoy and Crabbe walked up behind him and smacked his book bag to the ground, sending his books sliding across the hall. Harry grabbed his wand and turned towards the Slytherins. Back off, Malfoy. I'm not in the mood to deal with you, Harry said as he began to wobble a bit from the pain. He placed a hand on the wall to steady himself. What's wrong with Potty now? Not so brave without your daddy here to watch over you, are you? What the bloody hell are you talking about, Malfoy? Get out of my way, Harry said as he tried to walk around the group of Slytherins. Are you gonna go run down to the dungeons and tell your daddy on me? Malfoy said as he punched Harry on the shoulder and pushed him back against the wall. Harry wobbled a bit but held his wand up to Malfoy's face. I said back off. Harry had enough of being knocked around by people and he was feeling like hell and didn't have any patience left. Harry gave Draco a huge push on the chest, knocking the Slytherin to the ground. Draco stood up with a smirk on his face and said, "Okay, Potter, let's not use our wands then." Draco and Harry both put their wands back into their pockets and squared off. Harry's head spun and his stomach protested as he took a few steps towards Malfoy. He cocked his arm back and threw his fist into the surprised Slytherin's face. The connection was solid. Draco's nose began to bleed profusely and he sputtered out, "You'll pay, Potter," and wiped his nose with the back of his hand. Draco quickly whipped out his wand and angrily yelled out, "Crucio." Just before Malfoy yelled out the spell, Harry's stomach cramped severely and he fell to the ground in intense pain. Malfoy thought that his spell had hit Harry and he became frightened of being caught. He panicked as he looked at the expressions of pure fear on all the Slytherins watching Harry clutch at his stomach and moan in pain. Malfoy didn't know what to do and just ran. All the rest of the Slytherins followed him down to the dungeons. Harry knew he hadn't been hit with the Cruciatus curse. He knew how that curse felt from his encounter with Voldemort and this pain was different. These were the same stomach pains he'd been having since returning to the Dursleys. He continued to pant as he tried to stand and hold the wall for balance. He heard people coming and decided to try and find a place he could hide until the pain passed. He painstakingly walked around the corner and saw the statue of the one-eyed witch. Harry slowly made his way to it knowing that it was actually a secret passageway into Honeydukes at Hogsmeade. If he could just rest in the passageway for a few minutes he knew he would feel better. He pulled his wand out and tapped the witch saying, "Descendium." The hump on the back of the witch opened up and Harry crawled in, sinking down to his knees in the dank, dark tunnel. Within a few minutes he had passed out, shivering with fever. When Harry didn't show up for potions, Snape was at once concerned. Who wouldn't be after seeing the condition of the boy? Snape knew he hadn't been eating and could tell that he tired easily after spending the afternoon with him yesterday. Snape told the class the assignment for the day and then walked over to Hermione as she was beginning to collect the ingredients. "Ms. Granger, may I have a word?" Hermione followed Snape into his office and already knew that this was about Harry. "Ms. Granger, do you know where Mr. Potter is?" "No, sir. I was wondering myself. I saw him in divinations earlier though," Hermione said with concern. Could you please ask him to see me when you next see him?" "Certainly, Professor." "And Professor." "Yes, Ms. Granger. Harry looked really happy last night," Hermione said as she went back to the potions lab. Snape hid his smile at hearing those words. That was exactly what he wanted for the boy. Snape watched as the students filed in for supper and began to get an anxious feeling at the absence of Harry. During dessert, Granger finally walked into the Great Hall with a look of panic on her face. Weasley stood up as she neared him, but she waved him away and headed for the teacher's table. Snape stood up and walked around to the front of the table. Sir, I can't find him. I've looked everywhere and I can't find him. Hermione said in alarm. Snape turned towards Dumbledore and told him that Harry had been missing since this afternoon. Dumbledore immediately requested the help of his staff and groundskeepers. All the teachers were concerned for the pallid boy and they searched the castle with a great urgency. Harry's books had been found on the third-floor corridor, but there was no other sign of the Gryffindor. By midnight they decided to call in the Aurors from the Order. Arthur and Molly came as well to help with the search. All the members of the DA insisted that they wouldn't stop searching when McGonagall asked them to go up to bed. Molly was beside herself with worry and couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Unfortunately, Ron walked into the Great Hall at that moment and she rounded on him. Did you plan some sort of prank with Harry? You better not be holding back anything, even if it might get you into trouble. I mean it, Ronald Weasley, you'll regret keeping secrets. Molly yelled in fright at her youngest son. Mum, I haven't seen Harry since this morning. I swear I'm telling the truth. Ron said with a mixture of anger at his mum and fear over Harry's disappearance. Ron wished the stupid Dursleys hadn't burned the Marauder's map or he could have found him easily. The point me spell hadn't helped either, but Dumbledore said that some of the walls were spelled against it in case of attack. When the sun started to rise, Dumbledore decided he could wait no longer and had to alert the Ministry. Within an hour the place was crawling with Aurors, Unspeakables, and Ministry officials. Fudge was angry at how this was going to look to the public. Finally they decided Harry must not be on the grounds and he might very well have been kidnapped. Snape was beside himself with worry and still didn't stop searching. He just couldn't get the image of Harry riding that wizard board out of his head. The boy had looked so happy and carefree as if he didn't have a worry in the world. Snape was making arrangements to begin searching Hogsmeade when Dumbledore called him into his office. After giving the password and walking up the winding staircase, Snape walked into Dumbledore's office and was shocked to see Remus Lupin in there as well. It was a full moon last night and usually the werewolf needed a few days to overcome the effects of that. A haggard-looking Remus grabbed Snape by the cloak as he stepped into the office. I trusted you. I trusted you to make sure Harry would be taken care of. Where the bloody hell is he? Remus screamed with a ferociousness he normally didn't have. Snape was taken aback at the usually composed man. Get your paws off me, Snape said in a low growl. There wasn't a person on Earth who could match Snape's intimidating voice when the professor was angry. Remus immediately let go and buried his face in his hands. Oh Merlin, I couldn't take it if we lost Harry too. He's all I have left and I couldn't even be there for him when he needed me most. Severus, do you have any ideas at all? Lupin, I do not have the time or the patience to deal with you while my future son is once again in peril. I think you mistake my compassion for Mr. Potter's circumstance as a new shoulder to cry on for yourself. Get hold of yourself and begin to do something constructive in finding Potter. Snape turned on his heel after giving the headmaster a nod and went back to finding his son. When Snape entered the Great Hall, several Ministry officials gave him the rundown of areas that had been searched. As Harry's legal guardian in the wizarding world, he would need to be the one to officially call off the search. Snape was not prepared to do that yet. He heard the terrifying news that they were going to begin to drain the pond in addition to sending divers to the Black Lake floor. Harry lay unconscious and shivering with fever within the castle, while half the wizarding world looked frantically for him. Molly refused to leave the school and stayed with Minerva in her rooms. After a few days, most had lost hope of finding Harry at Hogwarts. Students couldn't concentrate in classes and several students would break down and cry. Most teachers did little more than post assignments then join in on talks with the students about Harry's disappearance. Everyone seemed to feel the weight of his absence. Hermione would never forget when Professor Snape came into the room of requirement as all the DA were brainstorming on finding Harry. He stood at the door and looked at all of Harry's friends. The students were silent as he walked to the front of the room. Do not give up hope and do not cease your search. Mr. Potter, Harry, will be found if it is the last thing I do. Continue your meeting and please contact me if you have even the slightest clue. Snape strode out of the room to gasps of surprise from the students that didn't know about his and Harry's recent relationship. All the members of the DA never gave up hope and continued searching, as did all the teachers of Hogwarts. On the third day, all the ministry officials left, along with most of the Aurors and Unspeakables, to begin their search in other places. Snape continued his search but began to go through his stores of Veritaserum on many of his Death Eater friends. He met several for drinks in Hogsmeade and slipped the potion into their drinks. He heard some pretty interesting stories, but none of them pertained to Potter. Arthur was at the ministry but concerned for his wife and Ron and Ginny, so he asked if the twins would check up on them. When Fred and George arrived, they found the Weasley bunch and rest of the original DA members in the library going over a list of possible kidnappers. They were all trying to come up with ideas of how someone could have snuck onto the grounds and taken Harry without anyone seeing them, when Fred said, well, they could have used the passage from Hogsmeade. Everyone looked at Fred and he said, hasn't anyone checked it yet? They all scrambled up and followed Fred at a run through the castle and down to the passage with the one-eyed witch. Fred activated the hatch to open the witch and Ron climbed down into the tunnel. He groaned loudly at seeing his friend curled up in a ball on death's door. He's here. Harry's here. George scrambled down and helped Ron lift Harry up the tunnel and handed him to Fred. Fred choked back a sob at the sight of his honorary brother. Hermione immediately ran down to the dungeons for Professor Snape. She found him in his office. He was gathering more potions to slip to Death Eaters and interrogate them without them knowing. They found him. He's alive, but he needs you. Snape followed after the girl at a quick run and thought he would be eternally grateful to her for this news. They ran into the group of Weasleys and D.A. members just as they were turning the corner on their way to the hospital wing. Give him to me, Snape demanded as he reached for the fevered thin boy. Fred looked like he might refuse, but Ron said, give him to the professor, he's Harry's dad now. Snape shot Ron a look of surprise, then felt his heart tighten at the thought of losing his son before the boy was even officially his. He hugged Harry tighter to his chest and continued down to the infirmary. The entire group followed him into the hospital wing. Snape placed Harry down carefully on the bed and Poppy ran her wand up and down the length of Harry's body. Her expression was grim as she wrote notes on his waiting open chart. She asked Severus to remove the boy's shirt and began to collect several potions off the shelf. The entire DA stood back and watched wordlessly. Snape noticed them for the first time and pulled the screen around Harry's bed. Ron, Hermione and Fred stepped around it and kept their eyes on their best friend. Snape didn't protest. Severus loosened the boy's tie and unbuttoned his sweat-soaked shirt. He pulled open his shirt and froze. The boy was covered in horrendous bruises across the entire front of his chest that looked as if they went past his stomach as well. Snape's hands were shaking as he quickly turned the boy onto his stomach and pulled the shirt completely off. He heard the students behind him gasp as the shirt was removed. His back looked worse than the front of him. Along with the wide welts, there was also a deep cut that had been crudely stitched closed running across his lower left ribcage. Snape dropped to his knees and covered his face with his hand as a low moan escaped his lips. He had promised Harry that he would take care of him, and then the boy had been sent back to that hell hole. Now this was the result. What must the boy have gone through, and why didn't he tell anyone? Snape was beyond angry at Dursley, and the only thing holding him back from flowing to the Dursleys and ripping that man's head off was that he wouldn't leave Harry's side. Madame Pomfrey was greatly grieved at seeing Harry in that condition once again. Severus rose up and turned towards Fred and asked him to get Professor Dumbledore. Within a few minutes, Dumbledore threw open the hospital doors and strode over to the bed. He didn't say anything about Harry's condition, but he must have been greatly affected because his hands shook as he took hold of Harry's hand. Madame Pomfrey went into nurse mode and began to clean up the dried blood around the stitches. Wait, Poppy. I need to bring someone back to see Mr. Potter in this condition, Dumbledore said, and he left through the flow. Well, I guess I should address this fever first anyway. Severus, would you please hold Mr. Potter while I give him a fever potion? Poppy turned to find the fever potion amongst all the other potions. Severus turned Harry over carefully and then put his arm under the boy's neck and shoulders to lift his head. Poppy slowly poured the fever-reducing potion into Harry's mouth. Professor, you should know that Harry hasn't eaten much since we returned to school, Hermione offered. I don't think Harry had much to eat since I last saw him this summer, Snape said with worry. His Muggle family didn't put much stock into feeding the boy, it appears. Hermione had giant tears rolling down her face, and Ron was having a hard time holding back his own tears. They watched as the professor gently placed the boy back down on the bed and placed a cold washcloth on his fevered forehead. Then Snape sat next to him on the bed and took hold of Harry's hand, rubbing it gently. He started talking to him about the day they spent together in Diagon Alley, and Hermione stood next to him and watched Harry's face relax a little. Ron never thought he would see the professor be so gentle and caring with anyone, let alone his best friend. Ron knew he would never again call Professor Snape mean names after witnessing this scene. Dumbledore came out of the fireplace followed by Minister Fudge, Percy Weasley, Sir Stanton and Madame Bones. Severus stood to the side so they could get a good look at Harry's condition. Who did this to him? Fudge demanded and looked towards Professor Snape for answers. His uncle. Snape stated clearly. But that's impossible. Sir Stanton saw the boy every few days and said he was fine, Fudge said accusingly as he shot a quick look at Stanton. He didn't look like this the last time I saw him. He was excited about school starting and looked fine, Stanton said with an air of self-righteousness. Do these bruises and Snape gently rolled Harry over onto his stomach, exposing the deep wound on his back. Does this cut look like they are less than a week old? The boy looks as if he has been someone's personal punching bag for weeks. Don't you dare stand there and say you were watching out for my son Stanton. Why don't you tell everyone who you really work for? Snape said in a voice so scary that Hermione backed away fearfully. Sir Stanton shuffled his feet and said, I don't know what you are talking about, Professor. Madame Bones stepped in before the two squared off and said, What happened to Mr. Potter? Where was he, Professor? He crawled into a secret passage in the castle and passed out. He has a high fever along with these other wounds, Snape said as he once again grabbed Harry's hand and rubbed his thumb back and forth over the top of it. Madame Pomfrey stepped over to the group and looked at Sir Stanton and said, How dare you stand there and say you didn't see the boy's condition? It was quite obvious to everyone at the school that he hadn't eaten or slept in several weeks. If you saw him every few days, then you must have witnessed something at the boy's home. Sir Stanton had definitely witnessed a few untoward scenes with the boy and his family, but he certainly was not about to admit it. He clearly remembered the time that Petunia had asked him to stay for supper. The house had smelled of pot roast, and that happened to be Sir Stanton's favorite dish. During supper, a drunken Vernon had punched the boy in the ribs for not eating his supper. Then, seeing that Sir Stanton had no adverse reaction to that, Vernon struck the boy on the mouth and told him to get up and clear the dishes. Sir Stanton thought back to how the boy looked to him for help, and when none came, the boy's shoulders sagged and he resigned himself to his punishments. That was neither here nor there, Sir Stanton thought, as he didn't work for the boy, he worked for Vespa, and she didn't want the boy removed from the house. Vespa had made it clear to him that all she cared about was Mr. Potter drinking the tea she had supplied for Stanton's visits. Sir Stanton shook his head and said, Well, you know how these kids hide things. Madame Bones, is this enough evidence to give me full custody of Mr. Potter now? Snape asked with suppressed anger. Sir Stanton panicked at hearing those words and quickly said, Wait. Now wait just a minute. I am the boy's official. Snape moved so quickly no one knew what happened. He grabbed the pompous man by the shirt and lifted him off the ground. Do not say one more word or you will live to regret it. He dropped the man and Sir Stanton fell to his knees with fear clearly written on his face. Madame Bones pretended as if she hadn't just witnessed that scene and said, Professor, you will get full custody of the boy. Please file the appropriate papers and schedule a court date for the adoption. I feel the ministry needs a complete shakedown and people should pay for this injustice. We will start with Vernon Dursley. She looked directly at Stanton. Maybe a few drops of Veritaserum will help Sir Stanton to remember exactly who he works for, Snape said as he looked directly at the man. Fudge stepped in and said, Now let's move along so Nurse Pomfrey can attend to matters at hand. Severus looked down at the sleeping fevered boy and began to help Poppy rub healing cream into his wounds as the group of ministry officials flowed back to the ministry. Poppy removed the so-called stitches from the boy's back and waved her wand over that spot several times before the wound closed up. When they were finished, Severus rolled Harry onto his back again. Poppy pulled out a pair of hospital pajamas and handed them to Severus. Severus looked at the two Weasleys and Granger and said, "Perhaps you could let everyone know that Mr. Potter is back." They understood that Harry wouldn't want them to witness Snape changing him and began to walk out. They stopped when Snape said, "You will never know how grateful I am to all of you for not giving up." The group nodded and left to wait out in the hallway with the rest of the DA. When the doors closed, Severus put the shirt on Harry and then took the boy's socks and shoes off. As he pulled his pants off, he saw the rest of the injuries inflicted onto the boy. Snape called Poppy over and she healed a deep wound to Harry's leg and applied the magical healing cream to the boy's battered thighs. When the boy was washed up and dressed again, Severus tucked the blankets around him and sat down in a chair next to the bed. Severus held his hand and talked of the new Quidditch field he intended to build at Snape Manor for Harry. Suddenly Harry sat up and started choking. Snape quickly stood up and patted Harry on the back, becoming more alarmed with the boy as he began to turn red. "Poppy. Poppy, come quick." Harry suddenly stopped coughing and began to vomit violently. The only thing he had in his stomach was the medicine, but that came up along with a purple foam. Poppy and Severus had never seen anything like that before and wondered if Harry ate something while he was down in the tunnel. The exhausted boy lay back against the pillows as Snape waved his wand and cleaned up the mess on the covers. Harry looked around and tried to figure out what had happened to him. He felt so dizzy and tired. How did he get here? He looked at Snape's worried face and Snape put a cup of water to the boy's lips. Harry drank greedily and Snape had to pull the cup away before the boy made himself sick again. Harry asked wearily, "What happened? Your friends found you in a secret tunnel after 3 long days. Everyone was very worried about you." Harry looked at him with confusion and said, "Sorry. I just needed to rest a bit and then, I don't know what happened." "Harry, why didn't you tell me about the bruises and cuts?" Harry could hardly deny it as he could clearly feel they had been attended to. He didn't say anything and looked away. "Harry, look at me when I'm talking to you." Harry turned to face the teacher once again. "Why didn't you tell me?" Snape asked again. Harry shook his head and looked down at his hands. Snape grabbed his chin and forced him to look at him. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Why? You couldn't do anything. You said you would before, but it doesn't matter anyways. Harry, you were tortured by your uncle. Why didn't you tell the ministry when they checked on you?" Sir Stanton said my uncle was just trying to help me. He was Severus. Uncle Vernon was trying to make me better. It was kinda like punishment for killing Sirius and learning not to get my friends killed. For Sirius and for you. Harry held back his tears as he had been taught, but it was with great effort and he began to lose that battle. A giant tear escaped and rolled down to Harry's chin. Snape caught it and looked at it. Snape was heartsick thinking Harry had suffered silently like this for him. The boy had been tortured, thinking it would keep Snape safe in some mixed up crazy way. Snape's heart broke at that thought. He carefully leaned in towards Harry and wrapped his arms around the sick boy. Harry lost control of his emotions and cried into the professor's shoulder. Snape rubbed the boy's back gently and promised him everything would be okay now. When the boy calmed down a bit, Snape gave him another small sip of water. Harry started coughing and once again vomited the water up along with more purple foam. Snape flicked his wand and the mess was gone. Harry leaned forward and held his stomach. Snape gave him a look of great concern. "Harry, how long have you been feeling ill like this?" Harry shrugged his shoulders and said, "Why does it matter? Answer the question. We are not at the Dursleys, and unlike that repulsive man, I do want to hear when you are feeling ill. Have you been feeling ill lately?" Snape asked in a no-nonsense tone of voice. "Yeah, I mean yes, sir. It's just that my stomach has been bad since I went back to my uncle's. I think it's just a muggle flu or something," Harry said just above a whisper. "Did you eat anything while you were in the tunnel?" Harry shook his head no and quickly regretted the move as his head began to throb and his stomach once again rebelled with the movement. He sunk further into his covers and put his fist to his mouth to hold back another round of nausea. "Do you think you could tolerate anything to help your stomach calm down, Harry? I wish I had some of that tea that Sir Stanton used to give me. It always made me feel better." Snape's heart skipped a beat at hearing that. Stanton was the ministry official that checked up on Harry. Stanton gave Harry a tea. Snape quickly sat straight up and a look of fury came over his face as he grabbed Harry's shoulders. Harry pushed back into the pillows and a look of fear crossed his face. Snape saw what he had just done to the boy and could have kicked himself for forgetting that Harry was still so vulnerable and damaged. It's okay, I won't hurt you. Could you tell me about the tea that Sir Stanton gave you? Harry shrugged his shoulders and said a little shakily, it was good. It tasted like berries and it was sweet. How often did you drink it? On every visit. He used to watch over me until I finished it all. I guess he kinda knew I wasn't feeling so well. Did you tell him your stomach hurt? No, I wasn't allowed to talk about how I felt, but he must have just figured it out. He used to say that he brought the tea to settle my stomach. It was odd how he would stay just until I finished the tea and as soon as I was done he would leave. Harry, you just drank the tea without question. Without knowing if it was poisoned or had something in it. Haven't you learned anything? Snape yelled in anger. I had to. You just don't understand what it's like at my uncle's house. You just can't disobey anything, Harry yelled back emotionally. Snape rose up and walked towards the flow. He didn't want to face Harry until he could control his emotions. Oh Merlin, this sickness was caused by Vespa. He just knew that tea had something to do with it and he knew Vespa was behind it. He turned back towards the boy and called for Poppy. Poppy, we need to get a blood sample from Mr. Potter. I think this stomach ailment is a little more than a case of the Muggle flu. Snape called in Molly to watch over Harry as he made his way down to his lab. Within an hour it was confirmed. Harry had been given a highly toxic magical poison that there was no known antidote for. Snape was feeling horrible over this new discovery. His own aunt was the cause for Harry's sickness and at this point there was no known antidote. Snape thought back to the last conversation he had with the boy. Harry had told the professor that he was being taught lessons to change, and that in turn was supposed to keep Snape safe. It all didn't make any sense to Severus, but he speculated that it did make sense to a severely abused boy. Now Snape had to struggle with the fact that Harry was in mortal peril, once again because of him. Snape was angry at himself for not tracking down Vespa and killing her after what she had done to him with the curse. Now he would pay a heavy price as he watched his future son fight to live. He wished more than anything that he could just take Harry away from all this and reside in a house far away from Voldemort, Vespa and Dursley. The boy deserved so much more than this and it just wasn't fair. He didn't really know how he was going to tell Harry, not to mention the Weasleys, Granger and Dumbledore. It was all his fault and he had to fix this mess he put the boy into. He pulled out several cauldrons and began brewing potions that he hoped would lead him to find a counter curse. After quite a few failures he finally forced himself to stop so he could go check on Harry. Snape walked into the hospital room and found all the Weasleys along with Granger and Longbottom talking with a very tired-looking Harry. How are you feeling, Harry? Snape asked as he saw the boy grab his stomach. Fine, sir. I just wish I had some of that tea, Harry said in a scratchy voice. He seemed to be losing his voice after all that vomiting and not drinking water for 3 days. Snape only hoped it wasn't permanent as he didn't really know all the side effects of the poison. Harry, that tea is not beneficial for you. I'm going to ask that you refrain from eating or drinking anything unless Madame Pomfrey or I provide it for you. Do you understand? Snape didn't want to alarm the boy but thought he better make it clear. Harry looked at the soup Mrs. Weasley brought him and back at Professor Snape. He didn't want the soup anyway but didn't want Mrs. Weasley to think Severus meant her food too. Molly, I hope you don't mind but Harry will be on a severely restricted diet until we can control this flu bug he has. He will also be monitored 24 hours a day and unfortunately will have to endure quite a few blood tests. I need to know every single item he places in his mouth and the core ingredients. Harry didn't care. This was nothing compared to his stay at the Dursleys. Molly gathered up her soup and with a flick of a wand it disappeared. Whatever you say, Severus. I have total trust in you that you will take care of our Harry. Snape felt worse than ever at hearing that. He was the reason Harry had these stomach pains to begin with. Blasted Vespa and her poison. Snape turned towards the young people of the group and said, "Do not bring Mr. Potter any sweets or drinks of any kind. Snape plucked a couple of chocolate frogs off Harry's bedside table and handed them to Ron. Also, I am counting on you to convey to me any abnormal symptoms Mr. Potter does not reveal to me. He seems to be partial to hiding his grievances from me. Snape gave Harry a stern look, then looked back at the young people before him. May I count on you? The group nodded and a few said, yes, sir. Well, this sounds like it's going to be loads of fun, Harry said with a grin. Snape rounded on Harry and said, and you, Mr. Potter, are to remain in bed unless otherwise given express permission to do otherwise. I do not want to be forced into utilizing those magical bands again to keep you in bed. Harry's face flushed and he wished the professor hadn't just said that in front of his friends. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere, Severus, Harry said without thinking. He looked back up to see his friends with looks of shock mixed with fear at his using the professor's first name so casually. Snape walked over to Harry and pushed the sweat-soaked hair back from Harry's forehead. Do not worry, Harry. I am attempting to get you out of here as soon as possible. Harry looked up at him gratefully and missed the looks of utter surprise from everyone else in the room. Snape pulled a small box from his pocket and handed it to Harry. Harry looked at it and then back up at the professor. Well, are you going to open it or just stare at it? Snape said with sarcasm. Harry gave a quick glance to Ron and wished Snape hadn't done this in front of him. He slowly opened the box and pulled out a tiny golden snitch. He opened his hand and the snitch flew around the room. The Weasley twins both said, "Wicked," as they jumped to catch it as it went buzzing by. Ron watched as the tiny snitch buzzed around his head. If you desire to speak with me or need anything from me when I am not here, you simply say my name and the snitch will let me know that I am required here. You may use it anytime you desire, even if I am teaching, Snape explained. Sort of like an indoor owl, Harry, Neville said without knowing the pain it would cause. Harry caught his breath and suddenly looked down. He shook his head and felt his heart tighten at the thought of Hedwig. Snape watched him struggle with his emotions and said, well, it's time for this visit to end. Mr. Potter needs to get his rest. Harry looked up at him gratefully and Snape saw the unshed tears. After everyone left, Snape sat down in the chair next to Harry's bed and asked, do you desire to talk about it? Harry shook his head and looked away. Harry, when will you learn to trust me? Harry closed his eyes and tried to push the thought of Hedwig away. As long as he kept his mouth shut, Hedwig would continue to live. The last time he had seen her, she looked all right, but she still hadn't made any sounds. He had begged his uncle to let him keep Hedwig in his room, but after the first few days Vernon took Hedwig away. When Harry was leaving to come back to school, he had thought Hedwig would come too, but Vernon soon squelched that idea. He threatened Harry with Hedwig's life if Harry said anything about his lessons. Harry had almost missed the train because he had refused to leave without her. Uncle Vernon had to forcefully drag him to the car and once inside had silenced him with a punch to the side of the head. When Harry came to, he was sitting in the train station parking lot with Vernon throwing his trunk and wand on the ground. Harry stumbled out of the car and Vernon took off without looking back to see that Harry was okay. Harry came to realize that he wasn't strong enough to take on his uncle without using magic. If he used magic, he would be kicked out of Hogwarts and most likely thrown into an orphanage. He couldn't imagine Vernon taking him back after getting hexed. No, he wouldn't tell Snape anything. He couldn't take the chance of anything happening to his owl. Besides, he seemed to have gotten off without having to say much about his injuries, and that was what he was most concerned about. Hedwig's life depended on it. The next few days Harry had sudden stomach attacks that left him gasping for air. It seemed to come in waves and lasted for an hour or two. The first times he held back from making any noise. Then as it became more severe, he panted through the attacks. Now the pain was so sharp he began to cry out. During the last attack he was alone in the infirmary when the sharp pain began to build. He looked around for Madame Pomfrey, but she was nowhere to be found. He felt foolish for doing this, but he pulled out the tiny snitch and said Snape's name. The snitch flew out the door and Harry waited while the pain built to an all-time high. Snape was in the classroom berating his students for yet another explosion when the snitch came flying through the door. His heart stopped for a second and he quickly told the class to clean up and class was dismissed. Snape raced out the door and down the long corridors to the hospital wing. He pushed the doors open and looked around quickly. Harry was not in his bed and Pomfrey was not around. Snape heard a sudden gasp coming from the other side of the bed. He raced around the bed and saw Harry curled up in a ball on the floor, shaking uncontrollably. Harry, what hurts? Is it your stomach? Snape asked in a panic-stricken voice as he knelt down next to Harry. "Me stomach and head. It's worse. Please help me," Harry said in a low raspy voice. Snape picked him up and put him back on the bed. He felt Harry's forehead and was appalled at how hot he was. Snape grabbed the vial of pain potion off the nightstand and held it up to Harry's mouth. Harry barely managed to get half down, but it soon came back up with a violent reaction from the boy. Harry screamed out in pain and clutched Snape's cloak. "Do something please, Severus," Harry begged. The pain was excruciating and tore at his insides. It felt 10 times worse than the Cruciatus curse. Snape didn't have any idea how to stop the poison from attacking Harry and felt like he was helpless. Snape continued to hold on to Harry and rubbed small circles on his back while the boy tried not to scream, but clamped his jaw closed and Ned in agony. About an hour later the attack subsided and Harry fell immediately into an exhausted sleep. Snape was torn between leaving Harry and working on the antidote or staying with the boy in case he woke. The professor opted to stay with Harry just in case he had another attack. Snape's schedule had been grueling and he had only had an hour here and there to sleep. He stayed with Harry as much as he could, but his first priority was the antidote. Just when he thought he was getting closer, he would find that it didn't work. He extracted more vials of blood from Harry until Harry's body wouldn't tolerate any more blood loss and Madame Pomfrey had to give Harry a blood replenishing potion. The potion didn't stay down and Harry became weaker. Snape had been working with the potion healers at St. Mungo's, but no one was any closer. That night Harry lost his voice completely from vomiting and screaming. His scratchy whisper was barely audible. Snape was at a loss and thought he should let everyone know that Harry had been poisoned by Vespa and there was no known cure. Snape had not told anyone because he thought he would have found the antidote by now and didn't want Harry to worry needlessly. Now it seemed the boy was going downhill fast and the attacks were much more frequent. Severus couldn't describe how he was feeling because he had never felt that paternal love for anyone before Harry. His heart ached every time he thought about Harry and the poison running through his body. Severus was back down in the dungeons working on the antidote when the snitch flew through the door. He immediately ran back up to the infirmary. As he walked through the hospital doors he could hear Harry calling for him in that scratchy strangled voice and Molly reassuring Harry that he was on the way. "I'm here, Harry. I'm right here," Snape said as he sat on Harry's bed and took hold of his hand. "Just don't leave, Kay," Harry whispered as he squeezed his eyes closed in pain. Snape didn't know what happened to make Harry want him there so badly, but he certainly wasn't going to leave the boy in that condition. He pulled an empty chair closer to the bed. Snape sat down and leaned closer to Harry as he placed a hand on the boy's face. "I'm not going anywhere." Harry relaxed and let himself fall into a fitful sleep and escape the pain temporarily. 2 hours later Snape woke after falling into a disturbed sleep. He opened his eyes and was surprised to see Harry awake as well. The boy didn't know he was being observed as he stared at the ceiling with giant tears falling onto his pillow. He didn't make any sound but just stared upwards and let the tears flow. Snape watched silently, knowing that Harry had been taught to suffer without any noise or bothering anyone with his pain. Snape reached his hand to the boy's face and rubbed Harry's cheek with his thumb. Harry didn't move or say anything. "Could you tell me what you are thinking about, Harry?" Snape asked quietly as he continued rubbing Harry's cheek. "It just hurts so much and nothing is helping. I can't take it anymore, Professor," Harry said in a sad raspy whisper as he continued looking up. "Harry, I'm trying hard to find the solution. Please don't give up hope. What's really wrong with me?" This was the conversation Snape had been avoiding. He watched as the tears stopped coming from Harry's eyes, but the boy continued looking up. "It seems Vespa is opposed to this adoption and the tea you were given from Stanton was poisoned. I'm trying to fix it, Harry, but I haven't found the right antidote yet." Snape waited for Harry's response. Harry took in a deep breath and looked over to the professor. "It's not your fault, Professor. I just want you to know that," Harry said as he closed his eyes and put a hand on top of the professor's. Snape wasn't ready for that kind of response. He thought the boy might get angry or cry or ask all sorts of questions. All Harry thought about was making sure Severus was not blaming himself for what his aunt did. Snape was taken aback at how selfless this boy was, and it ripped his heart apart to know he couldn't help him. "You make me proud to become your father. I hope you know that," Severus said, and he saw a small smile appear on the boy's face. After watching Harry sleep for close to an hour, Severus called Molly to stay with him once again. It was 2 a.m. and the halls were quiet at Hogwarts as Snape made his way down to the laboratory to continue on the antidote. As he walked into the lab, he saw a lavender owl sitting on his workbench with a scroll tied to her leg. Vespa's owl. Snape pulled the scroll off the owl and opened it. A small vial fell onto the workbench. Snape picked up the vial and read the letter from his aunt. "Dearest Severus, by now I can only presume that young Mr. Potter is in immense pain. He is only days now from losing his life. I am most assuredly the only one who is able to save him. As you well know, I am a superb potions master myself and the best in the world at dark arts potions. The poison given to Mr. Potter will kill him unless he takes the antidote I kindly sent to you. He must drink the antidote every 3 days as it counteracts the poison and stops it from functioning. I am a compassionate woman and will send the vial of antidote to you every 3 days, if you do as I say. Firstly, you must stop any absurd ideas of adopting the Mudblood boy. Secondly, you must not pursue any vindication from Sir Stanton. As you may have figured out by now, Sir Stanton works for me. As soon as you applied for guardianship of Mr. Potter, I employed Sir Stanton to make sure the adoption did not happen. Since you figured out about the blood curse I placed on you, I am now forced to turn my attention to young Mr. Potter. I will not stand by and watch as our family estates end up in the hands of a mudblood orphan boy. Sir Stanton will be watching out for my best interest, and you are to leave him unharmed. As a matter of fact, you are to treat him as your superior and abide by any orders he gives, as those orders will actually be from me. The antidote requires plenty of uninterrupted sleep for it to work properly and loses its potency with less sleep. Please advise your boy to eat at every meal, as the antidote is rather harsh on the stomach. He must drink the entire vial and stay in bed for 12 hours after each dose. Remember, if you fail to heed either of my commands, I will not send the next vial of life-saving potion. Your loving Auntie Vespa. The owl cannot be tracked, so do not waste your time trying to find me." Immediately after reading the note, it burst into flames and disappeared. Snape was livid. How could the evil bitch do something so vile and to a child? Snape needed to get to Harry and relieve his pain immediately. He pulled out a syringe and drew out a tiny amount of the antidote to study later, then quickly stopped it back up and headed to the infirmary. As Snape walked through the hospital doors, he saw Harry rolled up in a ball on his side, clutching his stomach as Molly rubbed his back and spoke softly to him. The boy was covered in perspiration and his face was showing the agony he was going through. "Harry, do you think you could manage to sit up for a moment?" Snape said, and he grasped Harry's arm and helped him into a sitting position. "What is it, Professor?" came the pain-filled voice. "Just drink this and we'll see." Snape didn't want to give the boy false hope. Snape put the vial to Harry's mouth and tilted the potion in. Harry scrunched up his face at the taste and swallowed the entire contents of the vial. "Molly, do you think you could bring some of your soup for Harry?" "Certainly, Severus," Molly said a spell and flicked her wand as a hot bowl of soup appeared on Harry's nightstand. "Sir, I can't really eat that right now," Harry whispered out. "You have no choice," Snape said in a no-nonsense tone of voice. Snape would be sure to follow the instructions to the letter. He lifted the spoon to Harry's mouth and watched as the boy begrudgingly swallowed. Within an hour, Harry was sleeping soundly and Severus sat next to him hoping that this would work. Snape soon fell asleep after having only a few hours sleep in several days. The morning sun struck Snape in the eyes and he immediately sat up and looked towards Harry. He was amazed at the sudden change in the boy. Harry was sitting up in bed, eating a bowl of cereal and looking back at him. "Harry, how are feeling?" Snape asked with hope, as he could already tell the boy was in much better condition. "Brilliant. Whatever you gave me seems to have worked," Harry said through a mouthful of cereal. His voice was still scratchy, but he sounded so much stronger. Snape placed his hand on Harry's face and felt that he was cool to the touch. I feel good enough to go for a ride on my hoverboard. Do not even think about it. You must stay in bed and sleep all day, Mr. Potter, Snape said as he tried to use a firm voice but was so pleased at seeing Harry so healthy that he barely managed from smiling. Harry looked up at the professor and smiled. Snape was overcome with emotions and looked away. The rest of the morning was spent chasing Harry's friends from visiting the young Gryffindor so he could get the required sleep the antidote called for. It seemed that every time Snape left the hospital room he would come back to see a group of young people surrounding Harry's bed and talking incessantly. Harry joining right along, enjoying the company. Snape came back up from a potions class and walked in on Harry, Weasley, Finnegan and Longbottom jumping from bed to bed trying to catch the tiny snitch. Snape was worried beyond belief at how this would affect the antidote. He watched as Harry dived across the beds and was extremely angry at Potter for not abiding by his rules. The first of the Gryffindors to notice Snape standing at the door was Weasley. He froze on the spot and tried to warn his friends by loudly clearing his throat. Harry looked up after taking a dive across 2 beds and catching the tiny snitch. He immediately froze too. It took Seamus and Neville a second longer to notice Snape, but as soon as they did they jumped off the beds and stared with fright clearly written on their faces. Potter in the bed now. Snape snapped as he glared at Harry. Harry let the snitch go and walked over to his bed feeling like he had really let Severus down. Snape turned his attention to the other Gryffindor. The rest of you will be doing detention with Mr. Filch this week, Snape said in a stern voice. Harry watched as his friends made their way to the door. Severus, that's not fair. I was the one who started the game and they were just helping, Harry said with an edge to his raspy voice. Snape walked up to Harry and stood over him as the boy stood next to his hospital bed. Mr. Potter, it would be advantageous for you to keep your mouth shut while I am doling out detention to my students, Snape said in a dangerously quiet voice. Harry wasn't going to let his friends down. I just don't think it's fair, sir. It was my fault and they shouldn't get in trouble for something I did, Harry tried to reason again. Harry looked at his friends now all standing together by the door. Ron was shaking his head trying to tell Harry to shut up and Neville looked as if he was ready to flee. Mr. Potter, you are testing my patience. Get into bed and stay there. The detention stands as it is. Now I do not want to hear another word on the subject, Snape hissed. Harry stood firmly next to the bed and folded his arms in front of him in anger. Mr. Potter, I will give you one more chance to get into bed before I toss you in, Snape snarled. Harry stood firm and said, Professor, these are my best friends and if it had been Ron's dad who caught us I know Mr. Weasley wouldn't give everyone detention. Harry looked down in embarrassment over having such a strict guardian. He didn't want his friends to hate Snape. Harry looked towards his friends again and saw that Neville was actually shaking and Ron had his hand covering his face as if he didn't want to watch. Severus was worried about Harry. He thought about what Harry had just said and came to the conclusion that Harry did have a disadvantage to having his guardian at school to watch over him while the other students did not have to worry over such matters. If this would make the boy stay in bed then it was worth conceding. Mr. Potter, I will rethink my decision. However, you must reside in bed the rest of the day. Yes, sir, Harry said as he watched his friends' look of astonishment. At least they won't hate Snape now. Fine. Snape turned towards the 3 Gryffindor. You may go, but the next time you visit Mr. Potter remember that he needs to get plenty of rest and remain in his bed, Snape said firmly. Thank you, sir, Ron and Seamus said with surprised expressions as they escorted Neville out the door. Harry looked up to the professor with gratitude. Sorry I disobeyed you, sir. Harry, I am trying not to be so strict with you, but there is certain behavior that I will not tolerate. One of them being your utter lack of concern for your own health. I will not stand for you putting your health in further jeopardy. If you disobey me again I will be forced to punish you. Snape wanted to make sure Harry understood completely. Yes, sir, Harry said as he rolled onto his side, looking away from the professor. What did Snape mean by punish? Snape reached a hand out to Harry's shoulder and the boy moved purposely away. Are you angry with me? Snape asked with surprise. What did I do? Didn't I just let his friends out of detention? No. And you don't have to stay and babysit me, you know. Harry's voice clearly had an edge to it. Harry, I have another class to teach at the present time and do not have the time nor the patience to try and figure out this teenage angst you are displaying. Now, why are you angry with me? Just leave me alone. I'll do what you say and stay in bed, Harry said as he began to feel his stomach hurt again. Snape was at a total loss as to what he should do with this angry teen. This wasn't familiar territory for him. Usually he didn't give a second thought to any of his students' feelings, and the students certainly would not speak to him with such disrespect. Harry, get some rest and we will discuss this when I return, Snape said as he thought he would pay a visit to Molly for parenting advice before returning to the infirmary after class. Severus reached for Harry's shoulder again and gave it a little pat. Just as Snape was approaching the infirmary doors, he heard Harry call his name. Snape walked back and stood at the foot of the bed. Yes, Mr. Potter. Snape watched as Harry grabbed his stomach and panted with pain. Snape knew that Harry had overexerted himself and would now have to pay the price. Harry didn't really know why he had called Severus back. He had been angry over Snape saying he would punish him for not staying in bed. But the more he thought about it, the more he knew that Snape wouldn't hurt him. Now he didn't know what to say but didn't want Snape to leave thinking he was still mad at him. Harry, is there something I could do for you? The professor was a little confused as to why the boy had called him back. I'm sorry, came a near whisper. Snape walked around to the bedside and pulled the chair closer to Harry and sat down. Harry reached over and grabbed the professor's hand without saying anything else. Severus understood completely and held on tighter to Harry's hand. Severus called Madame Pomfrey over. Poppy, could you please ask Professor Flitwick to take over my class? My son and I need to spend some time together, Snape stated proudly with a slight grin towards Harry. The infirmary was quiet and Madame Pomfrey still had not come back from her lunch. Snape had decided he would skip class to sit with Harry and make sure the boy got the rest he needed to ensure the antidote worked properly. Snape thought about the antidote once again and the note from Vespa. He couldn't believe that his aunt took him for such a spineless fool. Did she honestly think he would just let her run his life and not retaliate? Snape thought back to the so-called commands she had issued. The first one, telling him not to adopt Harry, was absolutely absurd. There wasn't anything or anyone who could stand in the way of the adoption. The second was beyond his realm of futility. Did Vespa honestly think that he would stand by and let Sir Stanton tell him what to do? Ha! That would be the day. There wasn't a wizard or witch alive who could make him do anything he didn't want to do. The real problem was that Harry had to have that antidote every 3 days to neutralize the poison in his system. Snape had never seen a poison like that in all his years as a potion master. He remembered talk within the family about Vespa's greatness at being a potion master in her younger days. He thought she had given it up but now knew she had been working on more sinister potions. He knew that whatever poison she had given Harry would be something of her own making. Duplicating the antidote would take time, but he hoped he could eventually do it. The biggest problem was how he was going to get the poison out of Harry's system so the boy wouldn't have to keep taking the antidote the rest of his life. Snape felt horrible for putting the boy in the middle of this family feud, however unintentional it was. Snape thought about Harry and how emotional he had been earlier. Was the boy just suffering from the side effects of the poison, or had he really been angry? This teen anxiety is not my area of expertise. Snape saw Harry startle awake and quickly took hold of his hand to let him know he was safe. Harry closed his eyes again and relaxed. Snape watched the boy and tried to remember what it was that had made Harry angry with him earlier. Snape thought maybe it had something to do with him saying that he was going to punish Harry if the boy got out of his bed again. No, that could not be it. Surely Harry knows I will have rules to abide by. Snape looked at Harry and saw he was awake now and staring off with a thoughtful expression. How does your stomach feel, Harry? Okay. Better than yesterday. Professor. Yes. I really am sorry about how I acted earlier. Harry, why did it upset you so much when I said I was going to punish you? Snape asked with the hope of opening the off-limits subject. Harry didn't say anything but just shook his head. You do know that you will get punished for not abiding by the rules I set forth, do you not? Harry looked towards the professor with a distressed expression and said, Yes, sir. But you also know that I will never hurt you physically or take meals away or make you sleep in a cupboard, right? Snape wanted to make sure Harry understood he would no longer be subjected to abuse. Harry closed his eyes and said, "Yeah, I know, Professor. It's just hard, you know, to forget." Snape thought that sounded reasonable after all the boy had been through. Maybe he should push the topic a little more and get Harry to open up about the Dursleys. "What did you imagine I was going to do to you when I said I would punish you? I don't really want to talk about it, okay?" Harry's scratchy voice said with sadness. "You shouldn't pretend like it never happened though. Perhaps you could enlighten me on how you came to get that cut on your back." Snape knew he was pushing the boy but needed to hear Harry say it. "I can't remember," Harry said and let go of the professor's hand. Snape's heart skipped a beat as he hoped that Harry was lying about not remembering. Snape knew that if Harry truly couldn't remember, then the boy had bigger emotional scars than anyone knew. "Harry, you do not need to conceal it from me. I saw everything. I saw every bruise and broken bone and that dreadful cut on your back," Snape persisted. Harry sunk further into the blankets and shook his head as if in denial. "I'm tired, Kay." Snape wasn't about to let the boy off the hook that easily. "You'll sleep much better if you stop pushing down all the memories and begin to talk with me. It isn't healthy to pretend like nothing ever happened, Harry." Harry scrunched his eyes as a sudden memory flashed in his head. "Boy, you're going to pay for all the bad things you do. Please, Uncle Vernon, please. I'm trying so hard to change." Snape watched as Harry broke out in a cold sweat and pulled the covers tighter around himself. "Harry, talk to me. Tell me," Snape implored as he reached for Harry's hand again and rubbed the back of it with his thumb. Harry made himself push the memory back down and away. No, he wouldn't talk about it. He didn't want to have to relive the terrible things that happened. He shook his head and said, "Severus, please, please don't make me say it. It didn't happen. Nothing happened anyways." "Oh, Merlin." Harry was suppressing the abuse. Snape was at a loss and didn't want to push the boy further than he could handle. Snape put his other hand on Harry's face and said, "I will not persist, but I will not let you deny what happened. It would not be beneficial to your well-being. I will be with you every step of the way, but it is a journey you must take." "I'm tired. I'm really tired," Harry said in a panicked voice and moved away from Snape's touch, pushing the professor's hand away from his face. He didn't want anyone touching him. Snape knew he had pushed the boy too far and felt bad for that. If the boy wasn't ready to talk, then maybe he shouldn't persist further. Snape placed a hand on Harry's face again and felt the boy tremor. Snape said, "Harry, it's okay. You're safe and we won't talk about this any further. Relax now and get some sleep." It was eerie how the boy seemed to just obey and stop shaking. He watched as Harry soon fell into a deep sleep. Oh, Merlin, this was going to be a hard task. The boy was too frightened to even think about what happened. Truth be told, Snape was frightened to hear it. Harry was in a deep sleep when Voldemort suddenly invaded his dreams. Harry watched in horror as Hermione and Ginny walked into Honeyduke's candy store and a dark cloaked figure followed them in. Suddenly the figure grabbed Ginny as Hermione's back was turned. Ginny kicked and tried to scream, but the dark figure covered her mouth and held her tight as he fled the store. Harry's scar burned with pain. Harry woke up with a start and looked around for help. He needed to get someone to help him find Ginny, and quick. Harry scrambled out of bed and was running towards the infirmary doors when they swung open and Ron and Neville walked in. "Ron, I think a Death Eater has Ginny. Quick, we have to get to Hogsmeade," Harry said in a panic. Ron looked totally confused and said, "Harry, calm down. I just left Ginny by the lake and she wasn't going into Hogsmeade. What happened to make you think she was taken?" I had this vision or something and it felt so real. I dunno, I think it was Voldemort." "Are you sure, Ron? Are you really sure Ginny is okay?" Harry pressed his fingers to the scar in hopes that would dull the pain a bit. "I'm sure, Harry. I just saw her and she was going to finish her homework with Hermione down by the lake. Ron, I have to see her for myself. It was so real, and maybe she changed her mind and went to Hogsmeade," Harry said with panic still in his voice. "Harry, you know Professor Snape wanted you to stay in bed. Why don't I go get Ginny and bring her back here?" "No. I need to see right now. It already could be too late," Harry said as he grabbed his bathrobe off the bed and stepped into his slippers. Harry led the way down the corridor and down to the main entrance. Several students stopped to stare at him and a few said hi, but Harry ignored everyone and kept his quick pace up to find Ginny. As he reached the entrance, Ginny and Hermione walked through the doors. "Harry, you're up. I thought you weren't supposed to get out of bed," Hermione asked with a hint of sternness to her voice. Harry was shocked but relieved to see his friends. It must have been another false vision, like the one with Sirius at the Ministry. It just felt so real. "I was just coming down to see you," Harry said and gave a quick look towards Ron. He hoped Ron would not mention the vision Harry just had. It was already embarrassing enough, and the last thing he needed was for Snape to find out. Just as he thought that, he felt a hand on his shoulder and a firm squeeze. "Mr. Potter, I am at a loss. What is it going to take to keep you in bed?" Snape said in a very controlled voice. Harry knew that voice to be the most dangerous one, and things weren't looking so good for him right now. Harry turned around towards Snape and tried to come up with an excuse without revealing the vision. If Snape found out he was having false visions from Voldemort again, Harry knew the professor would force him into occlumency lessons once again. That was the last thing Harry wanted. It was hard enough trying to forget all the things Vernon did to him without having Snape sift through his memories and bring them back up. I just needed to get something from the kitchens to eat." "Mr. Potter, do you think me a fool?" Snape asked as he looked at the rest of the students and then back at Harry. "What are they up to now?" Harry wasn't sure if he was supposed to answer that, so he just looked down at his feet. "I will bring you food, however you must get back to bed." Snape watched as the other Gryffindors said goodbye to Harry. Snape followed Harry back up to the infirmary and said a spell. A bowl of hot soup appeared on the nightstand. Harry could smell the chicken soup and it turned his stomach. Suddenly he wished he had come up with a different lie to tell the professor. Professor. Yes. I'm not really hungry anymore," Harry said as a wave of nausea hit him. "Well, that's too bad, isn't it? If you were so hungry you had to ignore all my orders and roam the corridors with your friends to get food, then you are hungry enough to eat this," Snape said angrily and held a spoonful of soup to Harry's mouth. Harry grabbed the spoon and the soup sloshed off onto his covers. He took another spoonful and began to begrudgingly eat. After the fourth spoonful his stomach rebelled and he vomited all over his covers. Snape looked disgusted as he waved his wand over the mess and it disappeared. "Have we had enough of this farce? Why don't you tell me why you were really roaming the hallways?" Harry shrugged his shoulders and looked out the window, embarrassed by the whole incident. He lay further down on the bed and looked up at the ceiling. "Mr. Potter, I have another class to attend to and I no longer trust that you are sensible enough to adhere to simple instructions. Therefore, I am going to put a spell on the covers to keep you from wandering." Snape said a few words and flicked his wand towards Harry. Harry tried to push the covers off but they remained firmly in place. "Severus, you can't do this." Harry tried to scream out but it came out in more of a strangled whisper. He fought against the covers but they became tighter. Severus had no idea the panic the boy was feeling. Snape turned on his heel and strode out the door with robes billowing behind. "Severus, come back," came Harry's panicked voice as the doors to the infirmary closed firmly. Being forcefully held against the bed triggered something in Harry's mind. It was like the floodgates had been opened and all the memories of Vernon came at him in full force. Harry fought against the covers as his mind raced back to Privet Drive and the punishments Vernon inflicted on him. A flash of memory. Being tied to the bed. The heavy belt. The short silver knife. Harry lost all conscious thought of where he was and held still without crying out as he had been taught by Uncle Vernon. An hour later Madame Pomfrey came into the infirmary and checked on Harry. She saw him lying still and his eyes wide open. "Mr. Potter, how are you feeling?" The nurse checked Harry's temperature and still the boy didn't answer. "Mr. Potter, are you all right?" No answer came forth. "Mr. Potter, I am not playing with you. Now answer my question." "Nothing." Madame Pomfrey ran out into the hall and grabbed the first student she saw. "Go down to the dungeons and tell Professor Snape that he is needed immediately." Within a few minutes Snape ran through the infirmary doors. He shot a look towards Harry and saw that he was not moving. What happened? Why isn't he moving? Madame Pomfrey told him how she had found Harry unresponsive. Snape grabbed Harry's face and looked at his eyes. Harry. Harry, answer me. The boy stared without seeing. He was in a catatonic state. What happened? Who did this? Snape asked fiercely. I don't know, Severus. This is how I found him. Madame Pomfrey ran to the floor and called Dumbledore. Severus checked to see if the magical spell he had placed on Harry's blankets had been broken. He waved his wand over the bed and found that the spell was still intact. Dumbledore came into the room and went directly over to Harry. Harry was not moving and he looked into the boy's unseeing eyes. He held Harry's face in his hands and closed his own eyes while reciting a spell. He was reading Harry's mind and trying to find out what had put Harry into this state. Dumbledore was appalled at what he saw and his hands shook a little as he released Harry's face. He had his answer to Harry's catatonic state. Severus, I think you should use your legilimens on Mr. Potter. He seems to have fallen into a state of shock that would best be explained by you looking into his current thoughts, Dumbledore said with an angry edge to his voice. He was actually quite upset that Snape had forced the boy to stay in bed by magical means and wanted Severus to see the damage it had caused the boy. Snape looked to the headmaster with confusion but pulled out his wand and stood next to Harry. He pointed his wand at Harry's head and said, Legilimens. Snape was plunged into the pits of hell. He saw Harry being tied to a bed and Vernon Dursley coming towards him with a knife. He could feel Harry's fear and see the boy shake uncontrollably in his mind. He could feel Harry struggle with holding back his cries of pain. Suddenly the memory was pushed down into blackness and Harry's owl came into view. The owl sat silently and stared at the boy with fear. A flash of Dursley came racing back and a belt being swung. Back to blackness again. The owl staring back. The shiny knife and an angry Dursley flashed through the boy's thoughts again but were quickly pushed down and the owl reappeared. He had the overwhelming feeling that Harry was trying to keep the owl safe and was pushing the abuse he suffered out of his memories to do it. Snape began to make sense of the thoughts and memories Harry was going through. Harry was protecting his owl by not admitting to being abused by Dursley. Dursley must be holding Harry's owl to keep the boy quiet. The despicable man was blackmailing Harry with his beloved owl as hostage. Snape tried to get Harry's attention while in his memories but the boy was so far gone that he didn't seem to comprehend. Finally Snape pushed himself out of Harry's memories and found himself on his knees next to Harry's bed. Snape quickly stood up and faced Dumbledore. I did this to him. I didn't know Dursley used to tie Harry to a bed and torture him. I didn't know Albus. I never would have kept Harry in his bed by force if I had known. Snape's voice broke and he felt miserable for causing Harry to withdraw completely and relive the hell he had been through. Dumbledore stood watching the man before him berate himself and take the blame for Harry's current state. Professor, I know you didn't do this on purpose but we are dealing with a severely abused boy. You cannot apply the same standards to him as you once were able to. Furthermore, it is not prudent to use physical means to make him abide by your rules, Dumbledore said as he watched the professor compose himself once again. I know what I have to do, Albus. I know how to make Harry come back to us. I need to go back to Privet Doctor and get his owl back. Snape said with determination. Severus, you have been banned from going back to Privet Drive. If the Ministry finds out they will put you in jail. Dumbledore said as he too tried to come up with a plan to get Harry's owl back. Albus, I don't care where they send me as long as Harry comes out of this state of shock. I'm going back to Privet Drive. Snape said and stormed over to the fireplace. He threw flow powder into the fire. Number 4 Privet Drive. Snape said and stepped into the flow. Vernon had been home every day since he had been fired from his job. He had actually started missing his lessons with the boy. They had helped him to release his pent-up frustrations at the world and how unfair it was. Vernon thought it quite unjust that he had been so kind to an orphan boy and taken him in, only to have been accused of abusing him. Hell, he had only been trying to teach him a few lessons. Vernon also thought it unfair that his own wife was starting to nag him about getting a job. Hadn't he worked harder than anyone and paid all the bills for years? Vernon felt he deserved a bit of a break. Vernon decided to go up to his room and take a well-deserved nap. Vernon entered his bedroom and froze. Sitting on his bed was an angry dark-haired man with a long black cloak and a wand in his hand. You get out now. I'll call the police or Sir Stanton or whoever it is that puts your type in jail. Vernon sputtered out with fright. Snape flicked his wand towards the large man and Vernon floated sideways over to the bed. He rose higher and higher until his stomach was touching the ceiling above the bed. Vernon tried to scream but nothing came out. He tried to move his arms but he couldn't as they felt frozen to his sides. Snape flicked his wand again and Vernon crashed down to the bed with a terrible thud. Vernon watched in horror as the man in black ripped his shirt open, exposing his big stomach and sagging chest. Vernon was so frightened now that he actually urinated in his pants. He watched as the man slowly flicked his wand and a whip appeared hovering over Vernon's body. The black-cloaked man raised a hand and let it fall down to his side. At that precise moment the whip began to beat upon Vernon's chest and stomach painfully. Vernon screamed silently and tried to plead with the man to make it stop. After several long minutes the whip stopped but the man pulled out a small silver knife. Vernon shook his head violently from side to side trying to make the man understand something. The man approached him and placed the knife next to his rib cage. Suddenly the man pulled out his wand and placed it to the side of Vernon's head and said, "Legilimens," in a dark eerie voice. Vernon didn't understand what that meant but he felt a tickle in his brain and screamed silently for it to stop. Snape probed Vernon's thoughts until he came to Hedwig and where he would find her now. Snape had intended to just scare Vernon with the knife but after probing his thoughts and memories Snape changed his mind. He had witnessed Vernon abusing Harry and now Vernon would pay dearly for hurting the boy. Snape was furious and felt as if he might need to kill Vernon. The black-cloaked man made his way to the bedroom door and slowly closed it and locked it and returned back to Vernon. 10 minutes later Snape emerged from the room with a look of utter disgust. He walked into the hallway and slid open the passage to the attic. He reached up and pulled the ladder down. It only took a minute to locate the sickly white owl. With the greatest care possible Snape held the owl close to his body and spoke softly to calm the frightened pet. He spoke of Harry and Harry's great need for the pet especially at the present time. The owl seemed to calm at the sound of her master's name. Snape flicked his wand and said a spell at the closed door that Vernon now resided behind. He went down to the first floor and threw a handful of flow powder into the fire. Snape emerged in Dumbledore's office and made his way down to the infirmary. He was feeling quite satisfied with the punishment he had inflicted on Dursley. It had felt good to exact his revenge on the man, even if he hadn't quite killed him. When Snape walked through the infirmary doors he had no idea the emotional flood that would hit him at the sight of his future son. He had seen the torture the boy had endured, he had felt the fear and humiliation the boy had went through and wondered how Harry could even be sound after that abuse. Snape's heart just broke at the sight of the catatonic boy and wanted to fix things for him and make them right. Dumbledore placed a hand on Severus' shoulder and gave a slight squeeze then left them to some privacy. Snape was alone with Harry and his heart felt heavy at seeing the boy look so lost. He sat down on the side of the bed and began to talk about Hedwig. "Harry, I have someone here who needs you," Snape said as he placed the tired sick bird on Harry's stomach and placed one of the boy's hands on top of it. "Harry, your friend needs you more than ever. She needs to know that you are coming back to us." Snape saw a small movement as Harry's finger moved by Hedwig. "Yes, son. Hedwig is back and you need not hide any longer. Your owl needs you now more than ever. Harry, I need you now. I cannot imagine life without you in it, son. I haven't even had the pleasure of taking you to Quidditch games or watching you ride that wizard board again. It's time to come back." Severus dropped his head in his hands and felt a deep sense of loss over seeing Harry like that. Just then he saw another flicker from Harry's hand. Snape had placed Hedwig on Harry's chest and put Harry's hand atop of the owl. Harry had not improved since Snape had last seen him and was still in a deep sleep that they were not able to wake him from. He now knew exactly what nightmares Harry was reliving and couldn't be awakened from. The thought of Harry going through the torture Snape had witnessed through Vernon's memory made Snape wish he had killed Dursley. He hoped Harry would somehow feel the owl's presence and know that the owl was safe now. Severus knew the bird was special to Harry but never really had any idea the length the boy would go through to protect her. He had thought when Harry returned to the Dursleys this summer Harry had taken care of the bird and everything was fine. He had no idea that the boy was denying the torture he suffered at the hands of his uncle because of the owl. He had no idea Dursley would stoop so low as to keep Hedwig hostage to shut the boy up. Hedwig had a magical connection to her master and seemed to let her master know she was safe and with him now. Harry gave himself permission to let go of the secrets he had been forced to keep and begin to break through the awful memories he was reliving. Harry slowly woke up from his nightmares and after a few hours he opened his eyes. Snape was sitting next to Harry with his hand on the boy's shoulder and had been watching as Hedwig suddenly stood straight up and stretched her long white wings with a few flaps. The bird was really quite extraordinary and seemed to look into your very soul at times. Snape finally looked back at Harry's face and saw the boy looking up at the ceiling once again. "You're back with us," Snape stated, expelling a deep breath, clearly relieved. Harry blinked a few times and held tighter to Hedwig. He didn't say anything but continued looking up and stroking the owl gently. Snape reached for Harry's hair to push it off his forehead, but Harry jerked away from his touch, frightening the owl in the process. Hedwig still hadn't made a sound, but she fluttered off Harry's chest and up to the headboard of the infirmary bed. Harry seemed startled at the bird's sudden movements and had a fleeting panicked expression on his face, but his expression quickly turned angry once he looked towards the professor. "Harry, are you okay?" Snape asked in a quiet voice. Harry gave him a look of loathing and turned his head towards the window without answering. Deep inside Harry longed for that safe feeling that he had when the professor was around, but he didn't think he could trust Snape anymore. Being bound to the bed had been the worst torture Snape could have inflicted on him. All those bad memories were no longer suppressed but were now fresh in Harry's mind. He could almost feel the welts on his chest and stomach again and actually stuck his hand in his pajama shirt. There weren't any wounds left, but Harry remembered every single one as if it were yesterday. He blamed Snape for opening up the floodgates and making it impossible to push the memories away any longer. Harry had been relieved beyond measure at having Hedwig back, and that was some solace at least. Hedwig flapped her snowy white wings again and pecked at Harry's ear. Harry reached over to his nightstand and fished out a piece of chicken from the soup he hadn't eaten earlier. The bird ate with gusto and Harry knew she probably hadn't been fed properly. "Harry, I am truly sorry for putting that spell on the covers to keep you in bed. I had no idea you would react so severely. If I could take it back I would. Please do not look at me like that. I had no idea your uncle bound you to the bed," Snape supplicated in a quiet voice. Harry suddenly sat upright and faced the professor. "How the bloody hell do you know about that?" Harry was humiliated that anyone else would know what had happened to him in the bedroom. "I went to see your Uncle Vernon," Snape said in a quieter voice. Harry quickly squeezed his eyes closed and shook his head as if he was trying to rid himself of the bad memories. He was mortified beyond belief that Snape now knew all his secrets and had probably looked through Vernon's memories as well. Harry was so ashamed that Snape had seen everything. "Harry, listen. I took care of him. He can not hurt you ever again." Harry welled up with rage at those words and shouted, "Oh yeah. I've heard those words before. I don't trust you, Severus. How can you even say that you took care of Uncle Vernon? Believe me, he always has the last say, and I have no doubt I'll be back at the Dursleys again. So just get the bloody hell out of here and leave me the alone." Snape was shocked at the way Harry had just spoken to him. It took him a moment to compose himself. Did Harry actually think Dursley would get hold of him again and Snape would let him? The more Snape thought about it, the more he could see how Harry might think that. Judging from the past, Snape had been helpless at keeping Harry away from Vernon. Snape's look of shock disappeared as he knew he had to be the parent in this situation and took on a look of sternness. "Mr. Potter, I am not only a professor at this school but also your guardian. I will not be spoken to in that manner. I will let it pass this one time, but that is only due to the recent situation. If this had been any other time you would be in grave trouble." "Oh yeah. What are you going to do to me, huh? Now that you saw how I was treated at the Dursleys, you can pick from a whole bunch of ways to torture me. Why not beat me with a belt buckle or burn me with a cigarette, or better yet, why not stab me with a knife? Any one of those will get me to do what you want." Harry's voice was giving out again and the last came out in an emotional raspy voice. Snape reached for his hand again and Harry moved it quickly. Harry, I do care what happens to you. Just stop, Severus. Just stop pretending to care. I don't think I want you taking care of me anymore. It just hurts too much. Harry was so furious he was panting and trying to catch his breath. At least when you used to treat me like dirt, I knew where I stood with you. What in Merlin's name are you going on about? Snape could not believe that Harry actually thought he didn't care. How could you even question my concern for you? I'm not so sure Mrs. Weasley would have bound her kids to the bed, and I can't imagine Mrs. Granger forcing Hermione to do something the way you just did to me. Why did you do that, Severus? Why did you force me like that? You don't even know how it felt to have all the bad memories come back at me like that. It felt worse than dying, and you did it to me. I just hate you and want you to get away from me. I had absolutely no idea you would react that way. Snape was hurt by Harry's accusations. This was getting too painful. He was not prepared for the emotions he would be feeling for Harry. He had never felt the need to protect anyone like he did for Harry. Do you wish me to leave? Snape hoped Harry said no, but knew what the boy would say before he said it. Yeah, Harry said with force as he wiped at a tear that had escaped. At this point, Snape thought maybe the boy needed more time to digest the situation. Snape hoped Harry would calm down and realize just how much he really did care for him. He actually felt heaviness on his heart at leaving the boy so angry at him. As much as he did not want to leave Harry on his own, he decided to go back down to the dungeon and work on duplicating the antidote. He slowly stood up and stopped at the foot of the bed. Harry, I hope you come to the conclusion that I had no intention of doing such psychological harm to you. I never would have forced you to the bed if I had known. Nor would I ever hurt you, ever. We have so much to talk about and I want to be there for you, but you have to forgive me, once again. I don't want to keep upsetting you, so I won't come to you unless you ask me to. But know this, I am still your guardian and will still be watching out for you. I just wish you would let me be a father too. With that said, Severus walked out the door and headed down to the dungeons. Harry was so confused and upset at everything. He turned onto his stomach and punched his pillow, then collapsed on it and cried. The memories were so fresh and now he had no one to be there with him. He was so angry at Snape for ruining everything and angry at himself for being so scared. A little later, after he had calmed down and ordered food for Hedwig, his friends came in to say goodnight and stayed until Madame Pomfrey kicked them out. They had asked about Snape and Harry gave a non-committal reply about his whereabouts. Truthfully, Harry thought the potion teacher had probably just got tired of him and decided this father thing wasn't worth the time. The next morning, Hedwig came flying up to Harry's bed and gave him a nip on the ear to wake him. Harry sat straight up and looked closely at Hedwig. She seemed much stronger and healthier already. Harry figured it was because of Hagrid's magical care for her. Harry had sent Hedwig down to Hagrid last night to be checked over and healed. Now the bird looked great and Harry felt pretty good himself. Madame Pomfrey walked in and assessed the Gryffindor carefully. She had received a long list from Severus this morning on symptoms to watch for. Finally, after a good hour, she simply said, "Well, Mr. Potter, I think you may attend classes today." Harry was excited beyond belief. He couldn't wait to get out of here and see all his friends again. He quickly threw his legs over the side of the bed and was just about to stand when Madame Pomfrey put a hand to his chest. "Just a minute, young man. There are whole lists of rules you must abide by or end up back here again. First, Professor Snape says you must eat at least 3 full meals a day. Second, you must get your full 8 hours of sleep, and lastly, if any sort of odd pain occurs, you must promise to tell the professor or myself. Is that understood?" Madame Pomfrey said, and was mildly curious as to why the professor had given her the list instead of telling Potter himself. "Yes, Madame Pomfrey," Harry said as he leapt out of the bed. He headed to the bathroom to shower and change into the school uniform Snape must have brought in for him last night while he was sleeping. Harry held the uniform in his hands and knew this was another brand new set that Snape must have just had made. He picked up his cloak and saw the fur lining and silver Gryffindor clasp on it. He still wasn't used to someone actually buying him new clothes and caring that he should actually look nice. The Dursleys had never given a care to how he looked and had even told him how ashamed of him they were. Harry looked at the handmade shirt and saw his initials sewn inside. He felt so hollow and alone, almost as if he were missing something very important to him. Harry walked into the great hall for breakfast feeling as if every eye in the place was on him. As he scanned the room he found that he was right, almost everyone was staring at him. He spotted Hermione and Ron at the long table and made his way towards them. Suddenly Lavender Brown got up and came at him with her arms outstretched. "Oh Harry, it's so good to see you back. We were so worried." Before Harry knew what was happening, he was surrounded by girls giving him hugs and kisses and welcoming him back. He really had no idea the drama his disappearance had caused the school. Up at the teacher's table, Professor Snape had been waiting for Harry's arrival and was surprised by the welcome he received. It almost looked as if Harry was having trouble getting himself away from the group of girls that seemed to be getting even larger. Snape caught Ron's attention and nodded towards Harry. Ron stood up and looked at what the professor was indicating and knew right away his friend needed help. He nodded at the professor as he walked by the head table and made his way to Harry. Harry tried to untangle himself from the now large group but was having trouble when Ron suddenly appeared at his side and grasped his arm. "All right everyone, let the man through. The poor bloke hasn't even had a chance to eat yet," Ron yelled as he pulled him through the crowd and pushed Harry towards the open seat next to Hermione. Harry stumbled into the bench and quickly sat down with gratitude towards Ron. "Blimey Harry, I think you need bodyguards to walk the halls now. If I had known disappearing would cause that kind of thing I would have done it ages ago," Ron laughed as he sat back down to finish his breakfast. "Ronald, what happened to Harry was serious. Don't kid about it, he almost died," Hermione admonished. Ron just gave Hermione a smirk and continued eating his ham and eggs. Harry spoke up. "Hermione, don't make it seem so dramatic. I'm still here, aren't I?" Ron looked to Harry with a grin and passed him the toast. Harry had just taken a bite of toast when he was grabbed from behind by Luna. Luna sat the rest of the breakfast with them and told the trio about all the Harry Potter sightings her father had heard about. Her father ran a newspaper and had been flooded with owls when Harry's disappearance had been reported. There were sightings of him from Hogsmeade to America. She made Harry laugh when she told of the sighting of him on a secret pirate ship in the Red Sea. He had no idea he had been such big news. When breakfast was over, they made their way to Transfiguration with Neville and Dean. If Ron and Hermione had not been standing on either side of Harry, he probably wouldn't have made it to class on time. Every few steps he was stopped and welcomed back or asked for an autograph. Finally, Hermione was in such a panic at being late she made Harry's friends form a circle around him and wouldn't let anyone stop them to talk as they made their way to the classroom. Harry was happy to be amongst his friends again and even began to push away some of the dark memories he constantly felt creeping in on him. He had a hard time concentrating during Transfiguration and failed several attempts at turning a rock into a snapping frog. His rock wouldn't budge and he finally gave up hope of it changing, earning himself extra homework. School work didn't get any better for Harry in herbology. He had a hard time pushing the memories away and actually flinched when Ron threw an arm over his shoulder. Harry laughed it off but was actually humiliated by the way he had reacted to a friend's hug. Ron had looked at him with an understanding look that made everything even worse for Harry. The last class of the day was potions and Harry thought about not going but knew Snape would come looking for him. In the end he decided to go sit in the very back of the class with Dean and Neville. When Snape entered he was in a foul mood and within minutes took points from Gryffindor for some small thing Neville did. Harry kept his head down and was sure not to make eye contact with the professor. He went to get the needed ingredients from the front of the class for the potion they were working on and had another run-in with Crabbe. As he was walking back to his seat, Crabbe stuck his foot out and tripped him. Harry stumbled forward but didn't fall. However, his tuberworms flew out of his jar and landed on the floor. He gave Crabbe an angry look but wasn't in the mood to get into a fight. He noticed Malfoy hadn't joined in on the sniggering that followed and was actually looking down. It was an odd reaction from the Slytherin and Harry thought it might have something to do with Malfoy still believing he had hit Harry with the Cruciatus curse. Harry hadn't said anything to anyone about it and had actually forgotten it happened. Some of the other students, mainly girls, helped Harry collect the squirming worms and place them back in his jar. Harry thanked them and went back to his chair feeling like the day couldn't get any worse. Harry and Neville's potion had not turned out as it was supposed to. The potion was supposed to turn yellow, but theirs was blue and had black smoke billowing out into the air. Within seconds it boiled over and the blue goo ran down the sides of the cauldron onto the table and floor. Harry didn't know how to stop it. He was panicking as the thick black smoke began to fill the classroom so much that he couldn't even see Neville sitting next to him anymore. Snape marched to the back of the class with a furious look on his face and snarled out, "Who did this? What brainless idiot put fernweed in this potion instead of fenweed?" Snape raised his wand and the black smoke and blue goo disappeared. Snape saw Harry standing in front of him and instantly knew this had been Harry's mistake by the look of terror on the boy's face. Snape froze as Harry quickly looked down. The whole class was silent and watching to see how Harry's guardian would react to him. By now the whole school knew that Snape was adopting Harry and most wondered if Harry would get special treatment now. "Well, Mr. Potter, it seems that your mind must be elsewhere. This is a mistake I would expect from a first year or even Longbottom here, but I most definitely did not expect this from you." Snape watched as Harry's look of fear turned to one of defiance and was glad the boy still had enough courage to get angry back at him. He hated to goad the boy into anger but wanted to see how damaged he really was. Several of the teachers had reported to Severus how Harry was disconnected and despondent in class today. "I didn't do it on purpose," Harry said with irritation. "You will address me as professor or sir," Snape said sternly. Harry took a deep breath and looked the professor in the eye. "I didn't do it on purpose, sir." "Well, Mr. Potter, I believe you are in need of attending remedial potions class tomorrow during your free period. Perhaps that will help get your brain working once again. But Severus the First have Quidditch tomorrow during free time and lunch." Harry blurted out without thinking. Several students gasped at the use of the potion master's first name. "I gave Madame Pomfrey firm orders that if you were released from the infirmary that you were to eat 3 full meals a day. Already you are disobeying my orders and skipping lunch." Snape knew Harry would be taking the next dose of the antidote tomorrow evening and wanted to make sure the boy didn't make himself sick by not eating. "Dunno. I guess I hadn't thought about it. I was just so excited to ride my broom that I thought." Snape suddenly cut him off. "Ride your broom? Who says you are well enough to fly? I do not remember giving you permission to fly yet, Mr. Potter." "But you have to. I mean, please, Professor. It's really important to me," Harry pleaded, totally oblivious the entire class was witnessing the exchange between the two. "Mr. Potter, you are not fully recovered as of yet and I will not put your health at risk." Harry looked down and mumbled out, "You just want to keep making my life more miserable. Stop mumbling and look up when you speak to me. Furthermore, you had better think about what you just said before repeating it," Snape said rather harshly and took a threatening step closer to Harry. Harry backed up but did look the professor in the eye. "You just don't understand. What if I just play for half the practice and I promise I won't overdo it and I won't fly too fast or—" Snape cut him off again. "Potter, stop begging. It is not fitting and it will not change my mind." "I'm not begging. I'm just— Why do you have to be so strict with me? It's just flying, sir. It's not like I'm going out to fight Voldemort or something." Both Severus and Harry heard loud gasps from the class at the use of the Dark Lord's name. Harry looked around for the first time and noticed that everyone was watching. His face flushed with embarrassment and he quickly looked down again. Severus looked around and was also surprised the entire exchange had been witnessed by the whole class. He stood up straighter and turned towards the students with a scowl on his face. The students quickly went back to their work. Snape turned back towards Harry once again and said in a much quieter voice, "My decision stands. I will not put your health at risk for a ridiculous game." Harry was angry that Snape was being so stubborn and said without thinking, "I wouldn't be sick if it wasn't for you." Harry grabbed his book bag and raced to the door, leaving behind a shocked and wounded Snape. Snape quickly recovered from Harry's words and called out, "Mr. Potter, stop." Harry froze as he once again was reminded of Vernon's strict punishment for walking away without permission. He slowly turned back to the professor as Snape strode towards him. Harry unknowingly took a few steps back as the professor approached and clearly had fear in his eyes. The fear in Harry's eyes made Severus stop short and calm down a bit. The last thing he wanted was to scare him. Harry's last words had actually had an impact on Snape. He had been feeling very guilty over the harm his own aunt had put Harry in and did want to make up for it in some way. It seems we have come to an impasse, Mr. Potter. First off, I will not tolerate your impertinent conduct in class. Is that understood? Quote. Harry balled up his fists in anger but answered, "Yes, sir." Now apologize to the class for the interruption you have caused. Harry was beyond humiliation but looked up and quietly said, "Sorry." The Slytherins snickered but everyone else looked sympathetic. Snape stepped closer to Harry and put a hand on his shoulder, trying to come to a decision. "Do you truly feel well enough to ride your broom?" Harry immediately said, "Yes, sir." "Would you have any objections to my coming to your practice tomorrow and keeping an eye on you?" No, sir. I guess that would be okay." Harry was shocked Snape was letting him practice, and even more shocked Snape would cancel a class to keep an eye on him. All of a sudden Harry felt so much better, as if a load had been lifted from his shoulders. Snape could see the relief clearly written on Harry's face and knew he had done the right thing by giving in on this. He just wished he hadn't been forced to do it in front of the whole class. Now he would have to be extra strict with his students or lose his hard-earned reputation. He quickly turned on his heel facing the class and barked out, "Class, back to work, and Mr. Potter, take your seat or lose 50 points. Harry went back to his seat and tried not to laugh at the looks of awe clearly written on the Slytherins' faces. When class ended, Harry took his time packing his bag so he would be the last one out. After the last student walked out the door, Harry walked up to the professor's desk and waited for the professor to notice him. Severus looked up from his paperwork and looked into Harry's eyes. "Well, we put on quite a show, don't you think?" "Yeah, I guess I was little distraught," Harry said while pushing his book bag further up on his shoulder. Severus walked around the desk and stood in front of Harry. "May I ask how you are dealing with everything?" "I'm okay. You know," Harry trailed off, not knowing what to say. That is not what I heard from several of your teachers. They say you are having difficulty concentrating, and after watching you in my class one feel I must agree," Snape said with his hands clasped in front of him. It's just really hard to concentrate. I can't stop thinking about stuff and it just keeps getting in the way. I hate the way I act all jumpy and hate the way everyone is always staring at me. I don't know, Severus, I just wish I could get away from here sometimes. I just need to get my head together and stop thinking about Uncle Vernon all the time," Harry said, not knowing he was so desperate to talk about it. Severus was so relieved Harry was talking with him once again, and even more relieved he was opening up about Dursley. He wanted to help the boy any way he could to get past the atrocities that he had suffered. "Well, you do have your own bedroom in my rooms here at Hogwarts. Maybe you could take the antidote down there and stay for the weekend too. It would give you a little break from your fans." "Are you sure you want me around the whole weekend, sir?" "Harry, when will you learn to accept this relationship between us? You keep denying that you are actually worthy of my time and concern," Snape said, and watched as Harry let his shoulders relax. Harry looked up at Severus and asked, "Professor, does it bother you that everyone knows that you're going to be my dad, I mean guardian?" Severus placed both hands on Harry's shoulders and pulled him closer. "Harry, nothing would give me more pleasure than becoming your dad. And once it is official, I will be proud to call you my son." Harry closed the gap between them and leaned his forehead against the professor's chest. Severus placed a hand on the back of Harry's head. "Son, it's good to have you back." Harry felt exactly the same way. The next morning during breakfast, the owls came with the morning mail. A large lavender owl landed before Snape, and Harry watched as the professor held the life-saving vial in his hand with care. Snape looked up and saw Harry watching him as he carefully put it in his inside pocket. Their eyes connected and Snape gave Harry a small sad smile. Harry smiled back but really wanted to cry at the thought of having to take that horrible antidote the rest of his life. His face must have conveyed some of what he was thinking, because Snape wrote something on a paper and gave it to a house elf to bring to Harry. A second later, the house elf handed Harry the note and disappeared. Harry opened the note and read it. "Just a few more doses until I find the cure. Be careful at practice today. Severus." Harry folded the note back up and stuck it in his pocket. He looked back towards the professor and this time gave him a genuine smile and a nod. Suddenly he felt so much better. He left the great hall with a smile knowing that he would be back on his broom today and playing Quidditch and that someone actually cared enough to come watch and make sure he didn't get hurt. Harry had put the note Snape wrote to him in his pocket and went to class. The note had only been a few lines, but to Harry it meant much more. Just knowing that someone cared made a big difference in how he was handling the flood of memories that threatened to close in on him every minute. At this point he was living minute to minute, second to second, trying not to let the mountain of emotions fall down on him. The abuse he had suffered at the hands of his uncle affected him so deeply that he didn't know how to begin to deal with it other than to push it away from his thoughts. He thought he might be feeling differently if it all hadn't happened so suddenly over the summer and following his tremendous guilt over getting Sirius killed. Had Uncle Vernon really been trying to help him change, or was he just a sick, demented person who enjoyed watching him suffer? Harry still didn't know the answer. As Harry was walking by himself to class, he noticed a group of girls following behind him and could hear his name every now and then. It felt so weird to him that so many girls were actually interested in him now. The welcome ball was only a week and a half away and Harry had no idea whom he was inviting yet. There really wasn't anyone he was interested in besides Ginny, and she always seemed to be in the company of one guy or another, so he thought his chances with her were slim to none. Besides, he didn't know how Ron would take it anyways, and the last thing he needed was a fight with Ron. At this point he thought he might not go at all. Later that day at Quidditch practice, Harry noticed many more people in the stands than usual, especially for a midday practice session. He looked around and spotted the professor sitting by himself, grading papers, and ran over to him. "Hi, Professor. Thanks for coming." Harry truly meant that. He had never had anyone interested enough to come and watch him practice. Snape looked up and assessed Harry's health. His coloring was good and he looked to be well rested. "Mr. Potter, you will refrain from doing anything unwise while you are flying. I made this nutritional supplement for you since you will be taking the antidote tonight. I really do not want you skipping meals today," Snape said as he handed Harry a bottle of green liquid. "Thanks, Professor," Harry said and took a small drink to see how it tasted. "Wow, this stuff's actually really good. If you ever get tired of being a potions teacher, you could start a new business selling this," Harry said and finished off the bottle in a few more gulps. "Thank you, Mr. Potter. I will try to keep that in mind after teaching the first years." Harry laughed and handed the empty bottle back to the professor. He gave a quick wave and kicked off, flying up in the air. Severus watched and was impressed with the ease and grace the boy showed on the broom. He had always known Harry was quite a good flyer but had never appreciated his grace before today. Harry made a couple of loops and dives and the students sitting in the stands broke out into applause. Severus could hear the young ladies in the stands talking about Harry and who he was planning on taking to the welcome ball next week. He actually thought he heard the words, "love potion," a few times and thought he should warn Harry in case anyone tried to slip him something to make him fall in love. Severus turned towards the group of girls sitting behind him and gave them a scowl. The girls immediately became frightened and moved further down to the next set of bleachers. Severus went back to watching Harry and thought maybe the boy was showing off for his benefit. He really should put a stop to Harry standing on the broom, but he didn't want to ruin Harry's chance to show off a bit. Just in case Harry fell, Snape pulled his wand out and held it in the ready. Luckily he never needed to use it and Harry finished practice with a spectacular spiral spin, landing directly in the pitch in front of Snape. The wind the spiral created blew Snape's papers across the bench. Severus looked back towards Harry and saw how the boy was just waiting to hear a little praise from him at his Quidditch skills. Snape presumed the Dursleys never attended anything Harry had excelled at and the boy probably never had the approval he so desperately sought from them. "Harry, come here," Snape said and stood up, motioning to the space in front of the bench. Harry looked a little worried and said with trepidation clearly in his voice, "Yes, sir. Sorry about the papers, I guess I overdid it." Harry stood before the professor nervously tapping his broom with his fingers. Snape slowly reached a hand out to Harry's face and the boy flinched ever so slightly. "I just want you to know how proud of you I am. Your performance was amazing," Snape said and rubbed the spot of mud off Harry's cheek with his thumb before pulling his hand back. Harry was utterly speechless. He thought Snape had called him over to reprimand him, and instead he was actually proud of him. It touched Harry deeply, and he felt a lump in his throat and quickly looked at his broom to hide his emotions. "I'll see you tonight after supper. Do not worry about packing clothes. I ordered extra clothing for you to keep in my rooms here at school." Snape watched as Harry looked up at him with disbelief. "What is it? Is everything all right?" Snape asked. Harry shook his head and said, "It's nothing, sir." What is it?" Harry shuffled nervously and said, "It's just, I never really had anyone, care that much." Harry felt his face begin to flush. If the stands had not been full and if every eye in the place wasn't blatantly staring at them, Snape would have put his arms around the boy but decided to just pat his shoulder instead. "Well, get accustomed to it." With that said, he gathered his papers and left the stands to several whispers and much gossiping. Harry quickly looked around and saw how everyone was staring at him and was thankful they couldn't actually hear the words that were said between him and the professor. He was looking forward to a nice relaxing weekend away from prying and gawking classmates. He swung his broom onto his shoulder and caught up with the rest of his teammates, feeling like he was a little less different than everyone else for the first time. He was no longer alone and was in fact going to have a real family, a father who was actually proud of him. That evening after supper, Harry made his way down to Snape's quarters for his weekend stay. He would have been excited to be getting away from everyone, but the thought of taking that antidote put a damper on his spirits. When he reached the portrait with the snake on it, he said the secret password and went inside. The fireplace was roaring and there was a pitcher of butterbeer and 2 glasses on the coffee table. Harry immediately felt comfortable in the warm, inviting room and dropped his book bag on the console table. Harry spotted the professor across the room standing at his desk, reading a rolled-up parchment. He had an angry scowl on his face and looked a little tense. "Hi, Professor," Harry said, a little alarmed at the look on the professor's face. "Good evening, Harry. Did you eat all of your supper?" the professor asked curtly. "Yes, sir. According to Vespa, that should help stave off the stomach pains." "Professor, how do you know that she's not just giving me more poison?" Harry asked. The question had been on his mind the last couple of days. He plopped down on the sofa and leaned on the green silk pillows. "Do you honestly think I would hand you something without testing it first?" Snape answered a little harshly. He was actually quite offended to think that Harry would think him so naive. "Oh, yeah, of course. I didn't mean that, sir," replied Harry with apprehension. The last thing he wanted to do was make Snape mad and get kicked out. "No, you have every right to question anything you are given. As a matter of fact, if your brain had been working properly over the summer, you wouldn't be in this predicament. I am not certain what was going through your mind when you drank that tea," Snape said as he began to shake up the vial of antidote. "I guess I wasn't really thinking too clearly. I thought Stanton was one of the good guys. Try not to rely on your intuition in the future, it obviously steers you wrong." Harry was feeling a little awkward at the moment. He almost felt like Snape didn't want him there anymore. He already felt like he was intruding on the professor's free time and didn't want to take up more of his time than necessary. "Professor, I can go back to Gryffindor Tower after I take the antidote." "I know I'm taking up all your free time and stuff," Harry replied sincerely. Severus stopped mid-stride and turned to face the boy. He watched as Harry placed the pillow he had been leaning on neatly back on the sofa and went to stand next to his book bag. "Why would you want to do that?" Snape asked. I don't know. I just get the feeling you don't really want me here, and I totally understand and all," Harry said and looked towards the fire. "Harry, I do want you to stay. I'm just a little on edge at the moment," Snape said, and seeing Harry's puzzled look, he continued, "I just received an owl from someone that put me in a rather foul mood. Unfortunately, you are on the receiving end of that mood." Snape walked over to Harry and put a hand on his shoulder. Harry looked up at him with a relieved expression on his face. "Harry, this is your home now. You may come and go as you please, just like Snape Manor is your home. You need not ask to come for the weekend or any other time. Do you understand? I didn't mean to snap at you." Harry nodded and Snape steered him back to the sofa and watched as once again he sat down. "Very well. Are you ready for the antidote?" The sooner you take it and go to bed, the earlier you will feel better in the morning. I thought we would go to Diagon Alley tomorrow and buy you new Quidditch gloves. I noticed you had a few holes in your gloves. And I have to make a stop at the apothecary for some more supplies. Sir, do you think we could stop at Fred and George's shop? Snape thought about that for a moment and decided it was a good idea. He still hadn't thanked them properly for finding Harry and was willing to put their past experiences to rest now that the twins were no longer in school. Yes, if that is what you wish. I owe the Weasley family a great gratitude, Severus said sincerely. Harry gave him an inquisitive look. Why, Professor? They were the ones to find you in the tunnel. Who knows how long you would have survived if they hadn't found you when they did, Snape said and put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Now, are you ready to drink this? Yes, sir. But is there anything you can give me for the stomach pain? Harry asked hopefully. Yes, I know it does irritate. I wish there was something, but it did not work the last time you took it. Have you been eating large meals? Snape asked as he uncorked the vial and handed it to Harry. I guess so. Snape gave him an austere look and raised an eyebrow. Well, we will soon find out. Go ahead and drink up. Snape watched as Harry drank and then made a sour face. That was awful. It tasted like Bertie Bott's beans earwax. Harry said as he grabbed the glass of butterbeer Snape was now offering. I tested it this morning and the core ingredients were the same as last time. Vespa must have taken out the sweetener she had put in for the tea. Professor, I don't feel so good, Harry said as he began to shiver and hold his stomach. Snape placed a hand on his forehead. He was warmer than normal but not enough to cause the boy to shiver. Snape grabbed a quilt and wrapped it around Harry's shoulders, then pushed the boy back onto the pillows on the sofa and sat down next to him. Harry felt awful and was starting to get those horrible stomach pains again. He curled up into a ball and laid his head down on the pillow. The professor tried to calm him down by telling him stories of students worse at potions than Longbottom and rubbing small circles on his back. Harry wasn't really listening as the pain was so intense, but the sound of the professor's voice was rather comforting. After a good hour, Harry finally fell asleep. Snape watched as Harry's face showed the pain he was feeling even in sleep and wished it had been him instead of Harry who had been given the poison. He felt Harry shudder every now and then and knew that he would have to hurry and find out what the mysterious ingredient was that was making the boy so ill. The professor wrapped his arm around Harry and leaned his head back against the sofa. Within minutes he fell into his own fitful sleep. Harry awoke in the middle of the night feeling feverish and parched. He sat up shakily and looked around for something to drink to get the horrible taste out of his mouth. His glass from earlier was empty, so he slowly made his way into the kitchen to get some water. His hands were shaking so much from the stomach pain and fever that he sloshed water down the front of his shirt. On his way back from the kitchen, something caught his eye on the professor's desk. It was the rolled-up parchment that the professor had been reading earlier. He knew it was from Vespa as he could see the lavender insignia. Harry thought that must have been what had put the professor in such a foul mood last night. Harry slowly unrolled it and read what Vespa had to say. Severus, your request to sign over your estate in exchange for the formula to the antidote will not work. When your great-great-grandfather died, he placed a magical spell on the estate ensuring that the doors would open only to the rightful owner. The spell would make the estate inhabitable to anyone that was not the rightful heir. Unfortunately, there is a clause including an adopted child. So I must turn down the offer of you signing over your estate and insist that the adoption be stopped. At this point, I no longer trust you to do that on your own and will have my people keeping an eye on you. I am amazed that you actually think you could outsmart me, Severus. You were a foolish, weak child and have become an even more pathetic adult. Is this boy really worth the division it has caused in our family? Aunt Vespa. Harry held the note in his unsteady hands and read it one more time. He could not believe that Snape was actually willing to give up that beautiful estate just to adopt him. It made Harry feel so guilty, and yet he felt relieved to know that Snape really did want him as a son. The thought was too good to be true. Excuse me, Mr. Potter, but do you usually read notes that are not addressed to you? I will need to remember in the future to lock my desk drawer, Snape said as he stalked over to the desk and ripped the note from Harry's hand. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. There really wasn't much Harry could say as he had been caught red-handed. Snape was going to give him a lecture on privacy when he saw how hard Harry was shivering. "What is wrong with you? Do you have another fever?" Snape asked as he roughly put his hand to Harry's head. The boy was burning up again and looked as if he were ready to pass out. "Get back to the sofa and lie down immediately. Why did you not wake me and let me know you were ill? For Merlin's sake, Potter, you must learn not to hide these things from me." Snape snapped as he pulled another vial from his black bag. Harry unsteadily made his way to the sofa and practically fell on it. He then rolled back up holding his stomach and placing his head on the pillow. Snape walked over to him and watched with concern as Harry drank the fever-reducing potion. "Well, I guess it was too much to expect that dreaded fever to stop attacking you. I'm not sure if it has to do with the antidote or not. You clearly had fevers before the poison was given to you." Snape sat down next to the pillow Harry had his head on and pushed Harry's hair back from his sweating forehead. "Professor, could you please make the fire hotter?" Harry said with chattering teeth. Snape knew the fire was roaring and thought Harry must have the chills. He pulled out his wand and another quilt appeared. He flung that over Harry and said, "I don't want you to get too warm. Try to go back to sleep. Hopefully this will pass and you will feel better in the morning." Snape sounded much more confident than he felt though. Harry slept for a good hour as Snape sat by him and occasionally felt the boy's forehead in hopes that the fever would break. Snape began to wonder if the fever was somehow caused by the abuse Harry had suffered. He remembered Harry having these same fevers in the hospital after he had been rescued and whenever the boy was especially stressed. Snape knew that he would have to get Harry to open up and talk about the abuse he suffered this weekend. He could tell that Harry was trying to fight off the memories and would often catch the boy shaking his head as if to clear his mind of something bad. Just as Snape began to doze off again, Harry woke up with a start and began to scream. "He's got her. He's got Ginny. I have to find her." Harry scrambled to his feet and was heading towards the door when Snape caught his arm and swung him around so they were standing face to face. "Potter, stop now and look at me." Snape grabbed the boy's face roughly and waited until Harry looked him in the eye before saying, "Sit down and tell me what is wrong." Harry tried to pull out of Snape's grasp. "No. Voldemort has Ginny. I have to go help her. He has her at the gates." Harry screamed out and tried to loosen Snape's firm grip on his arm. "Potter, stop this instant. Miss Weasley is safe in her bed. It is 4 a.m. and no one is allowed out of the castle. It was a nightmare. Only a nightmare." Snape reasoned as he grabbed Harry's other arm and shook him. "It wasn't a nightmare. It was real and it was from Voldemort. I can feel it. I can feel it in my scar," Harry said emphatically. Snape pushed the hair back from Harry's forehead and saw that the scar was an angry swollen red color. The professor knew that it very well could have been a message from Voldemort but thought it more likely a trick than real. But he knew Harry wouldn't sleep until the boy knew for sure that Miss Weasley was not in danger and now he too felt he needed to be sure. "Very well. I will go up to Gryffindor Tower only if you go back and lie down. You still have that fever and I do not want you overexerting yourself going up and down the stairs." "Okay. But hurry, please," Harry said and reluctantly went back to the sofa and knew that he probably wouldn't even make it up to Gryffindor Tower with the way he felt right now. He watched as the professor made his way out the door and hoped that this was just Voldemort playing another trick on him. It really bothered him how Voldemort knew to use Ginny as the bait. He didn't think anyone knew about the way he felt for Ginny. Harry sat up on the sofa and was watching the door when it suddenly opened and Snape came walking in followed by Ginny and Hermione. Harry stood up quickly and immediately regretted it as he swayed and would have fallen if Snape hadn't rushed over and caught his arm. "Ginny, you're okay," Harry said, rather embarrassed by the whole incident now. The professor pushed him towards the sofa and Harry sat down. "Harry, are you all right? Professor Snape said you had another scare again from you-know-who," Ginny said as she wrapped her robe around her tighter and looked at Harry with concern. He was shaking and looked feverish. "Again?" Professor Snape asked and he looked down at Harry with a stern look. Harry didn't say anything, but Hermione offered up, "Yes, sir. This is not the first time Harry has thought Ginny was in trouble. That day that you caught him in the hallway he had another nightmare." Harry felt totally betrayed by his best friend and gave her a glare before looking over at the professor. Harry, I am at a loss. I really do not know how to deal with you and the secrets you insist on keeping from me. What exactly is it going to take for you to begin to trust me? Snape said severely as he pushed Harry back on the pillow and threw a quilt over the shivering boy. Both girls looked at Snape with a little fear clearly on their faces. Snape softened his expression and shook his head in frustration. Harry looked down and was at a total loss on how to answer. He never wanted Snape to find out about the dreams because he knew the professor would make him start occlumency lessons again. Ginny came and sat down next to him and took hold of his shaking hand. I'm okay, Harry. Voldy's just trying to scare you again. Don't listen to him anymore, Ginny said as she patted Harry's hand. Harry looked at her face and felt relief wash over him. Mr. Potter, I do believe you have an appointment tomorrow with me for occlumency lessons. The trip to Diagon Alley will have to wait. Now may I get you young ladies a cup of tea before I escort you back to Gryffindor Tower? Both Ginny and Hermione were surprised Snape was being so nice. He was such a different person now that he was adopting Harry. Hermione said, that would be nice, sir. Snape pulled his wand out and there were 3 cups of steaming tea on the coffee table. He excused himself and left the 3 Gryffindor to themselves. No one spoke for a few minutes. Ginny finally said, Gosh, Harry, Snape really cares about you, doesn't he? He was the one who made McGonagall give us permission to visit you. He said you would be worried until you saw me in person. Harry looked at Ginny in her pink bathrobe and fuzzy slippers. He felt a strong desire to lean over and key her but held back and squeezed her hand instead. Hermione suddenly spoke up again. Harry, I didn't mean to get you in trouble, it's just that I know what happened last year with Sirius and I'm afraid Voldemort's doing it again. Hermione, how did you even know about the last time I had that nightmare? Oh, forget it. I'm sure Ron told you. Bloody hell, Hermione. Harry didn't finish his sentence as Snape walked back into the room and gave him a glare. Mr. Potter, it seems you are in need of more lessons than I thought. Tomorrow you will not only get a lesson in occlumency but also one in manners. Snape faced Hermione and said, if you ladies are ready, I feel we should be on our way. It seems Mr. Potter needs more rest, maybe then he will remember his manners. Snape turned on his heel and headed to the door. Ginny looked at Harry and was not sure if he was red from the fever or from getting in trouble in front of everyone. She gave his hand a final squeeze and said, could we come see you tomorrow? Harry looked over to Snape, who said, this is Mr. Potter's home. He may have whomever he pleases over for a visit. Although I'm not sure why anyone would want to spend time with him with the way that he speaks to his friends. Snape gave Harry a look of disappointment. Harry looked over at Hermione as she stood up with an upset look on her face. Hermione, I'm sorry. I hope both of you come back to visit and ask Ron if he wants to come too, Harry said through chattering teeth. Snape tried not to show how worried he was about him but walked back over to Harry and put a hand to his forehead. Sure enough, the boy was burning up again. Harry, I'll be right back, Snape said in a much softer voice as he carefully pushed Harry back onto the pillow and covered him with the quilt again. He pulled his wand out and a tall glass of water appeared. He offered it to Harry but the boy refused. Snape walked to the door with a look of concern on his face. The girls gave a final wave and followed Snape out the door. Harry closed his eyes and visions of Vernon immediately popped back to his mind. He tried again to push them away and failed miserably as he fell back into another fitful sleep. The next morning Harry woke up feeling like his old self once again. His fever was gone and so were the stomach pains. He took a shower and dressed, then looked around for Snape. The professor was waiting for him in the front room by his desk. Good morning, Harry. How are you feeling? Snape asked as he felt Harry's head again. I feel great. I feel good enough to go to Diagon Alley, Harry said, and hoped the professor would forget about his threat last night of occlumency lessons. Yes, well, we have other matters to attend to, Snape said as he motioned for Harry to take the seat in front of the desk. Harry sat down and immediately began to try and push the memories of Privet Drive away before Snape had a chance to see what had happened to him over the summer. Snape sat down on the other side of the desk and watched as Harry closed his eyes and shook his head slightly. Snape knew right away what the boy was trying to do and he pulled his wand out and pointed it at Harry's head. Prepare yourself. Legilimens. Snape said and plunged into Harry's thoughts and memories. Harry was riding his new firebolt with a feeling of euphoria, Dursley pulling his belt off, Harry holding Ginny's hand, Harry being strapped down to the bed in his room by his uncle. Snape felt the black walls come up with force and was pushed from Harry's mind. Snape opened his eyes and found Harry panting and doubled over. Why do you have to do that to me? Harry pleaded, still trying to catch his breath. You must stop pushing those memories away and begin to deal with them. You say that like it's this easy thing to do, but you have no idea how it makes me feel to think of Vernon overpowering me like that. I'm supposed to kill Voldemort one day and I can't even defend myself against my disgusting uncle. Harry screamed out. Snape watched as the boy struggled with his emotions and felt relieved that at least Harry was acknowledging that something had happened. Harry, you had no wand. You were protecting your owl and your uncle has tormented you your entire life. Now, tell me what he did to you. No. Just leave it alone, Severus. I can't talk about it, Harry yelled and ran his hands through his hair trying to calm down. Snape saw how distressed Harry was and thought he might try a new tactic to get the boy to open up. He opened his desk drawer and pulled out a black leather notepad. Harry, let's try something new. I will stop forcing you to talk about the abuse you suffered if you begin to write about it instead. I can clearly see how upset it makes you, Snape said and pushed the notebook towards Harry. Harry opened the book and saw the blank pages inside. It would be easier to write than to talk about, and if it gave him a break from occlumency lessons then it would be worth it. Okay, but you have to promise not to show it to anyone, Harry said in a near whisper. Fair enough. Whatever you write will be between you and me, Snape said and felt his heart skip a beat at the expression Harry was giving him. Harry looked at him with terrible grief clearly written on his face. Too much sadness for a boy of 16 to have ever felt. You know, Mr. Potter, I feel you have had enough lessons for the day. How would you like to go to Diagon Alley? Harry nodded and shoved the black notebook away, trying not to think about the words that would be written in it. He stood up and looked to Severus with gratitude. Harry and Snape walked into Hogsmeade and apparated into Diagon Alley. They stopped to have a big breakfast with Tom at the Leaky Cauldron. When they finished they made their way into the apothecary shop at the very same time Vespa was on her way out of the same shop. Harry and Professor Snape stood face to face with Vespa Snape. Harry and Professor Snape were in Diagon Alley walking into the apothecary shop just as Aunt Vespa was walking out the door. At first they all froze when recognition took hold. Then Snape whipped his wand out, but not before Vespa had her wand pointing at Harry's head. Put your wand away, Severus, or the boy will pay, Vespa hissed in an evil tone of voice. Severus slowly lowered his wand and put it back into his robe. Vespa kept her wand pointed at Harry's head as she watched her nephew. She continued holding the wand to Harry's head and sneered at the look of alarm her nephew was showing. It became very obvious to her that this boy was very special to Severus. So, you are choosing to not heed my warning, I see. It is obvious you are still planning on adopting the orphan. Tisk, tisk, Severus, you are much more dim-witted than I had thought, Vespa reprimanded, as she lowered her wand slightly and pushed it into Harry's chest. Snape knew she was an expert at non-verbal spells and dared not make a move against her with her wand pointing at Harry's heart. He looked into Harry's eyes, shaking his head so the boy would not attempt to do anything reckless. Harry saw Snape's signal to remain still, feeling a sudden panic at the thought of Vespa's control over him at the moment. Harry looked at Vespa and saw the evil glint in her eye and ugly sneer that she usually wore. He could smell her disgusting lavender perfume mixed with the herbs from the apothecary. It turned his stomach and he knew he would never forget that smell. At that moment Harry wanted to kill her and watch her suffer as he had to suffer. She was the cause of him being sent back to the Dursleys, she was the reason why he was so sick, and worst of all she was the reason why Professor Snape could not proceed with the adoption. He was filled with fury and looked into the evil witch's face with revulsion. How dare you look at me like that, you pathetic little creature. You have no idea the power I hold over you at this moment, do you? If I refuse to give you the antidote you will die a slow horrible death by having your insides eaten away. You will no longer have those rosy cheeks and bright eyes. Vespa caressed Harry's face with her other hand. Don't touch him, Snape said and took a step towards them. Vespa looked into Severus' eyes as she slowly caressed Harry's face again, daring the man to make a move. Harry had a look of panic in his eyes and pulled his head back abruptly as memories of Vernon flooded his thoughts. His stomach was in knots and he felt as if he might vomit. Vespa roughly grabbed his face and slapped him hard. Harry was shocked as he put his hand up to his stinging cheek looking towards Severus. He wanted to throw a few spells at the disgusting hag and was wondering why Severus wasn't already doing it. Severus looked into the boy's eyes again, giving a slight shake of the head. He took another step towards them as Vespa quickly grabbed Harry's arm. Severus knew he would not be quick enough to get Harry away before she cast a curse. He was livid and shaking with fury at Vespa. He saw Harry's violent reaction to being touched like that, knowing he would need to address that with the boy soon. He felt an overwhelming need to protect Harry and moved a little closer to him. Back away, Severus, Vespa hissed and pressed the wand harder into Harry's chest. Snape heard Harry take in a sudden breath. He quickly stepped back, not wanting Vespa to harm the boy any further. A few ladies had stopped to watch when Harry had been slapped. Now a few more were watching and Vespa suddenly became aware of their whispers. Vespa, we are in the middle of Diagon Alley with several witnesses around. You must lower your wand immediately before you begin to draw a crowd, Snape said as he tried to reason with her. His hand was now under his cloak and around his wand. Oh yes, as soon as I release the boy I know exactly what you will do. You leave me no alternative but to take young Mr. Potter with me. Vespa tightened her grip on Harry's arm like a vice. Severus immediately grabbed Harry's other arm and yanked him away from Vespa before she could apparate with him. Vespa lost her grip on Harry as Severus pointed his wand at Vespa, yelling out, "Stupefy." A yellow streak came flying out of Vespa's wand that brushed by Harry's arm and the boy screamed in agony as he fell to the ground. Snape threw himself over Harry and looked back at Vespa just as she apparated with a loud pop. Vespa was gone and along with her the best chance they had at getting the antidote along with the formula. Snape quickly stood up, pulling Harry with him. Harry held his hurt arm close to his body, feeling relief at being away from Vespa's control. Is it bad? May I take a look? Snape asked and gently rolled up Harry's sleeve, revealing a giant angry welt. I'm okay, Professor. It just stings a little, Harry lied as he cradled his arm once more. Let's get back to Hogwarts and see what I have to fix that, Professor Snape said with an anxious look to his eyes. Snape was angry at himself for not capturing Vespa, letting her get away. He knew that she would not be sending the antidote again, leaving less than 3 days for him to find the formula on his own. He had been so close, but there was always something missing that he could not find in the formula. He was frustrated beyond belief. The thought of Harry dying was a painful concept to him, but he knew it was now a possibility. Snape put his arm over the boy's shoulder and pulled him closer, escorting Harry into the apothecary shop. Harry leaned into the professor, feeling safe once again. He took deep breaths and tried to forget about the terrible pain emanating from his arm. He could feel his arm starting to swell as it throbbed, and he tried to focus his attention on the professor's arm over his shoulder. All his life he had seen Uncle Vernon comfort Dudley that same way. He had always watched and hoped that someday Uncle Vernon would hate him a little less and comfort him like that. Now the professor was doing just that, and Harry didn't want to forget the feeling of having someone care that much. He knew that other people would just take a parent's physical touch for granted, but he never would. Every time the professor had ever thrown an arm around him or pushed his hair back or even touched his face had been a memory that Harry would roll around in his mind whenever he began thinking of the abuse he had suffered. He needed those little moments to store away and take out when he began to feel despair closing in on him. It was becoming progressively harder to hide the depression that was always with him. He knew it had a lot to do with Uncle Vernon, but also had a feeling it had to do with the poison coursing through his body as well. He didn't know how to keep it at bay anymore and now thought it would only get worse. Snape steered Harry to a corner in the shop and gave him a pat on the shoulder. Wait here, I have to talk with the apothecary. Snape looked at Harry closely. Are you all right, Harry? Harry nodded his head yes, feeling a lump in his throat and was afraid to speak. Snape gave him another questioning look and then began to gather all the ingredients he would need. He questioned the apothecary on Vespa's purchases. He purchased the exact same ingredients as she had and hoped he would be able to work out the mystery of the poison in time. Harry remained quietly standing in the corner, cradling his injured arm and thinking about the poison eating away at his insides. He knew what this encounter with Vespa meant and was nervous at the thought of dying like she had described it. He hoped she would send the antidote or that Snape would somehow manage to find out how to make it in time. He thought of his friends and Remus and the Weasleys and how they would react to his telling them that he had been poisoned by Snape's aunt. He didn't think it would go over well and hoped they didn't get angry at the professor. He already knew how bad Professor Snape had been feeling over the whole thing and didn't want to make him feel any worse. When Snape was finished with his purchases, he stood before Harry and searched the boy's face for how he was feeling. He saw the bright red handprint clearly on Harry's pale face and wanted to kill his aunt with a vengeance. "Let's return," Snape stated abruptly, walking over to the floor. He needed to get his emotions under control before talking with the boy. He knew how Harry tended to take the blame for everything and wanted to make sure Harry didn't misinterpret his anger. Harry nodded his head and followed the professor through the floor into Hogsmeade. On the walk back to Hogwarts, Harry kept letting the thought of the poison inside him come to the surface. He tried to push it away, but the memory of feeling his insides burning just last night was strong. He knew how hard it would be to hide all this from his friends and decided not to go back to Gryffindor Tower anytime soon. It was so hard to hide the nightmares he had been having every night, and he felt so much safer with the professor. "Sir, do you mind if I stay with you for a while?" "No, I do not mind at all. As a matter of fact, I was going to suggest it myself. I would like to take several more blood samples and keep a close eye on that arm. If my guess is correct, I believe your arm may begin to feel worse before it starts getting better," Severus said and looked towards Harry for his reaction. Harry shook his head. "Nothing ever goes right for me, does it?" Snape wished that he could deny what Harry had just said, but with all honesty he knew he couldn't. "Someday you will have everything you ever wanted and look back to these days as a mere memory." Harry quietly replied, "I almost did have everything I ever wanted." Snape looked at the boy's slumped shoulders and hanging head, suddenly realizing what it was that Harry was referring to. The only thing the boy had ever wanted was a family who loved him unconditionally. "Harry, this adoption will go through. Suffice it to say there have been a few roadblocks, but I will not give up, and neither should you. In the meantime, I still consider you my son. Do you understand?" Harry glanced up at the professor's face. "Yeah, but it's not real." Snape gave him a look of confusion but didn't say anything further as they walked through the castle doors. When they reached Snape's quarters, Harry went right to the sofa and lay down with his arm pulled close to his chest. Snape put his purchases down and sat by Harry's side. "May I?" the professor asked as he reached for Harry's injured arm. Harry watched as Snape rolled his sleeve up once again and analyzed the angry bruise that was now the size of an orange. He rubbed some healing balm on it as Harry looked away, squeezing his eyes closed from the pain. "Does it hurt?" Severus asked as he gently turned Harry's face towards him. Harry shook his head. "No." Severus raised an eyebrow, looking Harry in the eyes. "Maybe a little, but I'm all right," Harry begrudgingly admitted and pulled his chin away. "Yes, well, I am going to give you a pain potion to take some of the discomfort away. You must keep from using that arm for a few days until the swelling comes down. No Quidditch for 2 days." Snape caught Harry's chin again, giving him a firm look. Harry agreed with a nod. "I will be spending the rest of today down in my laboratory and want you to sleep down there so I can keep an eye on you. Do you mind?" "No, sir," Harry replied and actually felt better about not having to be alone right now. He was getting more nervous about the poison in his system, and being by himself would only make him think about it more. "Harry, there's one more matter I wish to address. When Vespa touched your face, you reacted in a most peculiar way," Snape stated and hoped Harry would open up. "Yeah, so," Harry said with anger rising. "So, I wonder if it has anything to do with Dursley?" Snape asked cautiously. Snape wasn't exactly sure what had happened to Harry behind closed doors. He had seen into Vernon's memories, but it was through the man's interpretation of events. He knew that Harry had experienced a completely different memory that was no doubt much more painful. Harry pulled his bad arm back to him and rolled to his side with his back facing the professor. "Just leave me alone," came a tired voice. "I would be a substandard guardian if I were to leave you alone. Something about the way she touched you brought back bad memories for you, did it not?" Severus asked patiently. Harry pushed his face into the back of the sofa and remained quiet. After a few long minutes, Snape finally spoke up. "After you have had a rest, I am going to require you to write in the black book I gave you. You may not do anything else until you have answered my question adequately. Is that understood, Mr. Potter?" Snape wasn't sure how a real parent would handle this uncomfortable situation, but being patient had not seemed to be working thus far. He would have to try a new tactic. "I don't want to do that, okay? Can't you just stop trying to make me remember that stuff? I mean, it was awful enough having to go through it, and now you want me to think about it and write it down," Harry said emphatically with his face still facing the back of the sofa. "Yes, well, I have no doubts that it will be hard to face, but it will continue to rule your emotions unless you confront it," Snape said sympathetically and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry shook Snape's hand off his shoulder and struggled to stand up with his bad arm still held close to him. He started for his bedroom but suddenly stopped when he heard Snape's voice. "Mr. Potter, do not walk away from me until we have finished with our conversation. Now get back over here and take a seat," came the harsh command. Harry wanted to flee, but habit had taught him to obey. He begrudgingly walked back and sat down on the sofa looking down at his shoes. "I thought we already agreed that you would rest down in the lab. Stop acting in such an immature manner and just do as you are told. It is for your own good," Snape said as he began to lose his patience with the boy. Harry was going to argue. He was going to tell the professor that he couldn't open the door to those memories or he might crack, but he was so tired. All of a sudden he felt physically drained and just wanted to sleep. The quickest way to be able to do that was to just agree with the professor. "Yes, sir," came a defeated voice. Snape found that answer a little disturbing. He thought there might be an argument and maybe a compromise, but the way Harry just agreed made him uncomfortable. Harry slowly followed Snape down to the lab and rested on a soft cot as the professor began to work on the antidote. He was just drifting off to sleep with his eyes closed when the professor came and stood next to him. Snape conjured up a blanket and covered the tired boy with it. The professor was feeling like there was a giant boulder sitting on his shoulders, and the anxious feeling deep inside was growing. "I will not fail you, son," came a quiet whisper from the potions teacher. Harry let himself relax further and drift into a dreamless sleep. Harry awoke to the sound of voices arguing several hours later but pretended to still be asleep so he could listen. "Severus, that is too perilous a plan," came and insisted Dumbledore. "But I must do something, Albus. I will not stand by and watch him suffer while that hag continues to gloat. It is well worth the risk." Harry could hear the potion master pacing while he spoke. "We have no time to argue, Albus. You either go along with the plan or pretend as if you never heard it. Severus, the Aurors are close to finding her. They know that Miss Charlotte is attending Beauxbatons and they are tracking her mail. They could actually capture Vespa within days," Harry heard the headmaster say and thought the man sounded tired and old. "And what do you think they will accomplish by bringing Vespa in for questioning? She has the antidote to Veritaserum as well as a host of other means to question her. They have no proof, Albus. Don't you understand? We must fight back with the only thing that matters to the evil hag. Severus, you could end up in Azkaban over something that evil. Do you really feel you could follow through if it came down to it?" Dumbledore pleaded. "Oh yes. You know my past, even if you wish you didn't. You know what I am capable of." Harry heard Snape walking towards him and quickly shut his eyes. "Mr. Potter, are you listening in on this?" Snape snapped harshly and threw the covers back off Harry. "What did you hear?" Harry sat up and shrugged his shoulders. Snape pulled his wand out and pointed it at Harry's head. "Legilimens." Harry felt a presence in his thoughts and tried to push the professor out. "Get out!" Harry cried, and after a moment felt the presence leave. Harry looked up, panting with the effort it took to try to push the professor out of his thoughts. Snape was glad to know that Harry hadn't heard the entire conversation, especially the part requiring him to pull from the darkest part of his soul. But he also found out that Harry was exhausted and feeling tremendous pain in his arm. He tried to remain calm at the boy's insistence to hide his pain from him but began to lose the battle. "Why is it that you choose to hide your ailments from me, Mr. Potter?" Snape barked as he poured a few potions into a vial. "Merlin Potter, is it so hard for you to let me know when you are in pain?" Harry was about to lie but thought better of it, knowing the professor had just seen his thoughts and would know the truth. "My uncle never allowed me to tell him when I was feeling bad. He thought I was acting like a baby and I would get punished." Snape gave him a look of horror and was about to say something then clamped his mouth closed. "I heard you have a plan, but whatever you have planned, I don't want you getting into trouble on my account. I don't think I could live with myself if I knew something happened to you because of me," Harry said in an angry voice. He was not happy Snape had violated his thoughts in such a way. Professor Dumbledore had turned his back and Harry knew he did not want to get involved, which was just like the headmaster these days. Snape forcibly shoved the vial into Harry's hands. Harry looked up into the professor's face, seeing irritation clearly written on it. "Drink it," the professor said. He thought about what Harry had just said and felt compassion for what the boy had gone through his entire life. "Unlike your previous guardian, I do wish to know when you are in pain," Snape stated in a more sympathetic voice. "Please do not hide it from me again." Harry's arm was throbbing dreadfully, so he swallowed the potion. The professor unceremoniously pushed him back on the cot and covered him with the blanket. Within a few minutes Harry was in a deep dreamless sleep and Snape was back to plotting. Hours later Harry awoke to something slamming against the wall in the lab and Severus swearing obscenely under his breath. He sat up quickly and looked around the lab. The lab was dimly lit and had the same smell of herbs as the lab at Snape Manor. He stood up from the cot and Snape walked towards him with a tense look on his face. Harry instinctively took a few steps back and grabbed his throbbing arm to his chest. "Do not do that, Mr. Potter," Snape said with irritation. "What, sir? What did I do?" Harry froze, continuing to keep his eyes on the restive professor. The professor shook his head and took a calming breath before saying, "Nothing, it is not your fault." Suddenly Snape felt the need to explain, "I do not like watching you step back and show fear of me. It seems you do that more often than not." Harry was utterly humiliated. And worse, he knew the professor would insist on the black book now. I don't know why I just did that, sir. I can't stop myself from doing that. I'm sorry." "Don't apologize," the professor snapped, his nerves on edge after spending the entire evening on a fruitless endeavor. "That is the other matter we must address as well. You apologize when it clearly is not your wrongdoing. Damn Dursley did that to you." Snape shook his head and walked away from Harry. Harry stood watching Snape. Damn Dursley did that. What? Harry felt ashamed, not about Vernon so much as about feeling that the professor was disappointed in him. "Exactly what do you mean about Vernon and doing something to me?" "What I mean, Mr. Potter, is that you have changed dramatically since 5th year. I attribute that to Dursley," Snape answered in a matter-of-fact tone and continued working with his potion, his anger gone now. Harry felt his face warm up. "So, is that what everyone saw him as? This wounded, frightened boy? Bloody hell, that was not the way he wanted to act and certainly not the way he wanted other people to see him. He had to kill Voldemort one day for Merlin's sake. He couldn't be perceived as some weakling crybaby." Snape looked up at him, studying him for a minute before saying, "Suffice it to say, Mr. Potter, it is not your fault. You had no control over that situation." Those were just the thoughts he had been consumed with since returning to school. "That's just it. What happened to the uncontrolled magic? I can't understand why I could blow up my aunt over a few nasty words about my parents and have a snake scare Dudley, but when my uncle..." Harry suddenly stopped, not wanting to reveal anything further. "When your uncle what? Continue," commanded Snape. Harry shook his head and looked down at his feet. "Look at me when I am speaking," came the stern command. "I said continue." Harry forced himself to look the professor in the eye. "Well, it's just that I don't know what happened to me this past summer. I mean, I never, ever would have let Uncle Vernon hurt me like that before, but this summer I felt, I don't know, helpless to stop it. It was so weird. I kept thinking my wandless magic might kick in, but it never did. That thought has been bothering me. Have you ever considered that it might not have kicked in as you put it, because you might have felt that you deserved it? The professor stopped stirring and scrutinized Harry's reaction to that. Harry felt as if he had been doused with cold water and took a sudden breath in. Had he deserved what that disgusting pig had done to him? He thought back to the first beating and remembered feeling like he was paying the price for getting Sirius killed. Maybe Snape had a point after all. Maybe he did deserve it. I guess you're right, I did deserve some of it. But not. Snape abruptly cut him off. I did not say you deserved any of it. Of all the idiotic things to think, boy, what must be going through that mind of yours? I said, you might have felt that you deserved it, therefore the uncontrolled magic that you seemed to possess when you were angry did not react the same as before. For Merlin's sake, Harry, stop thinking you are the cause for all things evil in this world. Do you really think that? I don't want to be like this anymore either, you know. It's not like I'm proud of the way I turned out. Harry swallowed a lump that had formed in his throat. He had to get back to being the way he used to be and stop being such a disappointment to the professor. Harry, I have had a long night with no sleep and feel I am not conveying my thoughts on the abuse you suffered sufficiently. I suppose your bravery will return to you when you have healed emotionally. Now let's end this discussion until I have had time to reflect on a more appropriate way of conveying my feelings on the matter. Now he thinks I'm not brave anymore too. Good. I didn't want to talk about it anyway. Snape thought that over and replied, no, you never do you? The black book is in order today before anything else. Snape turned his back on the boy, and gathered up more ingredients. No, I'm not doing that book thing. It's not something I feel like getting into right now, Harry stated. Maybe being a little more assertive would help take away the fear that was always lurking in the shadows. Writing in the book was never up for debate, Harry. I am your guardian and you will do as you are told, came the stern voice. Tell me about the plan and then maybe I'll consider it, Harry challenged. You will do it regardless. The plan is rather complicated, but all I need from you is to keep our encounter with Vespa a secret. No one, and I mean absolutely no one, is to find out about the poison and what happened yesterday. Do I make myself clear, Mr. Potter? Yes, sir. I can keep a secret, you know. I can do a lot more than that too. You know, I have come up with pretty detailed plans of my own in the past. Snape rolled his eyes at that and said sarcastically, if you are referring to your past escapades at this school, then, no thank you, I do not require your assistance. If you recall, you needed help to survive those astounding plans. Harry looked indignant. Those astounding plans did save a few friends, and he suddenly stopped talking as he realized one of his plans had actually killed a friend, Sirius. Snape came to the same supposition at exactly the same time. Harry, you only did what you thought was best for Black. You were trying to help, and I am sure he knew that before he passed. Harry couldn't stand to hear Severus talking about his godfather, even if it wasn't anything bad about him. Just forget it. I'll keep my mouth shut. Snape watched the boy take control of his emotions again, knowing that Harry still had tremendous guilt over the whole incident. If he could only let out his guilt and pain, it would begin the healing process. Perhaps that should be the first topic to write about in your book. Severus, you act like this is just another assignment in your class. I'm not doing it though. You can give me a troll for this one, Harry stated in anger. If the thought of Sirius is too painful, then begin with Dursley. Oh sure, that's a lot less painful, Harry replied sarcastically. I'm not writing down anything that has to do with Vernon. I think the whole idea is stupid, Harry said as he made his way to the stairs. Mr. Potter, you will do as you are told, Snape used his low, dangerous voice. The one Harry hated hearing the most. Severus, you can't make me bring up those memories any more than you can make me return to my old self again. I know I'm not the son you had hoped for, but I can't deal with that other stuff right now. The emotions Harry felt were barely containable. Harry, you can be so dim-witted at times. I never said you were a disappointment to me. As a matter of fact, Severus stopped speaking as the dark mark on his arm flared up with intensity and he tried to hide the pain he was in. Go on. We'll finish this later. Snape snapped, wanting Harry to leave before the dark mark flared with more pain, as Severus knew it would. The last thing he wanted was for Harry to see him in pain and take that upon his shoulders as well. Harry ran up the steps, slamming the door behind him in anger. Snape was on edge and felt the tremendous weight on his shoulders to find the antidote. The last 5 antidotes had not worked and he had thought he was so close. Harry had slept the night in the lab and he had watched as the boy clenched his stomach in pain several times throughout the night. It had been a whole day since they had seen Vespa at Diagon Alley and the clock was ticking. He really did not want to have to implement the plan, but as time moved on he knew he was closer to doing just that. Snape began going over the conversation he had just had with Harry and realized the boy actually thought they found him to be an unworthy son. He thought of a way he could prove to Harry that he was indeed not a disappointment to him. He called Madame Bones and they set a meeting that day to begin the adoption process. At this point Vespa had nothing to hold over him and the adoption could take place. After Harry showered and changed, he walked past the black book on Snape's desk, pushing it under a few letters. He just couldn't deal with that right now. Instead he went upstairs to find his friends at breakfast. He wasn't sure what kind of retribution he would suffer for disobeying Snape, but right now he didn't care. The moment he stepped into the great hall and smelled the delicious aroma of Sunday breakfast, he realized how hungry he was. He looked down the Gryffindor table and spotted Ron stuffing his mouth with ham and made his way to him. Several people had stopped to watch him and whispers could be heard around. Harry was not certain what they were whispering about and tried to ignore them. Ron looked up as Harry sat down with surprise at first and then alarm clearly written on his face. "Whoa, Harry, did Snape do that to you?" Ron asked and pointed to Harry's face. Harry had completely forgotten about the red handprint on his cheek. "No," Harry said emphatically. "Snape's not like that, he wouldn't hurt me." "Who did it then? And what's wrong with your arm?" Ron asked as he stuck another fork full of food into his mouth. "It's a long story. I'll tell you later, but Snape did not do it," Harry said as he began piling food on a plate. Ron shook his head and asked, "Do you think you'll be able to play Quidditch with that arm?" "Yeah, I can play." Suddenly Harry had a brilliant idea. "Hey Ron, have you ever heard of a hoverboard?" "Sure. I saw one in Diagon Alley this summer. It looked really brilliant, but they wouldn't let me try it out." "Well, you can try my hoverboard then." "No way. You mean Snape?" Ron began saying before Harry cut him off. "It's under my bed. Come on," Harry said with true excitement, forgetting about his plate full of hot food. He couldn't wait to show Ron the moves he could make on the board. Harry needed to shake the feeling of impending doom he had ever since meeting up with Vespa. The hoverboard was just the thing to take his mind off everything. When they came out of Gryffindor Tower, Hermione, Ginny and Seamus joined along to see how the hoverboard worked. Hermione walked next to Ron and pulled his and Seamus' arms so Ginny could speak with Harry alone. Ginny talked about classes and then about Quidditch before she got up the courage to bring up the dance. She took a deep breath before asking, "Harry, are you going to the welcome dance?" Ginny had hoped Harry would ask her but came to the conclusion that she would need to ask him. I don't think I'm going. I have some stuff to do with the professor." Harry knew that by Friday he would most likely be in intense pain from the poison. Going to a dance would be the last thing on his mind. "Are you going?" he asked, hoping she said no. "Well, I guess I am. My mum sent a dress and everything, so I kinda feel like I should go." Ginny wasn't sure which of the guys who had asked her she would go with, now that Harry wasn't going. "Oh," was all Harry managed to say. His heart dropped at hearing that she had a date, wishing it could have been him taking her. He wondered how long the poison would take to really make him sick. "Do you want to study together tomorrow night?" Ginny asked bravely. If Harry wasn't going to take her to the dance, at least she could get a study date out of him. "Okay. I am pretty behind in most of my classes, so I know I have a lot of catching up to do." Suddenly he felt much better, almost the same way he felt when he rode a broom the first time. He and Snape had decided that he would continue with his studies and classes as long as he could manage, hoping for a good outcome. Seamus caught up with them and immediately brought up the welcome dance. "You are going, aren't you, Harry?" Seamus asked. "I can't." Harry really didn't feel like thinking about that dance anymore. "Too bad, because my date is someone you might remember. She goes to Beauxbatons. I met her over the summer when I stayed with my aunt and uncle in France, Seamus said. Both Harry and Ginny looked to Seamus with surprise. Well, who is it then? Don't keep us in suspense, Ginny asked, totally intrigued. Seamus had been talking about a summer fling but hadn't let anyone know who it was yet. She had started to believe he was just making it up. Do you remember Fleur Delacour's little sister? The one you saved from the Black Lake, Harry? Harry remembered quite well. How could he ever forget anything to do with the Tri-Wizard tournament? Yeah, I remember. You mean Gabrielle Delacour? She's the one you're dating? Harry asked with surprise. We hung out all summer and I've been begging Professor Dumbledore to let her come to the dance. Anyway, Dumbledore finally just told me she could come to the dance, Seamus announced proudly. Harry was shocked but happy for his friend. How is she going to get here? Dumbledore is going to arrange a portkey for her. She's going to port right into the school. He said he was only doing it because of the Tri-Wizard tournament fiasco and wanted to make a better impression. He gave me a big lecture on how much trouble everyone was going through to get her here and how I better be a perfect gentleman. Anyways, at least I get to see her again. By then Ron and Hermione had caught up with them and both Gryffindor were just as surprised over Seamus' new girlfriend. They began to question him about her until they finally reached the outskirts of the lawn. Now Harry really wished he could go to the dance. What he wouldn't give to see the look on Malfoy's face when Seamus walks in with a half-Vila Bobaden's girl. When they were close to the Forbidden Forest, Harry explained to Ron exactly how the board worked and offered to let him take the first ride. Ron refused and said he'd rather Harry show him how it worked first. A crowd was beginning to form since a few people had seen Harry and Ron running out of the castle with the board. Neville, Seamus, Ginny and Hermione were standing around the board with a few other students standing back to watch. Harry, are you sure you're well enough to be riding that? I mean, when we saw you a few days ago you looked pretty bad. The professor said you had the muggle flu, Hermione said with concern as she eyed the way Harry was protecting his arm. And what happened to your face and arm? Nothing. I'll tell you later, Harry answered and looked over to the crowd beginning to form. Harry, is Professor Snape aware that you have that thing out here? Hermione asked with apprehension as she pointed to the board. Harry rolled his eyes at her. Hermione, it's fine. The professor doesn't care. He lied, knowing how mad the professor would be if he found out about this. But he really needed to get out of the dungeons and feel normal for a little while. He tried to explain how easy it was to ride the board. It's just like Muggle surfing, only in the air. I'm not even using my arms. Harry let go of the hurt arm and shook it a little as if to shake the pain away. It still hurt, but he was too excited to not ride the board. Honestly, Harry, you should have protection of some sort, Hermione said in an exasperated tone. Harry waved her off and stood on the board as it began to rise off the ground. He leaned forward and immediately started zooming across the grass towards the Forbidden Forest. Just as he was about to hit the big pine tree, he leaned back and tipped up the front of the board, causing it to go into a giant loop. He could hear Ron and the guys cheering. He flew around a few more times and then decided to try something even more daring. He let the board rise until it was almost level with the top of the pine tree and then pushed his foot down on the front of the board. The board came spiraling down towards the lawn and Harry lost his balance. He was flung off the spinning board and landed halfway down the pine tree. Harry felt the branches scratching his face and arms and grabbed onto the branch before he fell the rest of the way down. He was hanging onto the branch, about 30 feet in the air. He could see everyone down below panicking and watched as his board crashed into another tree. Harry could barely hold onto the branch as his bad arm was throbbing with pain. Hermione ran towards the castle as Harry tried to stop her, but she couldn't hear him. Ron went to get the hoverboard and stood on it. He was rising steadily and tentatively holding his balance. He leaned forward and the board started moving towards Harry. Ron steadied himself and let the board rise again until it was level with Harry. He slowly leaned forward and was almost within reaching distance of Harry when a blinding lightning bolt raced past him. The bolt hit Harry and Ron watched as Harry slowly fell out of the tree. It looked as if Harry were suspended in water as he swayed down towards the ground, landing with a small thump in a pile of leaves. Harry grabbed his throbbing arm and looked around for the person who had cast the charm. Standing at the edge of the grass was Professor Snape next to Hermione, with his wand held before him. Harry froze until he heard Ron screaming. Harry looked up as Ron came hurtling down to the ground, head first. Just before impact, Professor Snape cast the same charm on Ron and the Gryffindor landed softly in the grass, tumbling over into a somersault. Ron quickly scrambled to his feet and was taking deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Snape came towards them with robes billowing and an angry glare. Harry willed himself not to step back, but it took everything he had to hold his ground. Ron, on the other hand, was stepping back behind Harry with a very worried look on his face. Snape stopped directly in front of the Gryffindors with his hands clasped before him and a stern look on his face. He had noticed how Harry had stood his ground and felt a small surge of pride for the boy. He didn't say anything but just stared at the two boys. Somehow that was more unnerving to them than being yelled at by the professor. After a few minutes of very uncomfortable silence, Professor Snape finally spoke. "Accio hoverboard," he said as he held his hand out. The board flew to him and he tucked it under his arm, then turned on his heel and headed back to the castle without saying another word. Ron breathed a sigh of relief, but Harry felt worse than ever. He almost wished Snape had yelled at him or something. The crowd around them started to disperse and Hermione walked over to them. "I told you guys to be careful. You're lucky you weren't killed, Harry. And Ron, you would have broken your neck if Professor Snape hadn't have saved you." Harry stared after the professor until he could no longer see him. He felt like he had just let Snape down again and felt horrible. After more lectures from Hermione on their recklessness, they went to the castle to finish up their homework. Later that evening, he had a hard time concentrating on his homework as thoughts of being alone in this mess began to close in on him. He had wanted to tell Ron and Hermione about the poison, but Professor Snape had disagreed. Harry wished he could at least talk with Professor Snape about it, but knew he would be furious over the whole hoverboard incident now. Maybe giving him some space was a good idea right now. Harry was sitting on the floor before the fire with his books spread out in front of him. He could see Ginny out of the corner of his eye talking with Dean and laughing. By the time they finished talking, Dean sat close to Ginny with a very satisfied look on his face. At that moment, Harry hated Vespa with a vengeance. Because of her, he would lose Ginny to Dean again. He just knew it. He couldn't take the sight of them together anymore and abruptly got up to go to bed. Ginny noticed and stopped him. "Harry, where are you going? I thought we could all play Wizard Scrabble together." Harry looked over to Dean with disgust, then shook his head and continued walking towards the staircase. "Harry, what's wrong?" Ginny got up and grabbed Harry's arm, forcing him to turn and look at her. "Nothing's wrong. I'm just tired." He didn't sound very convincing, but didn't really have a right to get angry at her. He tried to turn back around, but Ginny wouldn't let go of his arm. Harry looked down at Ginny, feeling her firm hand on his forearm. Merlin. He felt his insides drop. He suddenly needed to get away from there before he did something to embarrass himself. Harry pulled his arm out of her grasp and headed up the staircase to his dorm room. He flung himself on his bed, trying to think of something else besides Ginny. An hour later, he was still fully dressed on top of the covers as he started nodding off to sleep. Without any warning, his scar broke out into a fierce burning that felt like it might explode. He grabbed his head and started rocking back and forth on his knees, trying not to scream out in pain. There was no vision or message from Voldemort, only the most intense pain he had ever felt emanating from his scar. Harry was lying on his bed, fully clothed, trying not to think of Ginny and Dean. He was failing miserably at the task when suddenly his scar flared up with pain. It was a quick, powerful surge of pain, lasting only a few long seconds. Just long enough to take Harry's breath away and make him feel like he might vomit. The instant the scar flared with pain, he had a quick vision of Voldemort with Lucius Malfoy. Voldemort was beyond angry as Malfoy hobbled at his feet. The flash of pain was soon turned into a dull throb and the vision was gone. He wanted to go down to the dungeons and let Severus know, but felt too guilty over the hoverboard incident. Instead, he grabbed his towel and went into the bathroom to shower. He let the icy cold water pound on the scar, making it a little more manageable. Why had he been so thoughtless today and ruined his relationship with the professor? He thought back to the way the professor didn't even say a word to him, knowing that it was worse than if he had been yelled at. Bloody hell. He knew he was ruining everything. Harry slept in Gryffindor Tower that night, waking up a few times during the night with nightmares, and his arm throbbing in pain. He wished he hadn't made the professor mad. By morning he was nervous and jumpy, wondering if Snape was still angry at him and if Vespa's lavender owl would be delivering the antidote that morning. He dreaded taking the antidote again, but the thought of dying the way Vespa had described it was even worse. His arm hurt so bad that he had trouble buttoning up his shirt and had to cast a spell to do it for him. He wished he had some pain potion but knew that asking Pomfrey would lead to questions about where the bruise had come from. Severus had made it crystal clear to him that no one should find out about the encounter with Vespa at Diagon Alley. Finally he couldn't take the pain any longer and grabbed his invisibility cloak. He stuffed it in his bag, telling his friends he would see them at breakfast. When he got close to the dungeons, he threw the cloak over himself and headed down to Snape's quarters. He said the password and went inside, hoping the professor wasn't around. Harry stood cautiously by the door listening for signs of Severus. When he didn't hear any, he walked over to the desk and rifled through Snape's black bag with potions in it. He found a pain potion and also grabbed a vial of dreamless sleep, hoping the professor wouldn't miss it. Just as he stuck the vials in his pocket, the laboratory door swung open and Snape and Dumbledore walked in. Harry quickly hid in the kitchen, still under the invisibility cloak. He could hear the two professors arguing and at first felt a little guilty about eavesdropping until he heard what they were arguing about. The key is the girl. Vespa has already transferred half her fortune to Charlotte. She must have made a deal with Charlotte or blood oath or who knows what. But Vespa would not have handed over her money without getting something big in return. Harry could hear the anger in Snape's voice. Severus, that may be so, but there is still no way to get the girl to leave school grounds. You cannot take possession of the girl unless she can be lured off Beauxbaton's grounds. Dumbledore sounded tired, as if he had been arguing the same point for hours. Snape didn't back down. There must be a way to get within the school grounds and have her take hold of a portkey. Owling her a portkey is out of the question since all the owls coming and going are being searched. Or else there has to be a way to break in and kidnap her. Kidnap Charlotte. Merlin, no. Severus was risking his own life for him. Our best hope is to wait 2 weeks for the Beauxbaton school trip into town. You could be hiding and slip her a portkey then. She'll have no idea what it is and be portkeyed to the hideout. Once she is there, I really do not want to know what will be required to force Vespa's hand, Dumbledore said with fright clearly in his voice. Harry couldn't believe Snape was actually going to kidnap Charlotte and hold her ransom for the antidote. He did not want to put Severus in this position just for him. It sounded way too risky. He couldn't live with himself if Snape ended up in Azkaban or worse. No, Albus. I will not wait that long. You saw Harry when he was a week without the antidote, or do you forget the way he looked? The boy actually said the poison hurt worse than the Cruciatus curse. He will not survive 2 weeks, even with the extra potions I have concocted. I must break into Beauxbaton's and take her now. Snape growled out as if to push the point harder. Severus, wait until Hagrid returns today. You must plan this carefully. He is delivering the portkey to Miss Delacour later this morning so she may attend the Hogwarts dance on Friday. It was the best idea I could come up with to get Hagrid onto Beauxbaton's school grounds. I've asked him to check for any weak areas on the Beauxbaton's grounds that might help you to break in, if it comes down to that. Perhaps Vespa will have a change of heart and deliver the antidote today. Ha! Don't hold your breath, Albus. I was not actually planning on taking the girl today at any rate. I need a few days to get the hideout prepared. Does Hagrid know anything about Vespa or Charlotte? Snape did not want anyone else knowing anything about this plan. Harry's life depended on it. Of course not Severus. He believes he is checking security there for a report for the order. He already knows Madame Maxime is not to know anything about it. If there are any weak spots in security, I know Hagrid will find it. Harry heard the professors heading for the front door. If he does not find any unguarded areas in their security, then I will have to produce one, Severus said as if a new plan was already in the throes of being devised in his academically advanced web of intellect. Severus, I never would agree to a plan so diabolical, but Harry is our only hope for peace. Without the boy we will be lost to Voldemort. I have not told anyone in the order as you requested, but if this plan fails, then I feel I must. Does Harry know anything about your plans for Charlotte? The headmaster asked as he opened the door out to the corridor. No. And he must not know anything, Snape said with an angry edge to his voice. Harry heard the front door close as the two men left. He stood in the middle of the kitchen trying to put all the pieces of this plan together. Snape would kidnap Charlotte right out of Beauxbatons. No way. He would be seen and everyone, including the ministry, would be looking for him. He would end up in Azkaban for life. The risk was too great. Harry knew he had to come up with a plan to help Snape. He did not want to risk anyone finding out Snape had anything to do with Vespa or Charlotte. He sat down on the kitchen chair trying to think of a way to lure Charlotte off the school grounds. If he could just talk with Hermione or even Ron, he knew they would come up with something clever. But no, that would be too risky. Hagrid was going to Beauxbatons today to deliver a portkey to Delacour. If he could just get Hagrid to let him tag along, then there might be a chance. His plan would not be pleasant for him, but the strong need to help overrode his self-preservation. He was going to do it. He would tag along with Hagrid and ask Charlotte if she would attend the Hogwarts school dance with him. He could give her his invisibility cloak and she could secretly use the portkey with Gabrielle Delacour. Charlotte could sneak out without Madame Maxime ever knowing anything about it. Harry knew if the headmistress found out, she would surely need to ask Vespa's permission first. And Vespa would never agree to let Charlotte attend a dance with Harry. Once she was on Hogwarts grounds, he would let Snape take over from there. He knew the plan was worth a try. It was the only hope he had to keep Severus from risking everything and ending up in Azkaban. Now, if he could just get Hagrid to take him along to Beauxbatons. Harry drank the pain potion, feeling instant relief, then made his way down to Hagrid's hut. He knocked on the big wooden door and was relieved when Hagrid answered. Ari, good to see ya. The giant opened the door wider, indicating for Harry to come in. Harry stepped into the comfortable warm home. Hagrid, I don't have much time, but I need to ask a huge favor. The giant looked a little reluctant but said, What can I do for ya? I need to go with you to Beauxbatons today. Harry watched as Hagrid shook his head no. Hagrid, it's really important to me. There's this girl there that I need to talk to. Hagrid suddenly broke out with a big grin. Ari, ya know I'd like to help ya, but Dumbledore would kill me if he caught me sneaking you off school grounds. And I don't even want to know what Professor Snape would do to me. Hagrid, he'll never find out, I promise. I brought my invisibility cloak. Can't I just go with you? Please, Hagrid, it would mean so much to me. Harry used his most convincing smile. After Harry begged a little more, he knew the giant was close to relenting. Hagrid looked at the boy he had grown to love, knowing that he would pay a heavy price if they were caught, but not really giving a care at the moment. He knew what Harry had been through this past summer and wanted to give the boy a little happiness if he could. Okay, Ari, you can come. You'll be out here at 10 o'clock and we'll walk into Hogsmeade together, but you have to wear your cloak. How are we getting there? Harry finally thought to ask. Portkey. What else? Once we're there, I have some order stuff to do, so you'll be on your own for a while. Harry could hear the pride in the giant's voice over doing official business. "'Kay, I'll see you at 10 o'clock. Thanks, Hagrid, this means more than you know," Harry said while running out the door. He ran all the way to the Great Hall, not wanting to miss the arrival of the owls. If Vespa changed her mind and sent the antidote, then the plan wouldn't even have to be implemented to begin with. Harry walked breathlessly into the Great Hall and spotted the professor sitting at the head table arguing with Dumbledore. He knew Dumbledore was the only other person who knew about the poison and could tell by the look on the headmaster's face that he too was anxious. Dumbledore suddenly looked over to him and gave him a small smile, but Harry could tell it was forced. Snape, on the other hand, didn't look at him, and Harry knew he must still be angry. Harry was too nervous to eat. He wished he had slept down in the dungeon so at least he could have talked a little with the professor. More than anything else, he needed some reassurance from the potion teacher right now as he waited for the unknown. Hermione noticed his nervousness. "Harry, for goodness sake, why don't you just go talk with him? Just tell him you're sorry and be done with it. He's the one who bought you the hoverboard to begin with. How angry can he be at you?" Hermione hadn't known the whole reason why Harry was so nervous, but she did have a good point. He couldn't take the unknown anymore and walked up to the head table as his friends watched. Snape noticed Harry and gave him a frosty glare before continuing with his breakfast. Excuse me, sir. May I talk with you for just a minute? The professor didn't say anything. He remained seated and looked away. Harry stood stupidly in front of the head table, not knowing what he was supposed to do now. McGonagall gave him a small smile, making him feel even more pathetic. Finally, Professor Dumbledore spoke up. Severus the First, do believe Mr. Potter would like a word with you. Snape continued eating, ignoring both sets of eyes on him. Professor, I'm sorry about yesterday. I just wanted to have some fun, Harry said as he watched the professor continue to ignore him. Maybe that wasn't the best excuse. Severus, it was really wrong of me, Harry said in a much quieter voice since most of the staff was watching by this point. When Snape still hadn't made any comment after a full 2 minutes, Harry dropped his head and turned back to his table. His face flushed when he looked up and saw how he had been observed by half the students present. Damn, why did he make the attempted apology in front of the whole blasted school? When breakfast was almost over, the owls began to arrive with the morning mail. He kept his eyes on Professor Snape and prayed that the lavender owl would make an appearance. Snape sat without any emotion showing. Harry's heart was pounding, just praying for another 3-day reprieve. The last of the owls flew through the window. There was not a lavender owl among them. Harry watched as Snape took in a deep breath, folding his long arms across his chest. Harry stayed at his table as all the rest of the students filed out to begin class. Ron and Hermione gave him a look of concern, but he told them to go ahead to class. They still didn't know about the poison and thought he was just upset about the professor's reaction to his apology. When most of the students were gone, Harry dropped his head onto his folded arms on the table. He was so scared to die, as Vespa promised he would. He felt so alone. Snape had been keeping an eye on Harry, knowing what the boy must be going through right now. He felt the boy had been punished enough for his ridiculous behavior yesterday. Snape waited until the last of the students left and they were alone. He saw how distressed the boy was with his head buried in his arms. Feeling a sudden need to forgive the idiot child for his brainless exploit yesterday, Snape walked over to where Harry sat. He sat down next to the worried boy without saying a word. Harry looked up at the professor with uneasiness. He didn't think he could handle the professor's wrath at this moment, but knew he deserved it nonetheless. He steeled himself for the verbal castigation that was sure to come. Severus looked down at the nervous teen and gave him a small smile as he shook his head. The boy looked ready to burst with regret over his misdeeds. I'm sorry, sir. I'm so stupid. I know it wrong. Please don't be mad. I just need, letting the sentence trail off. What right did he have to ask for anything? What, Harry? What is it that you need? The look Harry gave him was filled with so much worry. Suddenly his guilt over getting the boy involved with Vespa was overwhelming. Just to know that you aren't mad, came a sad voice filled with underlying fear. Severus slowly turned and put an arm over the boy's slumped shoulders. Harry felt relief course through him at that touch. He threw dignity out the window and turned, leaning his head into the professor's chest. He felt so immature, but his needs overrode his self-respect at the moment. Severus wrapped his other arm around the anxious boy, pulling him closer into a hug and resting his chin on the boy's head. Harry closed his eyes and felt less afraid of what the future had in store for him. Having a parent was new to him. It felt good to know he was not alone. Severus knew the poison was effectively forcing the boy into emotional instability, thus causing Harry to need more reassurance. Harry was not usually so open to affection, but the potion master didn't mind. Physical contact was new to him as well, and it would just take getting used to. Are you all right? Severus asked into Harry's unruly mop of hair. Yes, sir. Just please don't be mad at me right now. I need you. He surprised himself with the confession. He hadn't intended to say that out loud. Severus stiffened a little at hearing that. No one had ever needed him. His own insecurities surfaced and he speculated that he might not be adequate enough for Harry right now, but he also knew he was all the boy had. Harry felt the professor stiffen and pulled away from him, quickly looking down at his hands. He was ashamed over acting so childish, so needy. I totally understand if you're mad at me though. I guess I was pretty stupid to take out the hoverboard. Harry shifted so he faced the professor and tried to sound stronger, more mature after his humiliating admission. Well, yes, you were stupid for doing that, I must concur. Is that the rationale for not coming home last night? Harry looked at him with confusion. I thought you were mad and didn't want to see me. Especially after the way you ignored me this morning. Harry, I was displeased this morning because you did not come home last night. I desired to talk with you and make certain you were not distressed. You should have let me know you were residing in the tower. And by the way, I know you disobeyed me and did not write in the black book, Snape said in a stern but caring voice. I'm sorry, I didn't think you wanted to see me last night. And that book, it's just too hard to think about right now. Harry tentatively reached over and grabbed the potion master's hand. It was a far cry from his normal behavior, but he felt a strong need for support. After all, he might actually die soon, he told himself. Just please don't expect too much from me right now. I want to face everything that has happened, but it just feels too big. Snape continued to hold Harry's hand, rubbing his thumb back and forth on the back of it. Harry, I do not know the first thing about having a son. Do not have high expectations. I am quite certain there will be mistakes made on both our parts, but I will always forgive you. Harry looked down at their hands. I guess I don't know the first thing about being someone's son either. I mean, I've never really had a father since I was one. The professor looked at him with sadness, wishing he could have been there long ago now that he knew what Harry had to deal with growing up. Just then Ron and Hermione walked into the Great Hall and stopped when they saw the scene before them. Harry held tighter to the professor's hand and called them over. Snape would never admit it, but he was a little nervous about the reaction Harry's friends would have to him holding Harry's hand. He wanted to protect the boy from any criticisms Harry might incur due to him. Harry, we didn't see you in Transfiguration and just wanted to make sure you were okay, Hermione said as she and Ron stood before them now. Ron looked down at Harry's hand holding the professor's and then back up to their faces. Are you okay, Harry? He asked cautiously, with a look of uncertainty on his face. Yeah, I'm okay. We were just talking about how we both don't know how to be a father and son, since neither one of us has ever been one. Snape was surprised at the level of trust Harry put into his friends. Ron chuckled and said, well, do you mind if I give you some advice? Professor Snape sat up straighter and replied, do enlighten us, Mr. Weasley, as we are incompetent on the subject, so even you could educate us in that area. Harry laughed, but Ron wasn't sure if it was meant as a joke or if he was serious. Okay, I'll tell you what my dad and I always do after I get into trouble. So you must be quite educated on this subject, Snape said in a sarcastic tone. Harry and Hermione smiled at that, knowing full well it was true. Ron had a small smile he was trying to hide at the barb but continued, my dad says that it's okay to be mad at each other as long as you fix the problem before you go to bed. The rule in our house is to never go to bed angry with each other. You know, we have to forgive each other. He said the last as he pointedly looked at Snape. I always did appreciate your father's wisdom on raising sons, Snape alleged as he faced Harry again. Very well, that will become a good standard to uphold. Do you agree, Mr. Potter? He rubbed the back of Harry's hand with his thumb again. Yes, sir. I think it sounds pretty good. It would have saved me from having to embarrass myself in front of the whole school this morning, so yeah, let's do it. Snape raised an eyebrow at the boy but didn't say anything further on the matter. He was actually surprised Harry still had not let go of his hand, even with his friends noticing. It further surprised him that Granger and Weasley were actually quite supportive of their relationship. Very well, thank you for your help, Mr. Weasley. 10 points to Gryffindor for sagacity, the professor said and raised his wand. The 3 Gryffindors all looked at him with their mouths hanging open. Close your mouths before you catch a fly. Now I do believe you two have a class to attend, Snape said and looked towards the door. Hermione leaned over and gave Harry a little hug and key. On the top of his head, we'll see you later, Harry. Ron punched him on the shoulder and followed Hermione out the door. Your friends care greatly for you, the professor said as he saw the satisfied look on Harry's face. Were you afraid they would not accept me as your father? No, I always knew they would. They know how important it is to me, Harry stated. I am pleased to hear you say that. I went to the ministry yesterday and began the adoption process. Snape watched Harry's face carefully. You mean you still want me? Harry asked cautiously. Harry, Snape started in an exasperated tone, then seeing that the boy was serious he quickly changed his tone. As I informed you previously, you are serving an important role in my life at this time. At this point I cannot imagine being content without you as my son. Harry once again leaned into the professor, this time wrapping his arms around him and burying his face in the black robes. Severus held the boy tighter, knowing that he would need this memory in bad times to come. After a quick moment Severus cleared his throat and let Harry go. He leaned back and looked at the boy's face, then broached the subject they had avoided thus far. Vespa's owl did not come today. Harry tried to sound brave but his words came out strained. Yeah, I know, sir. I don't suppose you're any closer to figuring out the antidote yet. Snape shook his head and let go of Harry. Harry sat up straighter, struggling not to panic. He tried to turn away so the professor would not see. Severus reached over, guiding Harry's chin back to face him. Harry, I feel I did not convey my thoughts clearly yesterday. I do think you are brave. In fact, you are one of the bravest people I know. But being courageous does not exclude letting someone else support you when you are in need. Along with that, you do not need to hide the fear you have over the poison. I too feel that same fear. Harry pat his back, giving him strength for what was to come. They sat that way for several long minutes before he finally turned away with unshed tears still in his eyes. Harry, I am working on a potion that will prolong the effects of the antidote that still runs in your system. I will not be teaching today, so if you need me for any reason you know to reach me in my lab. In all probability I will be there all day, including lunch. Would you like to have supper this evening in the dungeon? Yes, sir. Harry was actually looking forward to spending some time alone with the professor. Very well, I will see you this evening. I feel it would be beneficial if you spent the night down there as well. I believe the potion I am making for you will be ready by then, and I would like to keep a close eye on your reaction. Snape rose from the bench and draped an arm over Harry's shoulder as they walked to the door. We will also discuss your punishment for not writing in the Black Book. Harry was about to complain when Severus raised a hand and said, there will be plenty of time this evening to discuss the matter. I will see you then. Harry watched the professor head down to the dungeons and felt a little guilty over sneaking out with Hagrid today. The feeling quickly passed as he knew it was the best way to keep the professor from getting caught. Harry went back up to the tower and changed into one of the nicer uniforms with hand stitching along the collar. He pulled out the handmade black leather boots that he had been too embarrassed to wear around Ron, and put those on too. He grabbed his cloak with the fur lining and silver clasp, along with his invisibility cloak. On his way out he stopped and took a look at himself in the long mirror. His hair was still sticking up a little, so he grabbed a comb and tried to make it lay flat on top. When it wasn't working he cast a charm to help make it cooperate a little better. One last look revealed a very neat, well-appointed young man. Harry hoped it would help sway Charlotte to come to the Hogwarts dance with him. Harry met Hagrid down at his hut and they walked into Hogsmeade together with Harry hiding under the cloak. Hagrid pulled the portkey out and they both held on as Hagrid chanted something Harry couldn't understand. Suddenly he felt the sickening pull behind his navel as he spun out into the unknown. It took much longer than any other time he had used a portkey, but they finally landed with a jolt. Harry went sprawling across a vast open lawn and Hagrid joined him. They quickly stood up and brushed their clothes off and straightened their ties. Harry was glad he had cast that charm to keep his hair in order now. Hagrid had dressed to impress as well, in a large mangy brown fur coat and polka dot tie. Well, Harry, I hope your girl appreciates how nice you look today, Hagrid said as they walked to the palace doors. Harry barely heard him as he was so astounded at the palace they were in. He had never seen anything like it. The grounds were immaculate with water fountains and statues lining the way to the entrance. Madame Maxime was there to greet them with a big hug for the half-giant. Harry noticed how shy Hagrid suddenly became. He ed Madame Maxime's hand, bending over it with a flourish. Madame Maxime turned her attention to Harry then. Harry also keyed her hand as he had seen Severus do with his aunt. The giant woman welcomed them into the opulent palace. If Harry thought the outside was grand, he wasn't prepared for what the inside beheld. The walls were white marble, as were the floors. Beautiful statues graced the hallways, and the place was filled with light and music. There were no untoward ghosts or scary cats with glowing orange eyes roaming the hallways. "Mr. Potter, so good of you to visit us. When Hagrid owled me this morning with the news that you would also be attending, I shared it with the young ladies. I do not think I have ever heard so much happiness and joy at any announcement I have made." Madame Maxime said, and laughed at the blush it caused Harry. She led them into a large hall with mirrors lining the walls and a choir practicing beautiful melodic songs. The choir suddenly stopped at the sight of Harry, and the girls broke out into giggles and whispers. Madame Maxime introduced Hagrid, and Harry then called forth Gabrielle Delacour. Harry was surprised at how beautiful she was now. The last time he had seen her, she was a 12-year-old little girl. Seamus was one lucky guy, he thought as he bent over Gabrielle's hand and gave it a key. He heard the rest of the girls break out into more whispers and giggles. He gathered all his Gryffindor bravery as he stood up straight and faced the girls. His eyes roamed the group for Charlotte and spotted her standing in the center. She gave him an icy glare. "Oh Merlin, this is gonna be hard." Madame Maxime asked Gabrielle to escort Harry around while she and Hagrid settled a few matters. Gabrielle smiled brightly at that and began to introduce Harry to some of her friends as the adults left. The girls gathered closer to Harry, making it hard for him to keep an eye on Charlotte. Several of the girls pushed in closer, making Harry feel a bit trapped, when a voice silenced everyone. "How very rude. Back off and let me through," came the voice Harry had come to loathe. The girls suddenly moved further back, making a path for a very domineering Charlotte. "I see your manners have not improved," Charlotte said in a haughty voice. Many gasps from the other young ladies could clearly be heard. "At the very least, I expect acknowledgement that we spent part of our summer together." Charlotte made it seem as if her and Harry had been close, clearly to impress the other girls. She arrogantly extended her hand towards him. "Charlotte," Harry said as he leaned over and kissed her hand, to much grumbling from the rest of the girls. "It is nice to see you again. How is your lovely aunt?" He made sure his face did not show any signs of his true feelings. Charlotte gave him an inquisitive look before replying, "I have not seen or heard from her since school began." Harry had a hard time reading Charlotte. He did not know if she even knew about the poison her aunt had given him. She seemed a little too at ease, but it was hard to tell with someone as conniving as her. "What brings you to Beauxbaton?" Charlotte inquired as she flipped her long raven hair back. "Oh well, I just tagged along with Hagrid to deliver a portkey to Miss Delacour." "Oh yes, she has been quite the talk of the school," Charlotte said as she gave Gabrielle a sweet smile. "It is not every day a girl gets asked to a dance at Hogwarts." Charlotte stepped closer to Harry. Gabrielle simply ignored her and grabbed hold of Harry's arm, turning him away from the self-aggrandizing girl. "Come Harry, I will show you sights much more beautiful," Gabrielle said with disdain, giving Charlotte a slight sneer and pulling Harry out of the room. Harry stopped at the door and turned towards Charlotte. "Would you care to join us?" he asked, and offered her his other arm, much to Gabrielle's disappointment. It seemed to Harry that there might be some sort of competition between the two young ladies that could work in his favor. At first Charlotte looked as if she might refuse, but quickly changed her mind as the other girls clearly were jealous she had been singled out by Harry Potter. "I suppose I can spare a few moments to show an old friend around," Charlotte said just loud enough so everyone would know that she knew Harry well. The rest of the girls groaned in disappointment as they watched Harry leave with two of the most popular girls in school. The girls showed him around the grounds, both holding possessively to an arm. Harry thought he better ask Charlotte soon, before Hagrid showed up. Charlotte, I was just wondering if you would like to go to the dance with me." Harry watched as the sly raven-haired girl stood up straighter and looked smugly at the other girl. "Why Harry, how nice of you to ask. I would be delighted to go the dance." Harry felt relief at hearing her say that. Then she continued, "The only problem might lie with my aunt. I am sure Madame Maxime would force me to get permission, and I cannot imagine Vespa will be agreeable. Harry thought Charlotte sounded genuinely disappointed. Most likely due to not being able to tell the other girls she was going to a Hogwarts dance too. He was ready with an answer. Yes, I agree, but maybe you could come without permission. Both girls gave him inquisitive looks. I have something called an invisibility cloak. It actually makes you invisible. You could wear it and use the same portkey that Gabrielle will be using. Madame Maxime doesn't even have to know. Harry watched Charlotte's face as she thought of the plan. Gabrielle, on the other hand, looked a little miffed at the suggestion that Charlotte go to the dance too. Gabrielle spoke up first. That does not sound very honest, Harry. I do not think that is such a good idea. Right away, Charlotte admonished. Gabrielle, how selfish of you. I cannot believe you would turn down a request from our esteemed visitor. Shameful. Gabrielle seemed a little flustered when she replied, It's not that I wouldn't want to help you, Harry, it's just that I don't want to get caught. That's okay, Gabrielle. I don't want you getting caught either. That's kinda how I felt when the mermaids in the Triwizard tournament didn't want me to save you from the Black Sea. Harry knew that was a low blow, but he would stop at nothing for this plan to work. It did seem to do the trick, as Gabrielle looked a little ashamed as she replied, Oh, yes. I do remember how you risked so much to save me. I guess as long as this invisibility cloak really works, then Charlotte may use the portkey with me. Both Harry and Charlotte broke out into big smiles. Harry pulled out his cloak and Charlotte tried it on. Harry felt apprehension at leaving the cloak with Charlotte, but it was the only way for the plan to work. After going over the plan a few more times, Hagrid showed up and announced it was time to leave. Harry thanked the two girls for being such kind escorts as they stood on the steps of the palace with Madame Maxime and Hagrid. The windows were crowded with girls peering out to watch the adorable boy who lived. Charlotte noticed the large audience and pulled Harry into an embrace. Liking the attention this brought her, she quickly gave Harry a key on the lips. Harry forced himself to key her back, having to stop himself from wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. The girls in the windows were absolutely green with jealousy, making Charlotte the happiest girl in the school. As Harry entered Hogwarts school grounds with Hagrid, he began to think of how he would tell Severus about his plan. His stomach was in knots at the thought of the professor's reaction. Whatever punishment he incurred would be worth it, as long as it meant keeping Severus safe. The trip to Beauxbaton had gone better than Harry had expected. He had thought he might have to beg Charlotte to attend the dance this Friday, but she had readily agreed. He had no idea he was so popular with the girls, making him feel a little pleasure in that fact. He thought back to his life at Privet Doctor and was so grateful to never have to go back there again. School in the Muggle world had been filled with taunting and embarrassing moments. Whereas school here was looking better and better. It suddenly occurred to Harry that just when life was getting good for him, he might not be here to enjoy it much longer. Life just wasn't very fair. Why couldn't he ever catch a break? Harry entered the Great Hall for lunch and spotted Ginny sitting with her friends. As he walked over to her, he heard his name mentioned. But as soon as the girls saw him, they started giggling. He had never considered Ginny as one of those silly, giggling girls, but she had been acting so differently towards him lately. Hey Harry, how are you? Ginny turned around on the bench and faced him. Harry actually took her breath away for a moment. She didn't think she had ever seen him looking so good. His hair was unusually neat, and even though he was wearing his school uniform, it just looked so much nicer than everyone else's. And that fancy cloak was rather dashing over his shoulders. Hi Ginny. I hope you don't mind if we meet down in Professor Snape's quarters to study this evening. Harry wasn't sure how that was going to go over with the professor, but Snape had been insisting he think of the place as his too. And if Ginny was there, then he wouldn't have to write in that black book. Ginny really did not want to meet at Snape's place. The professor still scared her a bit with his sharp tone and severe mannerisms. But on the other hand, she really did not want to give up her study date with Harry. She supposed that if she ever did get serious with Harry, she would need to learn to tolerate the man. Sounds great, was all she said. Inside, her nerves began to act up and she suddenly lost her appetite. Okay, why don't we meet down there after supper? See you then. Harry waved goodbye and went to sit with Ron. He took off his cloak, throwing it carelessly on the bench. Ron looked up at him with surprise. Hey Harry, where've you been? You didn't show up for any of the morning classes and McGonagall was asking about you. Oh, I had some stuff to do. What did you tell her? Harry forgot to come up with an excuse in case someone asked where he was. I told her you were with Snape. I think she bought it, but she did say you should have let her know. Ron was looking at Harry with an odd look on his face. What's the matter? Harry asked. Mate, I don't think you've been hanging out with Snape, Ron said with a grin. How do you know? Ron pointed at Harry's shirt collar and said, You've got lipstick on your shirt. Harry flushed a crimson red as he grabbed his cloak and put it back on to cover his shirt again. He was really glad he hadn't taken the cloak off before he ran into Ginny. Ron, I have to tell you something. Harry knew he couldn't tell Ron exactly why he had asked Charlotte to the dance, but he did need to let him know something. I went to Beauxbaton with Hagrid to deliver the portkey and I asked a girl to the dance. Whoa Harry, how lucky can one man get? One man with all those girls. Who is she? No one. I mean, she's just a girl I met over the summer. Harry didn't want Ron thinking he liked Charlotte, but how could he explain without telling him more? The rest of the lunch was filled with Ron questioning Harry about Charlotte. Harry did the best he could answering questions. He was glad when lunch was over and he could get back to Gryffindor Tower and change his shirt. Later that evening, Harry walked into Snape's quarters looking forward to spending time with his soon-to-be father. He couldn't help feeling as if a dark cloud was hanging over him every time he thought about confessing what he had done this morning. It was for Snape's own good, but Harry knew the potion master would not see it that way. He figured he would tell Snape when Ginny left after they had studied together. The thought of the adoption and the study date brought a smile to Harry's face. You look pleased, Snape stated when he looked up from his book and observed Harry's smile. I was just thinking about some stuff. Harry threw his book bag on the console table and went to join Severus. He plopped down on the sofa, shoving the pillows out of the way and leaning a little against the professor's arm. Severus put his arm over Harry's shoulder, giving it a slight squeeze. How are you feeling? Good. After considering Snape's skeptical look, Harry added, My stomach is a little upset when I eat. Yes, that is to be expected. I will give you something to help with that after supper. I have ordered supper for us already. Snape got up and walked over to the dining table. With a flick of his wand, the table filled with enough food to feed at least 5 people. Harry laughed as he walked over and sat down looking at the fancy array of food before him. Wow, all of his favorites and some stuff he had never tried before. He took a big helping of a meat dish with sauce on the top and small roasted potatoes. Severus watched Harry closely, trying to determine if the boy was in any pain yet. He wanted to make sure Harry ate but wasn't really sure what the boy would be in the mood for. Therefore he ordered everything he could remember Harry ever liking. The boy had good coloring, was in good spirits and was eating well. The potion I made to extend the effects of the antidote is now ready. Do you have any objections to taking it after supper? Will it make me sick, like the other one? Harry thought about his study date with Ginny. I do not believe it will upset your stomach quite so much, as it is only extends the effects of the antidote you took 3 days ago. How long do you think I'll have before, it gets bad? He was thinking he just needed to get through Friday night. I'm not quite sure, but I do believe we might extend the time you are feeling well for a week. Snape gave Harry an encouraging nod before he continued, perhaps longer. Harry knew exactly what Severus meant by fine, but he sure didn't feel that way. If Severus really stuck to his own plan, it would put him in serious jeopardy of ending up in Azkaban. Severus, do you mind if someone comes over to study tonight? Harry quickly added, I'll take the potion as soon as she leaves. Severus watched as the boy nervously straightened his shirt and pressed the fringe down on his forehead. Harry, I told you once before, this is your home and you may treat it as such. I know, it's just that at my old house I was never allowed to have friends over. Not that I would ever want to have friends over. Snape's face suddenly became hard as an angry glint flashed in his eyes. Harry wished he hadn't have brought up the Dursleys. Yes, I see your point, Severus said as he softened the look on his face. Please feel free to ask anyone you wish. May I ask whom your study partner will be this evening? Ginny Weasley. She asked me yesterday. Harry could feel his face begin to flush and he quickly looked down at his plate and pushed the potatoes around. She asked you. Interesting. I have noticed how orderly you look this evening. Is she perhaps the girl you favor? Severus watched as the poor boy squirmed a little more. But wasn't a parent supposed to ask questions like this? I dunno. Maybe. I mean, yeah, I guess so. But she doesn't know, so don't make any comments about it. Rest assured, Harry, I will keep my decorum at all times. I do have some potions to work on down in my lab when she arrives. Severus did not want to make the boy more uncomfortable by his being here. No, actually, I was hoping you would hang around. I want her to get to know you when you're not in full teacher mode. Harry gave a quick glance towards the professor, hoping he hadn't offended him. Snape raised an eyebrow at that as he replied, I am not exactly sure what that entails, but I also have several papers to grade. Just then the doorbell rang and Harry looked a little panicked. Severus pulled his wand out and cleared the table, then watched as Harry smoothed his shirt again and answered the door. Harry helped Ginny with her book bag and led her into the living room. Snape was still at the dining room table and rose upon seeing the young Gryffindor. Miss Weasley, welcome. May I offer you a beverage? Snape saw the look of shock cross the girl's face, but she quickly recovered and gave him a bright smile. Hi, Professor. Thanks, I am a bit parched. I don't know how many times I walked by your door before I figured it was actually a door. I don't remember it looking like that last time I was here. But then again, you escorted me, so maybe I just wasn't paying attention at the time. But I thought there was a snake or something on it before. Ginny realized she had been rambling and closed her mouth. She noticed a small smile on Harry's face and punched him lightly on the arm. He broke out into a big grin as he sat down on the floor next to the coffee table. Will butterbeer suffice? It seems to be Harry's preferred drink. Snape watched as the girl recovered from her speech regarding the door. Yes, sir. That sounds lovely, Ginny said as she sat down on the floor next to Harry. Harry grabbed his charms book and Ginny reached into her book bag. They spread their books and parchment on the coffee table before them. They agreed to start with charms and work their way into transfiguration. Ginny was actually a little ahead of Harry in charms. It seemed to be her strong subject, so she was able to help Harry catch up a little. After flicking his wand for the drinks to appear, Severus settled at the desk with his pile of reports to grade. He noticed how helpful Miss Weasley was in giving Harry direction. Harry seemed a little more relaxed than earlier and conversation between the young pair flowed easily. Harry, could you help me with something on my potions report? Ginny asked as she rifled through her book bag for the report. Well, I could try, but that's not really my strong subject. Harry furtively glanced at Severus. He noticed the potion master's smirk as he continued grading reports. Yeah, but I'm in 5th year potions, so you already covered this. Ginny pointed to a paragraph on her parchment and handed it over to Harry. See this one part about dragon scale effects on unicorn hair. Did I get it right? Harry tried to remember back to when he had covered that last year. He wasn't quite sure and didn't want Ginny to get it wrong. He looked towards Severus and saw the man still had his head bent over his papers. Severus, can I ask you something? Harry wasn't sure how helpful this would be, but it was worth a shot. Ginny, on the other hand, looked like she was going to have a heart attack and shook her head emphatically at Harry. It's may I ask you something? Severus corrected. Yes, you may ask. Harry got up and walked over to the professor with Ginny's parchment. Ginny grabbed Harry's leg and tried to stop him. Harry twisted out of her grasp with a big smile on his face. He walked over to the desk and handed the professor Ginny's parchment. The professor looked as if he may protest, but changed his mind when he saw how mortified Miss Weasley seemed to be. He looked over the paragraph then commented, Miss Weasley, did you read chapter 13 paragraph 3 carefully? I read everything, but maybe I missed something, Ginny said as her face flushed red. She was going to kill Harry for this later, when they were alone. Very well. Then may I give you a suggestion? Without waiting for her answer, he went on to say, change boiling to steaming and this report will earn you a grade you will be most pleased with. It took Ginny a moment to respond, but she finally said, thank you, sir. Severus handed the report back to Harry. Harry gave him a big smile and mouthed the word, "Thanks," before going back to join his study date. Harry leaned close to Ginny and whispered, "See, it's not so bad studying here, is it?" Ginny whispered back, "I never said it was." "Yeah, but you looked as if I was asking you to study at Azkaban when I asked you to come down here earlier." Harry tried to hold back a snigger at the surprised look on Ginny's face. "Yeah, but I changed my mind. I guess it could be pretty cool to have a dad who teaches here," Ginny said as she leaned into Harry. Her heart was racing as she sat close enough to smell his fresh scent and feel his strong arm against her. Harry had to stop himself from leaning into the pretty redhead and dotting her. He looked back at his paper and took a drink of pumpkin juice to get his mind off the warm body touching his arm. They both went back to studying, each trying to keep their mind off the other so they could get through their homework. A few minutes later, Ginny glanced over towards Harry and noticed something on his cheek. Severus had just finished upgrading a stack of tests when he looked up and noticed the boy suddenly flinch back over Miss Weasley's touch. The girl had simply touched the side of his face to remove an eyelash. "Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you," Ginny said as she watched Harry take a deep breath. "No, you didn't. I just thought it was a spider or something," his voice trailing off in utter humiliation. A sudden vision of Uncle Vernon had flashed in his memory and Harry hoped the panic he had felt had not shown on his face. The last thing he wanted was for Ginny to think he was afraid of spiders like her brother was. He glanced towards the professor and saw the analytical look on his face as he was watching them. Brilliant. Harry knew this would end up in a conversation leading to the Black Book. Snape thought back to the few other times Harry had flinched when someone touched him that way and knew he would need to get Harry to face that memory. Whatever had happened to the boy, it had deeply affected him. As Snape continued watching Harry, he saw how he held a hand to his stomach. It suddenly occurred to him that he had forgotten to give him something to settle his stomach after eating. He rifled through his potion satchel looking for the stomach relaxer when he noticed a few vials were missing. He double-checked but was sure he had a dreamless sleeping potion and a pain potion on hand yesterday. He looked towards Harry and saw how the boy quickly averted his eyes away from him. Why hadn't Harry just asked him for the potions? Surely the boy would know that he would not be denied. Severus took out the stomach potion and walked towards the coffee table where the Gryffindors were busy studying. "Harry, I think this may help," Severus said as he handed him the vial. Harry took it appreciatively, swallowing the whole thing in one gulp. His stomach had been acting up ever since supper, but he was trying not to let it show. Obviously, he had not done such a good job as Severus had figured it out. He noticed Severus going through his potion bag a moment ago and felt certain the professor knew what was missing. Ginny watched him take the potion with concern. "What's the matter, Harry? Are you feeling okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. I just ate something that didn't agree with me." Harry handed the vial back to the professor. "Thanks, Severus. That really did help. You know that as your guardian and soon-to-be father, I prefer you come to me if you are ailing instead of taking potions without consent," Severus said in a firm voice, watching Harry squirm a little. "Yes, sir," Harry said and then pointedly looked towards Ginny. Snape caught the message and decided to let the subject drop until Miss Weasley went back to the tower. Harry was saved from any further embarrassment as the fireplace suddenly turned green and Professor Dumbledore's face appeared. "Sorry to disturb you, but may I have word with you, Professor Snape?" Dumbledore had a stern look and didn't even acknowledge the Gryffindors in the room. Harry wondered what could be so dire. "Certainly, Professor," Snape said and threw flow powder into the fireplace before stepping in. Harry had a hard time concentrating on his homework as he began to wonder what the headmaster was so upset about. He didn't have to wait long as 5 minutes later the flow turned green. Severus stepped out with an infuriated look on his face. Harry felt Ginny tremble next to him and actually was a little frightened himself at the look of utter fury Snape was trying to mask. It took every bit of occlumency skill Snape had to say in a calm but shaky voice, "Miss Weasley, I must ask you to leave. It seems I must speak with Mr. Potter in private on a matter I am sure he does not wish to disclose." "Oh, Merlin, he knows about Bobaddons." Ginny quickly gathered her books and thanked the professor for the drink. Harry walked her to the door and she asked, Are you going to be alright, Harry? Professor Snape looks a little peeved at something. Yeah, I know what it's about. He'll be okay after I talk with him. Harry tried to sound nonchalant, but his stomach was actually doing flips. He had no idea what kind of punishment this would incur. I'll see you tomorrow. Harry slowly shut the door, trying to postpone the inevitable. He walked back into the living room and Severus was on him in a flash. He was roughly grabbed by the collar and shoved over towards the fireplace. Harry's heart raced with alarm. Snape threw in flow powder, then forced Harry in with a shove. Harry stumbled into Professor Dumbledore's office and barely had a chance to stand before Snape flowed in and was on him again. This time Snape grabbed hold of his arm and threw him into a chair. Harry landed with a thud and rubbed his arm where he felt sure he would see a bruise. Severus, perhaps you should distance yourself from the boy. The headmaster noticed the look of fury on the potion master's face, and Dumbledore quickly added, just until you have regained your deportment. Albus, I will discipline my son as I see fit. Obviously you have indulged his scheming plans way too long. Otherwise, why would he feel no compunction at following through with what he did today? Severus looked over towards Harry and saw how he was still rubbing the spot on his arm where he had just been grabbed. It helped to lessen the anger he was feeling, slightly. He stood before Harry and said 2 words, explain yourself. Harry knew better than to lie, as it was obvious he had been caught. I just wanted to help, and after you hear what I have to say and have had a chance to think about it, then you might think it was actually a good idea. Please enlighten us, came the angry voice, just ready to snap any minute. Severus took a few steps back. Well, don't get mad, but I was in your quarters this morning when you guys were talking about the plan. Harry watched as both men gave him hard stares. I think my plan is actually a lot safer for you, Professor, and it is already set into motion. I asked Charlotte to come to the dance on Friday and she agreed. She's coming with Gabrielle. It took a moment for Snape to react. Of all the obtuse, dim-witted, totally Gryffindor things to do. You may have just ruined our entire plan in one fell swoop. You have no idea what harm you have caused to yourself. Harry stood up, gathering his courage. No, Professor, you're the one who had a foolish plan. Snape closed the gap between them in a flash. Harry backed up into the wall with fear in his eyes and instinctively raised his arm to cover his face. Dumbledore was up on his feet. Everyone froze for a second before Snape grabbed Harry's arm and lowered it slowly, gently. Then he turned on his heel and strode to the other side of the room with his long arms crossed in front of him. Harry stayed by the wall with his heart pounding in his ears. Dumbledore's soft voice calmed Harry. Now, let us hear Mr. Potter out. It may well be too late to change the plans he has set into motion. Dumbledore gave him an encouraging look and Harry continued. Well, she's not going to let Madame Maxime know she's coming, so Vespa won't have to be notified. Harry wasn't sure if Severus was even listening, as the man still had his back to him. Exactly how is she going to accomplish that? Dumbledore asked with a bit of pride in his voice. Severus spun around to face the headmaster and laid into him with ferocity. How dare you encourage him with these escapades he concocts? He is but a boy and you send him on life-threatening missions. I will not have my son put in danger for the entertainment of some deranged old man. Harry couldn't believe Snape had just said that to the headmaster. He hoped Snape wouldn't get fired over those scathing remarks. But the headmaster seemed to just let it go in one ear and out the other as he replied, certainly asking a young lady to attend a school dance would not put your son at risk, Severus. You obviously do not know my young cousin. She is a viper in sheep's clothes. She would just as soon kill Harry than to dance with him if that would benefit her in any way. No, Harry, you will not follow through with this ridiculous plan, and that is final. Snape paced back and forth before asking, how was Charlotte going to get here without Madame Maxime knowing? Harry cleared his throat before answering, I left her my invisibility cloak. She's just going to join Gabrielle and no one will see her leave. Harry wearily watched as the professor continued pacing. After a few long minutes, Severus spoke in a much calmer voice. I need to reflect on the matter some more. However, I am greatly displeased with your behavior, Mr. Potter. I had thought you had more trust in me than to sneak off of school grounds. In the meantime, we should be getting back home. I would like to administer the potion as soon as possible. Dumbledore stood up again and said, Yes, I feel a good night's sleep would do us all some good. Snape gave Dumbledore a nod before once again taking hold of Harry's arm. Harry roughly shook him off and threw the flow powder in himself. When he walked into the dungeon living room, he quickly headed for his bedroom. Snape flowed in and followed him into the room. Harry paced back and forth in front of his bed staring at the ground, a jumble of emotions running through him. How could Snape treat him like that, like he had wanted to hit him? Snape stood in the doorway with his arms folded, watching the boy pace. Do you really feel that I would have struck you? Harry stopped pacing and turned towards the professor. Why? Do you think that is such an absurd idea? Answer truthfully. Did you want to hit me? Snape was taken aback as he knew that for a half a second he had wanted to strike the boy. But that was just out of fear for the boy's safety. Or was it? He didn't know how to answer that question as he could tell his answer was important to the boy. He opted to ignore the question altogether and pulled the vial of potion out of his robe. Harry looked away and Severus couldn't tell what he was thinking any longer. He knew he didn't have an excuse for being so rough with the boy, his actions had come instinctively. Severus shook the vial up and handed it to Harry. Harry quickly swallowed it and handed the vial back without looking up again. Snape was at a loss as to what he should say at the moment. He was still angry over Harry's exploits but felt guilty over his reaction to hearing about it. Harry walked past him and went into the bathroom. Snape heard the shower running and went back out into the living room. A while later Snape went in to check on Harry. The boy was fast asleep on his back with one arm thrown over his head. Snape stepped closer to cover the boy and to his horror saw a deep red handprint on the boy's upper arm. He covered Harry with the blanket that had been kicked to the floor, then walked back out to the living room and sat down heavily. Severus covered his face with his hand as he thought about his relationship with his son. Harry deserved so much more than an angry ex-Death Eater for a father. How could he ever be everything the boy deserved and needed? It occurred to him that Harry never had anyone of real importance to compare him with. As far as Severus was concerned, Black never had custody of Harry, never having to discipline the boy. Snape had plenty of experience dealing with the students in Slytherin but felt no attachment to any of the students. He had never put much thought into how the students felt when they were doled out punishments. Harry was his son now and he did not want to hurt the boy physically nor emotionally. After an hour of contemplating on the matter, Snape decided to call Arthur Weasley and ask for a little advice on the subject. At this point he knew he needed help in dealing with an adolescent boy with a mind of his own. If anybody knew how to deal with Harry, it would be a father of 6 boys, 2 of which were notorious rule breakers. Just as he picked up the flow powder, Harry walked into the living room with his hair plastered to his head with perspiration and his t-shirt wet and clinging to him. He was rubbing his eyes with the palms of his hands. What has happened? Did you have another vision? Snape walked over to the sleepy teen and led him to the sofa. I think I did have another vision, but it was like the other ones. I just need some water, Harry said in a hoarse voice. Severus studied the boy for a moment, then flicked his wand. A pitcher of water and glass appeared on the coffee table. Severus handed Harry a full glass of water, watching as the teen moved further away from him. Harry, could you tell me what the dream was about? Snape pulled a handkerchief out of his robe pocket and handed it to Harry. I already told you, it's just like the other ones, you know about Ginny. This time she was being taken out of the Great Hall, so I already know it's not true. Why can't Voldemort just leave me alone? Snape thought Harry's voice still sounded hoarse and scratchy, almost as if he had a cold. A thought occurred to him and he asked, Harry, have you been screaming? Harry looked uncomfortable but nodded his head briefly. So, you cast a silencing spell around your bed? Snape knew the answer before Harry nodded his head once more. Snape thought about that before he said, I wish you wouldn't do that while you're down here. You have no need to worry about anyone besides myself hearing you. As a matter of fact, I would like to be there for you if you wake up in such a state again. Harry looked at him with distrust clearly showing on his face. He felt a little embarrassed about the false dreams and didn't see any reason to let Severus know he was still having them. Besides, he wasn't feeling particularly friendly towards the man right now. Severus moved over to sit next to Harry and watched as the teen leaned away from him. You are angry with me, Severus stated rather than asked. Harry shrugged his shoulders and continued staring at his hands. You wanted to hit me. Severus could hear the underlying anger in the boy's voice. My instincts at parenting are rather unsophisticated. My performance was unforgivable. Harry looked up at the professor and saw how remorseful he seemed to be. It made him feel a little guilty. After all, he really did deserve to be punished. Don't worry about it. It's not your fault. I tend to push people to that point. Harry, Severus began in an exasperated tone, my reactions are purely my own. I should have shown more restraint. He raised his hand up slowly and pushed Harry's wet hair off his forehead. He could see the scar had turned an angry red. Severus lightly brushed over it with his thumb. Does it hurt? Harry dropped his head in his hands then said, not so much anymore. But now I just know I won't go back to sleep. It takes me hours after. Harry ran his fingers through his damp hair and sat up straight again. Feeling frustrated over having to deal with Voldemort on top of everything else. That is unfortunate. You should be getting plenty of sleep while you are taking the potion I made. Yeah, well, Voldemort doesn't seem to understand that. I just hate the evil bastard. Harry looked into the professor's eyes before asking, are you still mad I went to Beauxbatons? The professor took a deep breath. There are 2 points I wish you to understand. The first point being that your safety means more to me than you could possibly fathom. The second being that your lack of trust in me is rather distressful. Within the next few days we should receive the official documents stating that I am your legal father. I hope by then you could let your guard down enough to trust me. Harry felt horrible about hurting Severus like that. It really had never occurred to him that Severus would look at his trip to Beauxbatons as anything other than him trying to help Merlin. He just couldn't do anything right with this relationship. He actually did trust Severus. He probably trusted him more than any other person he had ever met. Then if that was the truth, why couldn't he open up about Privet Drive? Harry made a sudden decision to show Severus just how much he trusted him. He got up and walked over to the desk, rifling through the papers until he found the black book. He walked back over to the sofa and sat down next to Severus. I trust you more than you know. I'm going to begin writing in the book tonight and I give you permission to read it. I just hope you still want me, after you read it. Harry, there is nothing that would be able to stop this adoption from happening. Anything you write in that book will not change the way I feel. It will only show me just how much you trust me. Harry got up, still holding the book in his hand. He gave the professor a small smile and headed into his bedroom to begin to open the Vault of Nightmares, otherwise known as Uncle Vernon. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.